Hello. This is part 1 and 2 of What If Luffy Ate the Rumble Rumble Fruit. I'm doing this because I wasn't happy with the audio of the original one. Please like and subscribe to my channel and check out the author of the story and the fanfiction linked in the description below. Please interact with the video and enjoy. In the party bar in Fuchsia village, a group of pirates could be seen drinking and having a good time. Sitting at the bar is a young 7-year-old boy named Monkey D. Luffy, and next to him is a red-haired man with a straw hat, eating a plate of food. "Hey, you have to take me with you on your next adventure, Shanks. I want to be a pirate just like you," Luffy said with a huge smile on his face while looking at the red-haired man now named Shanks. Shanks looked up from his food and turned towards Luffy and started laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. Right, as if you could ever be a pirate," Shanks said. "Why couldn't I?" Luffy asked. A large man eating a piece of meat answered his question. "Listen, Luffy, you may be a good swimmer and all, but that doesn't mean you will make a good pirate," said Luckyroo while eating his meat. "But I'm a great fighter too, my punches are like 2 pistols," he said as he held out his fist for them to see. It was an amusing sight to see for everyone else in the bar. "Are they now?" said Shanks with a mouthful of food. "What's that supposed to mean?" Luffy yelled. Luckyroo laughed and spoke. "He means you are too much of a kid, he said. "And he is right, you know, I got boys older than you," said Yassip. A tick mark formed on Luffy's forehead before he starting to yell at them. "I'm not a kid. I'm a grown-up," he screamed at the top of the lungs. He was brought out of his screaming by Shanks' voice. "Here, have some juice and clam down," Shanks said as she slid a glass of what appears to be orange juice over to Luffy. Luffy's eyes lit up and he got a huge smile on his face. "Wow, thanks, Shanks," he said as he began to drink the juice. As he started drinking, Shanks starting laughing at him while hitting the bar counter. "I don't know one pirate who drinks juice," Shanks said while laughing. "That's a dirty trick," Luffy screamed, causing everyone at the bar to burst out laughing. "Stop laughing. That was a cheap shot," he screamed at the rest of the pirates. While all of this is going on, the owner of the bar, Makino, is watching the interaction between Luffy and the pirates with a warm smile on her face. Suddenly the doors of the bar were kicked off of its hinges and came flying into the bar. "Excuse us," said the tall man standing in front of the door. At this point, the entire bar was silent while looking at the door. The man who was leading the group of other men into the bar was a tall, dark-skinned man with black hair, a black goatee, and an X-shaped scar above his right eye. He wore a long red coat over a white shirt, black trousers, and a golden necklace. "So these are what passes for pirates around these parts. Looks rather sad, to be honest," he said as he walked up to the bar counter and stood next to Shanks. "Welcome, gentlemen, what can I do for you?" asked Makino. "We're mountain bandits, but we didn't come here to tear your place apart. All we want is some sake. Let's say 10 barrels should do," he said to Makino. "I'm sorry, but actually we are fresh out of sake right now," Makino said. After the mountain bandit had said he didn't come to terrorize the bar, Luffy tuned out and turned his attention elsewhere because in his opinion a mountain bandit ordering sake was boring. So, he turned to his right at the chest sitting on the counter of the bar. He knew it belonged to Shanks because he saw when they brought it in with them. His mind immediately began to race with ideas after ideas about what may be inside of the chest. So, he decided to satisfy his curiosity and look inside. It was somewhat disappointing because inside of the chest wasn't any treasure like Luffy had hoped it would be, instead it was a strange looking fruit. It was a light blue fruit shaped like a really big pear with darker blue swirls on it. At that very same time, Luffy's stomach growled, so he decided to eat the fruit. Luffy being Luffy, instead of taking a small bit of the fruit to see what it takes, like he places the entire thing in his mouth and bit down. He instantly regretted it. That was the most disgusting thing Luffy had ever eaten, however, he did not spit it out, instead he swallowed. At the same time, his swallowed, he was startled when something large fell beside him. He looked over to see Shanks laying on the ground while the mountain bandit was screaming some nonsense about being worth 8 million beely. Luffy immediately jumped up on the bar stool that he was sitting on and screamed at the bandits. "Leave Shanks alone," he screamed at the bandit while unconsciously releasing a wave of unknown power. When Luffy did this, the strangest thing happened. One by one the mountain bandits started passing out, along with a few weaker members of Shanks' crew. Shanks and the rest of the crew that were awake had their eyes widen while the leader of the mountain bandits was shaking in his boots. What did you do, brat?" he yelled, asked Luffy. Luffy for his part looked shocked and confused about what had just happened. There is no doubt about it. That was the Conqueror's spirit. Shanks' first mate Ben Beckman thought to himself before making eye contact with his captain, who nodded to him. Before anyone could have reacted, the mountain bandit leader took out his sword and swung it to chop Luffy in half while screaming at the top of his voice. "I am going to kill you, brat," he yelled as the sword began to descend towards Luffy. Shanks, who was still on the ground, couldn't react fast enough, even though he tried, but stopped halfway because of what happened next. The sword cut through Luffy's shoulder and made its way to his chest, but stopped there when sparks of lightning came from Luffy's body and electrocuted the bandit. The sword fell out of Luffy's chest when the bandit began to fall to the ground as well. Everyone in the bar started at Luffy as the huge cut from his shoulder to his chest began to come together again, with the sight of lighting present in the gap. No one said a word, they all stared at the small 7-year-old boy. Everyone was brought out of their staring by Shanks' voice. "Luffy? Did you eat the fruit that was inside of the chest?" he asked, to which Luffy nodded. Shanks then tried to grab Luffy by the shoulder, only to have his hand pass right through Luffy and get a serious electric shock at the same time. Shanks immediately pulled his hand back. He then looked at Luffy before he spoke. "Luffy, you just ate the rumble fruit, part of a group called the devil fruits. Eating any of them takes away your ability to swim for the rest of your life, but the one you ate is a Logia class devil fruit, meaning now you can turn your body into lightning and become lightning," Shanks yelled. Luffy for his part had stars in his eyes at the idea of becoming lightning. "Does this mean I can come with you now?" asked a very hopeful Luffy. Shanks went to take his seat at the bar again before he was joined by his first mate, who signaled Makino to join them before they began whispering so Luffy couldn't hear. "Captain, he just ate a Logia class devil fruit and one of the more powerful ones at that," said Ben Beckman, plus Conqueror's Haki. "If he doesn't learn how to control his powers, he could seriously hurt someone." He finished while Shanks took on a serious look and Makino a more worried one. "Is he going to be alright?" as a worried Makino. Shanks looked at her and smiled before speaking. "Yeah, he will, don't worry." The three of them were brought out of their whispering when Luffy screamed at them. "Hey! Stop whispering, I can't hear what you are saying," Luffy yelled, causing them to break apart. He then turned to Shanks before speaking again. "So, can I come with you guys, Shanks?" he asked again, making Shanks turn to look at him before speaking. "I will decide if I will take after you answer 2 questions." "Okay," said Shanks, to which Luffy nodded. "The first question, do you know what you did to knock out those bandits?" Shanks asked, causing everyone in the bar to quiet down to hear Luffy's answer. "No, I don't know how I did it. It usually just happens when Grandpa is training me," said Luffy, to which Shanks nodded with his eyes closed before his eyes shot open in surprise. "You mean you used it before?" he asked in surprise. Luffy just nodded. "Yeah, against some monkeys Grandpa had me fight during my training," said casually as though it was noting while everyone else looked at him wide-eyed except for Makino. Who has a 7-year-old fight monkey as a part of training? Every pirate thought to themselves. Shanks then turned towards Makino and asked her a question. "Who is Luffy's grandpa?" Shanks asked, to which Makino took on a sinister look before she spoke. "Monkey D. Garp," she said, causing the entire bar to freeze and looked at her with their eyes widen. "You mean Garp the Fist is his grandfather?" Shanks yelled out, to causing Makino to giggle before nodding. Shanks began to calm himself down before turning back towards Luffy, who was picking his nose, causing everyone to sweat drop. "Okay, Luffy, second question." Shanks said, getting Luffy's attention. "What's your dream?" Shanks asked, to which Luffy took on a huge smile before he stood up on the stool and yelled out at the top of his lungs. "My dream is to be king of pirates," he yelled. "And why king of the pirates?" Shanks asked. "Because the king of the pirates is the man with the most freedom," said Luffy, surprising everyone. "Just you wait, I am going to have the greatest adventure and find the One Piece and become king of the pirates," Luffy said with a lot of determination in his voice, causing everyone to smile and Shanks to see an image of his old Captain Gold D. Roger behind Luffy. "Well, Luffy," Shanks said, getting Luffy's attention, "welcome to the crew," he said, causing everyone to begin cheering and Luffy to start crying. A week had passed since Shanks agreed to take Luffy with him. Currently, the entire village was at the docks to say goodbye to Luffy and the pirates. At first, the mayor did not agree to Luffy leaving, but after Ben and Shanks explained to him how dangerous it will if Luffy doesn't learn how to control his powers, he understood and agreed, but made it clear that Makino would be the one to tell Garp when he comes back to the village. Another thing that happened during the week was that Shanks had sent one of his crew member who didn't have a bounty on his head to cash in the bounty of the mountain bandits and give it to Luffy. Luffy, who was currently on Shanks' ship Red Force, waving goodbye to the villagers before he screamed out. "I'm Makino. I'll come back before I set out on my own," he yells as the ship sailed further away from the island. With the island now out of sight, Shanks began giving orders to the crew. "Okay guys, no stop, we have enough supplies to last us, so set a course for the Grand Line," he said. "Aye, Captain," replied everyone. Shanks then turned towards Luffy, who was looking around with a huge smile on his face, causing Shanks to chuckle. "Luffy," yelled Shanks, getting Luffy's attention, "come with me." he said as he began walking towards what appears to be the sleeping quarters. "This is where you will sleep," Shanks said, indicating to the room with a single bed, desk, and closet inside. It wasn't a big room, but at the same time, it was big enough for one adult person. Luffy looked around and noticed his stuff was already in there waiting for him. He stepped inside and smiled. "I love it," he said, causing Shanks to smile. "Okay, Luffy, let me tell you how things are going to happen once we enter the Grand Line," Shanks said, getting Luffy's attention. Luffy also noticed that Ben, Roo, and Yasop were standing by the doorway. "First thing that will happen is Lucy Roo is going to teach you how to control that devil fruit of yours a bit, then from there every day in the morning, Ben is going to teach you navigation and history, along with battle strategy and anything else he comes up with. That will be for about 3 hours a day every day. The rest of the day is either spent with me teaching you Haki or Yasop teaching you how to shoot. Whatever extra time you have you will train to master your devil fruit powers, or you can do that after you either master Haki or sharp shooting. Understood?" asked Shanks, to which Luffy nodded and spoke. "Yep, now I have one question," he said, to which Shanks nodded for him to proceed. "Do you have any meat?" he said, causing the four of them to comically fall over. After Shanks had explained everything to Luffy again to make sure he understood, he began to explain to Luffy what Haki was and how it may be useful in combat. To say that Luffy liked the idea was an understatement. Luffy kept begging Shanks over and over to start his training until Shanks finally caved and started teaching him observation Haki. It had been 3 days since the crew left on island and the entrance to the Grand Line was in sight. Luffy was excited at the thought of sailing up a mountain. As the ship began ascending the mountain and peak was becoming visible, Luffy dashed to the front of the ship and began climbing to stand on the figurehead. Everyone saw this and began to get scared when Luffy finally stood on the figurehead. As the ship reached the peak and began descending into the Grand Line, Luffy stretched out his arms and screamed to the heavens. "I am going to be the king of the pirates," he screamed, causing everyone on board to smile at the determination in the young 7-year-old. Time skip. 10 years later, on an island in the New World. On a small island in the New World, a pirate ship could be seen docked close to the island. On the shores of the island, a large group of people could be seen standing with their backs towards the sea while looking at a man standing in front of them. This man was the now 17-year-old Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy was now 6'5" and well built. He was wearing long black pants with a pair of steel-tipped boots and a crimson-red dress shirt with the top 3 buttons opened, revealing a necklace with a lightning bolt pendant. Strapped with a black cloth around his waist was a katana with a black and white diamond pattern handle hanging off the left side of his hip. And to top everything off was the thing he treasures more than his own life resting on his head, the straw hat that Shanks gave to him. Everyone from the red-haired pirates was gathered on the shore today to see Luffy off to start his own adventure. "I want to thank you guys for all you have done for me over the past 10 years, and I am truly grateful for all you have taught me," said Luffy while looking at everyone. "Ah, don't sweat it, Luffy," said Lucky Roo, who was walking over to Luffy carrying 2 large barrels on his shoulder, while somehow able to hold a piece of meat in his hands as well. "Here, got you something for the trip," he said as he placed the barrels down. "There should be enough meat and booze in there to last you the trip to the East Blue," he finished. Luffy smiled at him and thanked him for the food. As Lucky Roo was walking back to stand with the rest of the crew, Yasop began walking towards Luffy. "Hey Lou, I got a bit of a going away present here for you," Yasop said as he pulled out a medium box from his coat and handed it to Luffy. Luffy took it and looked at the nice wrapping around the box before he spoke. "Yasop, you really didn't have to do this. You guys have done way more for me than anyone ever had," Luffy said. "Nonsense kid, we're a family and you can never do too much for your family," Yasop said while patting Luffy on the back. Luffy smiled and opened the box to see a black and red flintlock pistol. "It is Doflamingo's gun, only black and red instead of black and gold." Luffy held the gun in his hand and looked in the box to see the holster. He strapped the holster around the waist so the gun would be on his right side. Luffy then took on a puzzled look on his face. He had a gun in a holster, but no ammo. He looked over to Yasop and spoke. "I don't see any ammo in the box and there is none loaded into the gun. Am I going to have to buy some?" Luffy asked, genuinely confused. He looked around to see everyone else confused just as he was. He then looked at Yasop to see him with a wide smile on his face. "No, you don't have to buy ammo for this gun. Never will," he said, adding to the confusion of Luffy and everyone else there, "this is a special gun made especially for you. I always wanted one, but even if I bought one for myself I won't be able to use it. You see, this gun is powered by your devil fruit and in your case, it will not fire regular bullets, but instead, it will fire your lightning as bullets," Yasop said, surprising everyone there and causing Luffy's eyes to widen. "I never knew they made weapons like this," Luffy said as he looked at the gun in his hand. He was brought out of his admiring by Yasop's voice. "Before you can use it you need it to register your devil fruit. So, channel some of your lightning into the gun, he said. Luffy held out the gun and began channeling his lightning powers into the gun, and soon the entire gun was covered with lighting. He then looked to Yasop, who nodded to him to stop what he did, only to see the excess lightning get absorbed into the gun. There, that should do it. Try shooting this. He said as he pulled out an empty sake bottle and tossed it into the air. Luffy held the gun in his right hand, aimed it at the bottle, and pulled the trigger. Out of the gun came a bolt of lighting that moved faster than anyone other than Luffy could see, racing towards the empty bottle in the air. Upon impact, the bolt of lightning didn't just shatter the bottle and continue on its path as everyone expected. It hit the bottle and exploded. Everyone was stunned at what they just witnessed. Luffy, wanting to test something out, he aimed the gun at a nearby tree, compressed his lightning, and then he pulled the trigger. Like before, a bolt of lightning raced out of the gun towards the tree. However, this time it pierced through the tree before doing the same to 5 more trees behind it before it finally exploded, destroying the last tree in the process. "What did you do differently there, Luffy, to make it pierce through all those trees?" asked Shanks. Luffy placed the pistol in the holster and turned towards Shanks before speaking. "I simply compressed the lightning a bit more this time, but I didn't expect it to do that much damage," he said before turning towards Yasop and continue. "Thanks Yasop, I love it," Luffy said with a huge grin on his face. Yasop smiled at him and patted him on the back before leaving to go stand with the rest of the crew. While he was walking back, Shanks started walking towards Luffy with a parcel in his hands. He didn't say anything, he just handed it to Luffy and stood there. Luffy looked at it with a smile on his face before he opened the wrapping to see a coat folded inside. He took the coat out to examine it to see that it was a black and gold captain's coat. Think Gold Roger's coat, only black instead of red. Luffy then took the coat and placed it on. He wore it the way he saw every other captain of a pirate crew wearing theirs, just resting on his shoulders. Luffy looked at Shanks and spoke. "Thanks, Shanks, I love it. It fits perfect," he said with a smile. Shanks smiled at him and replied. "It's nothing, Anchor. If you are going to be captain of your own crew, might as well look the part," Shanks said with a chuckle. "Again, thank you guys for everything. Without you guys, I don't know where I would be or if I would have learned the things I learned with you guys over the past 10 years. Luffy said as he looked at everyone a bit teary eyes. He then wiped his eyes and took on a more serious look on his face as he looked to the sky and began concentrating. In the sky above, everyone could see a thundercloud starting to form. It then started to increase in size, getting bigger and bigger until everyone realized something. It wasn't getting bigger, it was getting closer to them. Everyone was wondering what in the world was Luffy doing. The cloud finally came down and hovered just about a half of a foot above the ground. It was a dark thundercloud about the size of a small 6-person boat. Luffy then walked over to the 2 barrels he got from Lucky Roo, picked them up and placed them on the cloud. They sank down a few inches before staying in place. Everyone's eyes were wide. "That's your ride," they all screamed. Luffy looked at them and gave them a wide grin. "You betcha," he said with giving them a thumbs up. He then placed the rest of his stuff on the cloud. He then began concentrating on the cloud once more, and from the cloud, a lounge chair began to form. Luffy then climbs onto the cloud and sat on the chair before turning towards the group to speak. "I should re-enter the Grand Line by the end of the month. When I see you guys again, I'll be a famous pirate," said Luffy, smiling. Everyone gave him a warm smile. "I'll be looking out for you, Anchor," said Shanks. "We all will," said Ben. Luffy then waved at them and began speaking. "Bye guys. Thanks for everything again," he said. As he said that, the cloud he was riding on began ascending into the air before it shot forward and began climbing to higher altitude. Everyone just stared at the flying Luffy and waved. "I'm going to miss that kid," said Yasop. Everyone just nodded their heads in agreement. Luffy, who was laying in his lounge chair made out of clouds, was just relaxing as then enjoying the scenery of the world below him. He was traveling at about 65 mph and was about 20,000 feet in the air. At first, it was a bit hard to breathe, but after a couple of minutes, Luffy got used to the thin oxygen that was present that high up. On his journey, Luffy could see various small sky islands with people on them. Some waved at him with he waved back, while others were wary of him, so they ran into their homes and hid. Luffy didn't really care, all he did was continue on his journey to the East Blue. It would take him about 1 day to reach the East Blue, or less than a day if he decides he wants to go faster. For now, Luffy is just enjoying the relaxing ride. "So, this is the Holy Land Mariajoa," Luffy said as he stopped the cloud and have it hover high over the capital of the world government, where no one will be able to see him. He had been traveling for about 6 hours now and finally reached the Red Line. Seeing as how he can fly with the cloud, he didn't need to go down to Fishman Island, he could just fly over the Red Line. Luffy couldn't help but admire the city. Even though he didn't like the bastards in the world government, he couldn't deny it was a beautiful city with amazing architecture. Well, I am not here to admire the sights, I have places to be, Luffy said as he narrowed his eyes forward and concentrated on the lightning in the thundercloud before blasting off a lot faster than which he was moving at first. Luffy now entered paradise traveling at a speed of 100 miles per hour. He had taken off his straw hat because he didn't want it getting blown away. At this speed, Luffy is estimated to arrive in the East Blue in about 3 hours. Time skip. 3 hours later. Luffy is now in the East Blue after being gone for 10 years. He immediately slowed the cloud down to only about 40 miles per hour and lowered the altitude to just about enough so he could see the world below him quite clearly. Feels good to be back home. First stop Makino Nichin, then off to find a crew. Luffy said as he began traveling towards Dawn Island. After traveling for about an hour, Luffy finally arrived at a familiar island where he flew his cloud onto the docks before stepping off. As Luffy stepped off, he turned to the cloud and it began to hover higher and higher until it finally disappears into the other clouds present in the sky. Luffy then turned around to see that he had attracted a crowd. The man standing in front of the crowd was someone Luffy remembered quite vividly. He was Mayor Whoop Slap. He has a cleft chin, wears oval glasses, has a mustache and a beard, and held a cane on his hand. Luffy smiled at the man and began walking towards the crowd. "Who are you? Are you a pirate?" asked the mayor while pointing his cane at Luffy. Luffy took on an amused look on his face before he answered. "Yes, I am a pirate," Luffy said, doing very little to hide his amusement. "However, you can relax, Mayor, I mean you no harm. I am just here to see my older sister," Luffy said, confusing everyone there who was wondering who was his sister. Before they could have questioned him, Luffy began walking towards Makino's bar, knowing full well he had a crowd following him. As he reached the bar, he walked inside and sat in the same seat he sat in 10 years ago when Shanks was there. Makino was not by the bar, so he assumed she was in the back. He was a few minutes before she finally came out. When she saw a young man sitting at the counter, she went to him and spoke. "Good afternoon, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Makino said. Luffy gave her his famous grin before answering. "Yes, a large tub of meat and some sake Makino Nichin," Luffy said while grinning. As he said that, he heard gasps from behind him and one from Makino, as well as he covered her mouth with her hand and started tearing up before she launched herself over the counter, surprising Luffy and the crowd that followed him. As she launched herself, she screamed at the top of her voice. "Luffy!" She screamed as she crashed into Luffy, knocking him off the stool before hugging him and crying into his chest. "Luffy, you came back like you said. I missed you," she said as she sniffled a bit. She finally got off of him and helped him up before she ran into the back and came back out with a large tub of meat and a bottle of sake. She set it down in front of where he sat at the counter before she went around the counter and sat next to him before speaking. "Tell me, how was your trip with Shanks? Where did you go? What did you see? Tell me everything," Makino said excitedly. Luffy chuckled at her antics and was about to answer, but before he could, the entire crowd that followed him into the bar screamed out. "Luffy's back." They screamed as they all pulled out mugs of booze from what appears out of nowhere and began sitting around the bar to hear Luffy's stories. Luffy chuckled and began telling them stories of his time with Shanks. Luffy stayed in Fuchsia village for 3 days before he decided to set out to find a crew. Currently, Luffy was standing at the same docks where he arrived at, with the entire village standing there to see him off. Luffy was currently looking up into the sky, calling the thundercloud that had all of his stuff. Soon out of the clouds, everyone saw a single thundercloud come out and began descending towards Luffy. The cloud then pulled up beside the dock as if it were a ship docking there, and Luffy stepped on it. Luffy then turned towards the group of villagers and spoke. "Bye guys, I will see you guys when I am king of the pirates," Luffy said as he waved with a huge smile on his as the cloud began to pull away. "Be safe, Luffy. I'll be checking the newspaper every day to see what you've been up to," Makino shouted as Luffy was pulling away. Luffy gave her a thumbs up before dashing away. He kept the cloud just 10 feet above the water and had it sailed at a slow speed of 25 miles per hour. While sailing, a Sea King rose from the water and tried to attack Luffy, but Luffy simply sent a blast of Conqueror's Haki and knocked the beat out before continuing his way. Luffy now shifted his chair into a throne with lightning sparks occasionally coming off of it, and his face took on a more serious, impassive look. Gone was the happy-go-lucky Luffy. This was Captain Luffy. Luffy then spoke in a tone that would send chills down his enemy's spine. "Time to turn this world upside down," he said. After traveling for about 10 minutes, Luffy was startled by the sounds of cannon fire coming from the starboard side of the cloud. He looked to see who was shooting at what, and that's when he saw the ugliest pirate ship he had ever seen in his life. The ship was a large pink ship with 4 sails, one higher than the other 3. Each sail has a pink heart and the ship herself has 2 hearts on each side. The figurehead is a duck and the Jolly Roger of a skull is depicted from the side and has a pink heart on it. The ship was currently attacking a civilian vessel. "I wonder if anyone there has a bounty on their heads," Luffy wondered as he turned the cloud and head towards the pirate ship. As the cloud pulled up beside the pink ship, Luffy had it stay hidden just off the side before he stood up and turned his body into lighting before teleporting to the deck of the ship. All the pirates and civilians saw was lightning struck the ship while a loud thunder sounded in the clear blue sky, and now standing in the spot where the lightning had struck is a man with a captain's coat hung on his shoulders and a straw hat on his head. Everything about the man radiated power, his gaze was cold enough to freeze the sun, and his aura was strong enough to make seasoned fighters cower in fear. No one said a word, they all just stared at the man in fear. The silence lasted about 2 minutes before what appears to be a fat, ugly woman spoke. "Who are you and why are you on my ship?" She screamed at the man, trying to act bravely in front of her men on the outside, while in the inside she was shaking her boots. "I was simply wondering who is the captain of this hideous vessel," he said as he looked around while using his observation haki to sense around the ship. He sensed a girl in the lower levels robbing these pirates. He couldn't help but chuckle. He was brought out as observing when the fat lady spoke. "Are you the pirate hunter Rorano Zoro?" she asked, which earned her a raised eyebrow from Luffy before he replied. "No, can't say that I am." "Who might you be?" Luffy asked, genuinely curious about who she was and whether or not she had a bounty. "I am the most beautiful woman of all the seas," she said as she placed her iron club on her shoulders before continuing, "the one and only iron club Alvida," she said. When she said that, Luffy couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You? The most beautiful woman of all the seas?" Luffy said as he started rolling on the floor laughing, "Sorry hag, but you ain't nowhere close to being the most beautiful woman of all the seas." Luffy said as he stood up and looked at the woman to see her fuming, but that meant very little to Luffy as he began speaking again. "Do you by chance have a bounty on your head?" Luffy asked. He saw the woman smirked before answering. "Yes, I have a bounty of 5 million beery on my head," she said as Luffy simply sighed. "Damn, was hoping it was a bit more. Anyway, time for business." Luffy said as he sent a wave of Conqueror's Haki towards the pirates, effectively knocking out all of them except Alvida and surprisingly a short pink-haired boy who only fell to a knee. Luffy turned to the boy and spoke, "You have a strong will to be able to withstand my Haki like that, kid," Luffy said with a smile that made the boy smile as well. Alvida turned to the boy and was about to speak, but never got a chance to, because she was hit square of the jaw by Luffy with a fist coated in lightning, effectively knocking her out. Luffy then placed his palm on her back and spoke. "Bind," he said, and then all of a sudden from the palm of his hand 3 rope-like bolts of lightning came out and snaked itself around Alvida, binding her in place. The boy with the pink hair had his eyes popping out of its socket. "How did you do that?" he asked, screamed. Luffy smiled and answered. "I ate a devil fruit, the rumble fruit to be exact. So, now I am a lightning man." Luffy said as he turned his entire right hand into lightning. "By the way, what's your name?" Luffy asked. "Oh, I'm Kobe, sir," Kobe said as Luffy turned his hand back to normal. "Nice to meet you, Kobe, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. And I am going to be king of the pirates." Flying just above the water is Luffy and Kobe sitting in Luffy's thunder cloud. Luffy was sitting on his throne while Kobe was sitting on a small chair Luffy made for him. Following behind Luffy's cloud is a captured Alvida who is on a separate thunder cloud that Luffy summoned to transport her. They are currently headed to Shell's town to cash in the bounty on Alvida's head and also take Kobe there to join the Marines. Even though Kobe wanted to be a Marine, Luffy could honestly say he liked the kid. He had a good sense of justice, and even though he was a bit of a coward, with the right type of training he would become a fine Marine, and Luffy knew just a person to turn him into one. Luffy couldn't stop himself from chuckling at the thought of that man training Kobe. Luffy was brought out of his thought by Kobe's voice. "Wow. I still can't believe I am sitting on a cloud," Kobe said happily as he ran his hand on the surface of the cloud. Luffy chuckled at his antics before he spoke. "Yeah, well, this is a thunder cloud, it is a lot more firm compared to regular clouds found on one of the sky islands," Luffy said, making Kobe whipped his head around and looked at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. "Why, you mean there are islands in the sky?" Kobe asked with a voice of pure shock. "Yes, is even a sea of clouds up there that your boats can sail on," Luffy said, surprising Kobe even more. "However, I don't know if there is any here in the skies above the East Blue, but I know for a fact they are in the Grand Line." Luffy finished with a smile. "Wow," was all Kobe could say. Luffy chuckled at Kobe's reaction before his face became serious as he spoke to Kobe. "Hey, Kobe," Luffy said, getting Kobe's attention. "Alvida mentioned Rorano Zoro earlier, and I was wondering who is her?" Luffy asked, causing Kobe to turn pale. "He is a great pirate hunter. He is a man who diced up his bounties like an animal bent on carnage, a bloodthirsty beast. He has been called nothing less than a living breathing demon in human form." Luffy couldn't help but sweat drop at that description. Recently I heard he was captured and is being held at the marine base in Shell's town, Kobe said, causing Luffy to grin. When Kobe saw the grin he immediately grew pale. Please don't tell me you are thinking about doing what I think you're thinking about doing. Kobe yelled, but Luffy simply chuckled and didn't reply, making Kobe even more scared. The two of them and an unconscious Alvida traveled for about 5 more minutes before they finally reached the marine base city. Luffy and Kobe exited the cloud before Luffy sent it up in the sky to wait for him to summon it back when ready. The cloud carrying Alvida followed closely behind Luffy and Kobe as they walked through the town, earning them odd looks from the civilians there. I want to see who this Roronoa Zoro is. Who knows, maybe I'll even have him join my crew. Luffy said with a serious look on his face as they walked through town. When Luffy said that, Kobe immediately began to beg Luffy to find someone else. Luffy, seriously, you are out of your mind if you think the right thing to do is get this guy to join you, said an extremely scared Kobe. Luffy just kept an emotionless look on his face as he spoke. I never said he was going to join my crew. I said maybe he will, Luffy said as he stopped by one of the local vendors that were selling apples and picked one up and bit down on it before flipping the vendor a beelie. He then looked to the guy that sold him the apple and spoke, are they really keeping that Zoro guy here? Luffy asked. The moment Zoro's name left his mouth, everyone who was close enough to hear the question jumped back with a look of pure horror on their face. I'll take that as a yes, Luffy said before walking off with Kobe close behind. Maybe we shouldn't mention the name Zoro here, said Kobe in a low voice as he whispered to Luffy. Let us just head to the base. You did say you wanted to become a marine, right? Asked Luffy as they continue walking towards the marine base. Well, of course, I do, Luffy, but I don't feel as though I am ready yet. From what I've heard, the man in charge of this base is named Captain Morgan, said Kobe. Similar to the reaction of Zoro's name, everyone that was within range to hear Morgan's name jumped back and took on a look of pure horror. Luffy narrowed his eyes at this before thinking to himself. It seems this is one of those marine bases. Luffy thought to himself. He looked over to Kobe to see him having a puzzled look on his face. He then looked at Luffy and began to speak. That was odd. I mean, I can understand them being scared of Zoro and all, but why a marine captain? Asked Kobe. Luffy's face then took on a more sympathetic look as he looked at Kobe before he spoke. You will come to understand that in the world we live in you can't believe everything you are told. You must be able to try to see the world for yourself and come to your own conclusion. In my experience and from what I have seen, not all pirates are bad and not all marines are good. Luffy said, surprising Kobe, who looked like he didn't want to believe what was just told to him until Luffy spoke again. Remember, Kobe, power can turn good people bad. Luffy finished, allowing Kobe to think about what he just said. They walked in silence until they made it to the gates of the marine base, where Luffy told the guard posted there that they were there to cash in the bounty on Alvida's head. The guard then took them into the base to the cashier, who gave them odd looks after seeing Alvida laying on a thundercloud with lightning binding her. After verifying that it was her, the cashier gave Luffy a bag with 5 million beelie inside, to which Luffy tucked away in his coat. Luffy and Kobe began exiting the marine base when Luffy noticed something in the corner of his eye. As they were walking, Luffy looked to the left to see in the open courtyard is a man tied to a post. Luffy smiled to himself. So, that's Roronoa Zoro, he thought to himself before looking straight ahead as they were about to exit the base. As they exited the base, Kobe was about to say something to Luffy but never got the chance to as Luffy turned left and began walking along the walls until he suddenly stopped in front one of the walls and started climbing it. Kobe started to panic and scream at Luffy. Luffy? What are you doing? Someone will see you. Yelled a panicking Kobe, but instantly became silenced by the words that came out of Luffy's mouth next. So, there you are, Mr. Pirate Hunter, Luffy said as he looked at the man strapped to the cross. Kobe turned pale as he looked over the fence and hoped that Luffy was mistaken someone else of the demon, but from one look of the man, Kobe instantly knew he was the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Zoro was a muscular young man of average height with lightly tanned skin and green hair. He has 3 identical gold earrings on his left earlobe and a green bandana tied around his head. He wore black trousers tucked inside black boots, a plain white shirt with 3 undone buttons at the collar and his green haramaki. The two of them were knocked out of their observation by Zoro's voice. Hey, you two, he said, getting their attention, you're an eyesore. Get lost. He said in a cold voice, making Kobe scream while Luffy just looked bored. Luffy, let us just get out of here, Kobe said to Luffy, who simply ignored him. Then suddenly the two of them heard something hit the side of the wall to their left. When he looked to see what it was, they saw a little girl with a ladder climbing the wall. She then looked towards Luffy and Kobe before she placed her index finger to her lip, telling them to be quiet. Luffy could only stare at the girl as he threw a rope over the wall and climb over. The little girl then began running towards Zoro with a huge smile on her face. She then reached in front of Zoro, who didn't look happy to see her. What do you want? he said to the girl in a harsh voice trying to scare her, but the little girl just kept on smiling. I thought you may be getting hungry now. So, I made you a couple of rice balls, she said as she looked at Zoro. You got a death wish, kid. Scram, he said to her, but she didn't look like she was going to budge an inch. But you haven't eaten anything the whole time you've been tied up. Here, she said as he held up 2 rice balls, I never really made them before, but I did my best, so I think they're fine. She said trying to convince Zoro to take the rice balls. Listen, kid, I'm not hungry. Now stop irritating me and get lost. Zoro yelled at the girl. The little girl's smile vanished for the first time and was replaced with a frown before she spoke. But she began before Zoro interrupted her. Do not make me kick your ass, little girl. Zoro yelled, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes at him. Suddenly the gates of the marine base began to open and 3 figures could be seen entering. Now, no one likes a bully, said the man in the middle of 2 marines, known as Zoro, you seem to be handling this well. Don't you agree? Luffy narrowed his eyes at the group that just entered the base. For some reason, he didn't have a good feeling about them. Looky here, some tasty rice balls. Said the man in the middle as he snatched one of the little girl's rice balls. That's not for you. The little girl screamed at the man. The bit down on the rice ball and the face he made soon after told Luffy that those rice balls did not taste good. He was right as the man immediately spat it out. Ah. Too sweet. It's packed with sugar. You're supposed to use salt, you idiot, salt. The man screamed at the little girl. The little girl looked as though she had just had her heart broken. But I thought it would taste better sweet. The little girl said sadly. The man then snatched the other rice ball from the girl and threw it on the floor before stomping on it, causing the little girl to cry. It seems you haven't read the notice posted today. Anyone found aiding a criminal in any way will be executed. Signed Marine Captain Morgan, the man said, causing the little girl to flinch when he mentioned Morgan's name. The man chuckled at her reaction before speaking again, it seems even you know my dad's name. This got Luffy's attention. So, he is Captain Morgan's son, Luffy said to himself, but loud enough for Kobe to hear. Does that mean he isn't a Marine? Kobe asked. I don't know. However, I highly doubt it seeing as he isn't in Marine uniform. Luffy said as he looked at Kobe. When he turned back to the courtyard he saw one of the Marines that were there with Morgan's son, pick the little girl up and tossed her over the fence, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. He quickly turned his body into lightning and teleported to catch the little girl. He caught her mid-air and landed with her in his arms safely. The little girl smiled at him before she spoke. Wow, thank you, mister, she said happily. Kobe came rushing over to Luffy and the little girl. Kobe, why don't you take this little girl home? There is something I have to do, said a serious Luffy as he turned his body into lightning and vanished. Zoro, who was still tied to the cross, was startled when lightning suddenly struck the ground and the man who had been on the fence earlier appeared in the spot that the lightning had struck. The only thing he could do was stare at the man with eyes the size of dinner plates. How did you do that? Zoro asked. Luffy kept a serious look on his face as he spoke. I ate a devil fruit, said Luffy. Zoro nodded to show that he understood. He had heard of devil fruits but never actually thought they existed. Zoro then looked at Luffy with a serious look before speaking. So, what do you want? He asked. Luffy didn't say anything for about a minute, he just stared at Zoro through narrowed eyes before speaking. Are you really as strong as people say? Luffy asked. Mind your own business. Zoro yelled, causing Luffy to sigh. 10 days, huh? I'll be back, said Luffy before he turned to leave but was stopped by Zoro's voice. Wait, hold on, he said, getting Luffy's attention. Could you pick that up for me? He asked while looking at the crushed rice balls on the ground. Luffy looked at him like he was crazy. You're going to eat this? Luffy asked as the bent down and picked up the squished rice ball. It's mostly mud. He said, causing Zoro to yell at him. Shut up and give it to me. Now, he yelled, causing Luffy's eye to twitch. Luffy then picked up the rice ball and fed it to him while doing his best not to stab a lightning-coated fist through Zoro's chest. After Zoro ate the muddy rice ball he looked to meet the emotionless eyes of Luffy before speaking once more. Tell the little girl they were delicious, he said. Luffy didn't show any emotion on the outside, but he smiled on the inside. He then turned his body into lighting and teleported to Kobe and the little girl. Time skip. 2 hours later. Zoro was looking up at the clouds in the sky as they passed by when suddenly out of the clear blue sky, Zoro saw a bolt of lighting coming towards him. His eyes widened and he started trying to get free of the ropes. The bolt of lighting then struck the same spot that it had struck 2 hours ago. And people said lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. Zoro thought jokingly to himself as he looked up to see the same man from before standing there with the same emotionless look on his face, but this time Zoro noticed something different about the man. He couldn't figure out what was different. He had the same straw hat on his head, the same captain's coat, the same sword on his side, along with the same gun. Everything was the same down to the emotionless look on his face, but it was at that very same time Zoro was able to get a look of the man's eyes. Before they lacked any ounce of emotion, they were the cold eyes of a man who would kill you without a second thought, but now, however, his eyes were filled with anger. Zoro didn't know what scared him more, the thought of this man being able to kill anyone without a second thought when he is going about his normal day, or the thought of that same man being angry. Zoro decided to swallow his fear and speak. "You again, what do you want?" Zoro asked. Luffy began walking forward until he stood only a few feet away from Zoro before he spoke. "I have an offer for you," Luffy said, surprising Zoro. That idiot son was never planning on following through on his end of the deal. "He was going to have you executed tomorrow," Luffy said, causing Zoro's eyes to widen before he started thrashing around and yelling. "That sniveling little bastard," he yelled. "When I get my hands him he is going to wish his daddy had flushed him down the toilet like he should have," Zoro said, causing Luffy to chuckle before he spoke. "And how are you going to do all that tied up her?" Luffy said with a smirk on his face before continuing, "By the way, when I heard he was going to execute you tomorrow, I knocked a few teeth down his throat. So, there is a good chance your execution got moved up to today," Luffy said, causing Zoro's eyes to widen even further. "Untie me so I can kick that bastard's ass," he yelled, causing Luffy to chuckle once more. "This is where my offer comes in. I can untie you and let you live, but you're going to have to join my crew," Luffy said, causing Zoro to clam down a bit before speaking. "What crew?" he asked. "I am putting together a pirate crew and I am looking for people to join up." "So, what's your answer?" Luffy asked. Zoro stayed silent for a minute before answering. "Listen, that idiot son took my swords. If you can get them back I'll join your crew," Zoro said, causing Luffy to smile before turning his body into lighting and teleported away. Upon the roof of the marine base, every marine that was present on the base could be seen raising a giant statue of Captain Morgan made of stone. Standing off to the side looking at his men working was the captain in charge of the marine base, Axe Hand Morgan. Morgan was a very tall and muscular, intimidating man with blonde hair and a steel jaw. His right hand is replaced by a huge steel axe, the handle of which seems to go right through his forearm. He wore a large billowing coat like a cape. Laying on the ground behind Morgan the crying form of his son Helmeppo. "Now stand it up, men. Display my greatness for the world to see," Morgan yelled at his men. As the marines were in the process of pulling the giant statue upright, a bolt of lightning struck the center of the statue, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Just when everyone thought things couldn't get any stranger, standing in the spot where the lightning had struck was Luffy looking at everyone. "What is this god-awful thing that I am standing on?" Luffy asked as he started examining the statue before he spoke. "No one will miss something this ugly," he said as he raised his right leg in the air and coated it with armament Haki. He then stomped his leg on the statue, causing every marine there to start sweating. At first, it looked like nothing happened, which caused a few marines to release a sigh of relief, but after 5 seconds later the entire statue suddenly crumbled to dust. Morgan was shaking with rage before yelling out. "Kill him," he yelled, and every marine drew their weapons. When everyone looked at the spot that Luffy was standing, they saw that he was gone from there and was now standing by the door with Helmeppo. "I need you to show me where Zoro's swords are," Luffy said as he began walking through the door with Helmeppo over his shoulders. Luffy was calmly walking through the halls of the marine base, as though he didn't have a trouble in the world. "Where are Zoro's swords?" Luffy asked Helmeppo. "They are in my room. It is the door coming up on your left," Helmeppo said. As they stood in front of the door, Luffy kicked it open before tossing Helmeppo inside. Luffy then sent a wave of Conqueror's Haki towards him, making him pass out. Luffy looked around the room and noticed it was extremely girly. The walls were pink, the furniture was pink with flowers on them, everything about this room said it belonged to a girl. Luffy though Helmeppo lied to him and took him to the wrong room, however, when Luffy saw the 3 swords braced against the wall he knew he was in the right place. Luffy grabbed the swords and looked out the window to see something that made his eyes widen. Standing in the courtyard where Zoro was tied up was a very scared Kobe surrounded by marines along with Morgan himself. The marines were beginning to take aim to fire on Zoro and Kobe. Luffy opened the window and immediately turned his body into lightning before teleporting to the courtyard. Kobe and Zoro stared as the marines took aim and were prepared to fire their guns when all of a sudden Luffy appeared in front of them with his usual lightning strike, putting Kobe and Zoro at ease for a bit while startling the marines. "Pirate the kid with the straw hat," Morgan yelled at his men. Luffy immediately covered his body in armament Haki and waited for the guns to fire. He didn't have to wait long because, seconds after Morgan gave the order, every marine with a gun pulled the trigger. What happened next made everyone's eyes widen. The bullets that were fired at Luffy hit him but did no damage. They simply fell to the ground squished as though they hit a metal wall. "That won't work on me," Luffy said as he stared at them with the cold eyes of a killer. "Just who are you?" Zoro asked with eyes the size of dinner plates. Luffy turned him and used one of Zoro's swords to cut him free before speaking. "The name is Monkey D. Luffy," Luffy said as he handed the swords to Zoro, "and I'm going to be king of the pirates." Before Zoro could say anything to Luffy, Morgan gave his men new orders. "If bullets won't work, then use your swords." As he said that, all the marines drew their swords and charged Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe. Before they could reach the Luffy and Kobe, they were intercepted by Zoro, who held off each of their swords with all three of his. Luffy was amazed by the fact he was using 3 swords. Zoro held 2 katanas in his hands, while the third one he placed in his mouth. Luffy was brought out as observation by Zoro's voice. "Make one move and you die," Zoro said to the marines in a cold voice that made a few of them start crying. He then turned his attention towards Luffy before speaking again. "Today I officially become a criminal because I fought against the marines. So, I'll become a pirate, that I can promise you, but I want you to know one thing. While I am with you, I dedicate myself to is fulfilling my ambition," he said. Luffy turned and looked at him before speaking. "Which is?" Luffy asked. Zoro smiled and spoke with a lot of determination. "To become the world's greatest swordsman and nothing less," he said, aching Luffy smile before replying. "The king of the pirates would have no less on his crew," Luffy said. Luffy and Zoro were once again interrupted by Morgan's voice. "What are you waiting for, men? Kill them," he yelled. All of his men backed away from Zoro, allowing him to stand up before they spoke in a scared tone. "Sir, we can't beat them," said one marine. "Yea, they're monsters," said another one. "We will only die if we face them," said one more marine. By now Morgan was shaking with rage. "This is a direct order. Every marine who is spouting weakness, pull out your gun and shoot yourself in the head," Morgan yelled. At first, Luffy thought he was crazy to give an order like that because no one was stupid enough to follow such an order, but Luffy was surprised when he saw the marines actually brought their guns up to shoot themselves. "What a bunch of idiots," Luffy thought to himself as he watches the marines shakingly held up their guns to shoot themselves. Luffy quickly sent out a controlled blast of Conqueror's Haki towards the marines, making each of them pass out on the ground foaming at the mouth. Morgan's eyes widened when he saw his men passing out. He looked to see if it was Zoro who did something, but Zoro was just as much surprised as he was. He then looked towards Luffy only to see him calmly walking towards him. "The leader who cares so little for the lives of his own men is nothing but scum," Luffy said in a tone that sent shivers up Morgan's spine. Morgan quickly caught himself and swallowed his fear before speaking. "They were weaklings, all that matters in this world is power and titles. A weakling like you could never understand that," Morgan yelled before charging towards Luffy, but stopped dead in his tracks when Luffy spoke. "That downwards chop from your right hand won't do anything," Luffy said, making Morgan's eyes grew wide as dinner plates. While Morgan was frozen in fear, Luffy never stopped once while walking towards him. Luffy then covered his palm in lighting before disappearing from everyone's sight. Luffy then appeared to Morgan's right and with his lighting-coated palm, he sliced off Morgan's right hand from his elbow. Morgan yelled out in pain and tried to jump back to put some distance between him and Luffy, but he didn't get to go far because Luffy was already behind him with his arm pulled back ready to strike. "Chidori," he yelled as he stabbed his hand through Morgan's chest. Zoro and Kobe stared wide-eyed as they watched Luffy pulled her hand from Morgan's chest, letting his lifeless body lay there in a pool of his own blood. Luffy then pulled out a handkerchief from his coat and began wiping the blood off his hands. He then looked at the dead body of Morgan before speaking in a cold, emotionless voice. "Scum like you don't deserve to live," he said before he began walking back towards Zoro and Kobe. As he was walking back towards them, the marine soldiers who were unconscious on the ground began to regain consciousness. When they woke up and saw the body of their dead captain on the ground instead of them trying to extract revenge on Luffy like he had expected, they began cheering and thanking Luffy for freeing them from Morgan's reign. "It seems they were all scared of Morgan before we showed up," said Kobe, getting Luffy's attention. Just as Luffy was about to reply, he heard something hit the ground next to him. When he looked over to see what it was, his first mate passed out on the ground. "Well, we better get him some food," said Luffy as he picked Zoro up and slung him over his shoulder before heading to the bar that the little girl from earlier, who he learned was named Rika, mother owned. Time skip. 15 minutes. "Oh, I am stuffed," said Zoro as he sat at the table with an empty plate in front of him. "Having not eaten in 3 weeks, I was ready to munch down on my bootstrap," he said, earning giggles from Rika and her mother. Luffy sat across from him with a bottle of whiskey and a glass half filled with whiskey. Luffy couldn't help but smile at his first mate antics. Zoro then turned towards Luffy and spoke. "So, how many others have you gathered for this crew beside me?" Zoro asked. Luffy took a sip of his whiskey before reply. "Just you," he replied before taking another sip of his whiskey. Zoro looked at Luffy like he was crazy. "So, you and I are what amounts to a pirate crew?" Zoro asked. I can take on an entire fleet of Navy battleships by myself, and when I am done with you, you will be able to do the same," Luffy said in a serious voice. If anyone else had said something like that, Zoro would have thought they were crazy, but after meeting Luffy, Zoro doesn't think anything can surprise him anymore. Just as Zoro was about to say something, a group of Marines entered the bar and looked Luffy. It didn't look all that bothered by their presence. "Hey, you there, we heard you fellas are actually pirates. Is this rumor true?" A Marine who Luffy guessed was the highest ranking officer on the base after Morgan said. "Yeah, we are," Luffy replied before taking a sip of his whiskey. "We appreciate everything you did to save our town from that horrible tyrant who terrorized us all for so long. However, now that we know you are pirates as Marines, we cannot sit idly by and watch you go about your business. Therefore, you and your crew will need to leave this town immediately, and out of respect for what you have done, we will not report you to headquarters," said the Marine, causing the people who were outside to begin to protest. Luffy then raised his hand, getting all of them to be quiet before he spoke. "That's okay everyone, we were planning on leaving anyway, however, before we go there is something I need to do," Luffy said before he reached into his coat, making all of the Marines there nervous. He then pulled out a transponder snail and placed it on the table before dialing a number. The snail began to ring for about 10 seconds before someone picked out. "Hello," said a man on the other end of the transponder snail. Luffy smiled before replying. "Is this Vice Admiral Garp?" Luffy said, making every Marine and civilian's eyes to widen the size of dinner plates. "This is him." "Who is this?" Garp asked. Luffy grinned before replying. "Your grandson," Luffy said, making everyone's jaw dropped. Luffy chuckled at their reaction. "Luffy?" Garp yelled through the transponder snail, "You brat, how dare you leave the island and join that red-haired bastard, huh?" Garp said, making Luffy roll his eyes before replying. "I miss you too, Grandpa." Luffy said with a smile, making Garp chuckle. "Anyway, I called because I knew you always wanted me to join the Marines, but that's not going to happen." Luffy said, making Garp growl on the other end of the line. "However, I found my replacement for you," Luffy said while looking at Kobe, making his eyes widen. "Oh, and just who is this replacement?" Garp asked. "A kid named Kobe. He is a bit weak and a bit of a coward, but I think you like him," Luffy said. Garp didn't say anything for about 30 seconds before he sighed and replied. "I'll take him, and just you watch when I'm done with him, he'll kick your ass up and down the Grand Line," Garp said, making Luffy chuckled. "He is in Shell's Town in the East Blue. By the way, Shell's Town is going to need a new Marine captain. I had to kick Morgan's ass," Luffy said. "I don't even want to know why," Garp said. Luffy smiled before speaking again. "Well, I got to go, Gramps. I'm sure you and I are going to cross paths soon, so, until then," Luffy said, making Garp chuckle. "Take care of yourself, brat," Garp said before hanging up. Luffy placed the snail back in his coat before standing up and walking over to Kobe. He reached in his coat and pulled out the bag of money he got from Alvida's bounty and handed it to Kobe before he spoke. "Here, take this, you deserve it after all she put you through," Luffy said, making Kobe's eyes filled with tears. Kobe didn't get to say anything before Luffy turned towards Zoro and spoke. "Get your things, we are leaving," he said. Zoro then grabbed his swords and stood up to leave. Luffy then turned to the Marines and spoke. "Take care of Kobe until my grandfather shows up, will ya?" he said as he and Zoro began walking out the door. The Marines could only nod their head dumbly. As they are walking down the road towards the docks, Luffy began summoning his thunder cloud. When they arrived, Zoro had his jaw on the ground at the sight of a thunder cloud. He almost passed out when Luffy got into the cloud. That's your ship?" Zoro stuttered out. Luffy chuckled before speaking. "It's temporary until we get a real one," he said as Zoro got in and sat in the seat that Kobe sat in while Luffy was on his throne. "Well, Captain, where to next?" Zoro asked as he sat his swords down in the cloud. "Orange Town, I need to see a certain clown," Luffy said in a serious voice. Luffy and Zoro were traveling towards Orange Town at about 80 miles per hour, just about 20 feet above the water. Zoro was laying back in the cloud napping, while Luffy was sitting on his throne with a glass of whiskey in his hand looking out up at the sky. Luffy then turned to the sleeping form of Zoro and spoke. "Boy, wake up," Luffy said, causing Zoro to turn over on his side while mumbling something Luffy couldn't understand. Luffy then took on an evil smirk on his face before pointing his right index finger at Zoro. At the tip of Luffy's index finger, electric blue sparks could be seen building up before a small bolt of lightning shot out of Luffy's finger and slammed into Zoro's behind, causing him to yelp in pain. Zoro immediately sprang to his feet with all three swords drawn ready for an attack. Luffy had an amused look on his face as he looked at Zoro. He gave a small chuckle before speaking to his first mate. "Relax, Zoro, it was me," Luffy said, making Zoro resheathe his swords before yelling at Luffy. "Why the hell did you do that?" Zoro yelled. "I tried waking you up the normal way, but you wouldn't wake up, so I had to get creative," Luffy said as he took a sip of his whiskey. He then tossed a cup towards Zoro before speaking again. "The barrel on your right has food and the one on your left has booze," Luffy said, while pointing at the two barrels that Lucky Root gave to him. Zoro thanked him before taking some meat from the barrel to eat along with a cup of booze to drink. While Zoro was eating, Luffy thought it would be a good idea to let him know the plan going to Orange Town. "We are going to arrive in Orange 2 in about 30 minutes. The pirate who we are going there to see is Buggy, the clown. He has a 15 million beelie on his head," Luffy said, making Zoro take on a serious look on his face before speaking. "And why exactly are we going to meet him?" Zoro asked with a raised eyebrow. Luffy took a sip of his whiskey before replying. "I've heard a lot about him from my mentor. If he is as good a pirate as I expect him to be, I'll ask him to join the crew. If he is not, however, we kick his ass and cash in the bounty on him and his crew," Luffy said with a smirk. Zoro took a bite into the piece of meat he had in his hand before giving Luffy his opinion. "And what if he is the pirate you expect him to be, but he doesn't want to join the crew?" Zoro asked. "Simple, we kick his ass and take his bounty," Luffy said, making Zoro chuckle. "From now on, anyone with a bounty on their head we are going to cash in. In this cloud right now there is 800 million beelie that I got from a few pirates in the Grand Line," Luffy said, making Zoro spit out all of the booze he had in his mouth and look at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. 800 million beelie?" Zoro asked in a surprised voice, to which Luffy nodded before speaking. "Yay, I plan on clearing out the big bounties in the East Blue before we head into the Grand Line. I highly doubt we will find a suitable ship that will survive the Grand Line. Too, a lot of that money will be spent on first buying a ship, repairing it, and then eventually we are going to need a new one. However, if we are lucky to find one that could survive the Grand Line, then all we will need to worry about is the repairs," Luffy said, earning a nod from Zoro, saying he understood. "That being said, getting a ship and maintaining it is my responsibility as captain, so any opponent the crew face that has a bounty on their heads gets to keep the bounty for themselves. The treasure looted is divided among the crew equally," Luffy said. Zoro drank the last of his booze before speaking. "That sounds good, Captain," Zoro said with a smile, making Luffy smile as well. The two of them traveled for about 10 more minutes before they reached the shores of the Orange Town, or what used to be Orange Town. The entire town looked like a tornado passed through it. Zoro and Luffy stepped out of the cloud and began walking into the town. While walking, Luffy sent a command to the cloud to stay in the skies about the island. When they reached the town, they realized that it was abandoned. There was not a soul in sight. The only thing there was a lot of destroyed houses and vandalized buildings. Luffy sighed and tilted his hand down a bit to cast a shadow over his eyes before he spoke in a cold, menacing tone. "It would seem Buggy is not the man I thought he was," Luffy said as they continued to walk through the town. "Seems we will be 15 million beelie richer than we were a few minutes ago," Luffy said, causing Zoro to chuckle. "Hopefully there is someone strong on his crew for me to face," said Zoro while placing his hand on his swords. Luffy and Zoro were brought out of their conversation by a group of people running towards them. It appeared to be 3 members of Buggy's crew were chasing a girl about Luffy's age. The girl had short hair with a particularly curled strand over the left side of her face, and she was about 5'6" in height. She wore an orange miniskirt with 2 white rings on each side, filled in with orange, and a short-sleeved white shirt with blue stripes. Zoro and Luffy looked at the group with a curious expression on their faces. As the group got closer, Luffy saw a rolled-up paper in the girl's hand that was about to size to be a map of some kind. It was then Luffy understood why she was being chased. She must have stolen an important map from Buggy, and now he is going to kill her. "Oh well, that's none of my business," Luffy thought as they kept walking forward. When the group got even closer, Luffy noticed the evil smirk on the girl's face as she looked at him and Zoro and couldn't stop himself from sighing. "This girl is going to involve us, isn't she?" Luffy asked himself. The moment Luffy finished his thought, the girl stopped in front of him and spoke in a relieved tone. "Oh hey, boss. Thanks for coming to save me," the girl said, earning a raised eyebrow from Zoro and Luffy, as well as the 3 pirates that were chasing her. Before Luffy had the chance to say anything, the girl spoke again. "They're all yours now, boss, have fun," she said before taking off running. Luffy sighed before he looked at Zoro and nodded. Before the 3 pirates knew what hit them, they were laying on the floor in a pool of their own blood, while Zoro stood behind them resheathing his swords. "What a pain," Zoro said as he looked over at Luffy. "I thought you said I was the only member of your crew," Zoro said to Luffy. "You are," Luffy said as they looked up on the roof of one of the houses and just kept staring there. "Then who was that girl?" Zoro asked as he walked and stood next to Luffy and looked at the roof of the house to see what he was looking at. "No idea," Luffy said. As he said that, the girl from before popped her head over the roof to peep and see if Luffy and Zoro were dead yet. To her surprise, they were still alive, and the 3 pirates that were previously chasing her were laying on the ground an inch away from death. She then looked over at Luffy and shivered when her eyes met the cold eyes of the boy in the straw hat. She then took another look at the 3 pirates before speaking. You guys are really strong. She said as she jumped down from the roof and landed on the balcony of the house. Even though you were outnumbered and they had sabers, you were able to beat them, the girl said. Luffy kept the emotionless look on his face before he spoke. It's the girl who set us up a few minutes ago, Luffy said. Who are you? Luffy asked, causing the girl to put on a wide smile before replying. I'm a talented thief who steals strictly from pirates, the name's Nami. She said happily. Luffy was about to speak, but before he could the girl spoke again in an excited tone. Hey. Do you guys want to team up with me, she asked, sounding very excited by the prospect. Luffy turned around preparing to walk away before he spoke. Thanks for the offer, but I have no use for a thief, especially one who puts the lives to two innocent civilians in danger just to save her own skin, Luffy said before walking away with Zoro. Nami clenched her fist and looked down at the ground, feeling a bit ashamed when Luffy said that. She then looked up to see Luffy and Zoro walking away. These were two really strong guys who could really help her in achieving her goal, and she was not about to let an opportunity like this go to waste just because they saw a part of her that really wasn't her. She jumped off the balcony and yelled at them while running to catch up with them. Wait. Hold on. I'm not like that. She yelled while running towards them. At least think about my offer for a bit before you reject it, she said as she finally caught up to them. Luffy and Zoro stopped walking and turned towards her before Luffy spoke. Listen Nami, I'm sure you are a nice girl and all, but like I said before, I don't have any use for a thief. Unless you have some other skill that may be useful on the open sea, I don't see us working together, Luffy said with a sigh. He knew he couldn't judge her based on that first encounter, that wouldn't have been fair for her. Nami smiled widely, which told Luffy she had a skill that may be useful. I am the most skilled navigator you will ever meet. Nami said proudly with a huge smile on her face. Luffy looked at her and smiled back before speaking. A navigator? Now that is someone I am looking for, said Luffy, making Nami's smile grew wider, but her smile immediately vanished when Luffy spoke again. How about you join my crew? I have been looking for a navigator, Luffy said. The moment he said that, Nami stopped smiling and yelled at Luffy. No. She said, confusing Luffy, I take it you two are pirates? She asked, earning a nod from Luffy and Zoro. Nami clenched her fist and yelled at Luffy and Zoro, there is nothing in this world I despise more than pirates. I only like money and tangerines. She yelled out, causing Luffy to look at her with sad eyes. It was obvious that pirates did something to her or someone close to her. That was the common occurrence in the world, pirates raid a village and destroy the lives of many innocent people, causing them to develop a sense of hatred towards all pirates. Luffy placed his hand on her shoulder before he spoke to her in a more comforting voice, instead of his usual cold, emotionless one. You know, not all pirates are bad like the ones you met, Luffy said, causing her to look up at him with wide eyes. How did you know I have met bad pirates? She asked, yelled. Luffy sighed and looked around before he spoke. Let us not talk in the open like this. I am sure you don't want Boogie's pirates to find you, Luffy said as he started walking towards one of the abandoned house. Zoro, who had remained silent throughout the whole ordeal, followed his captain into the house, and behind him, a very confused and angry Nami followed as well. The group entered the house that a family had abandoned in hope of getting away from Boogie. There were pictures on the wall of the family of four, along with a well-stocked liquor cabinet to which Luffy decided to examine. While examining the cabinet, Luffy's eyes were as wide as dinner plates, Zoro noticed and decided to check on his captain. You okay there, Captain? Zoro asked. Luffy took a bottle out of the cabinet and showed it to Zoro before he spoke. This is a bottle of Suntory Yamazaki 12-year-old single malt whiskey. Luffy said excitedly, causing Zoro and Nami to roll their eyes at his behavior. Yeah, so what? It's just whiskey, Nami said, earning a gasp from Luffy. Just whiskey? Just whiskey? Luffy yelled out, startling Namor and Zoro. In the short time that Zoro knew Luffy, he rarely if ever saw Luffy express any emotion. So, to see him here right now without the impassive look on his face was something Zoro knew he wouldn't see again for a while. This bottle of whiskey cost 250,000 belies. Luffy yelled out, making both of their eyes widen at the price. Nami's eyes turned into beely signs at the thought of selling that bottle. Luffy noticed the look in Nami's eyes and immediately shouted at her. Don't you even think about it, Nami. He yelled, knocking her out of her thought. Luffy then walked over to the dining room table, sat down and poured some of the whiskey into a glass. He looked over to Zoro to see him with a bottle of sake in his hands as he sat down next to Luffy and guessed that Zoro prefers sake instead of whiskey. Luffy then looked at Nami, who didn't sit down next to them, opting to stand by the window and look out. Luffy took a sip of his drink and smiled at the taste. He was interrupted from his whiskey enjoyment by Nami's voice. So, are you going to tell me how you knew I met a bad pirate? She asked. Before Luffy could answer her question, she spoke once more again, as far as I am concerned, all pirates are nothing more than scum. All they do is ruin the lives of innocent people and then leave happily, Nami said with a lot of anger and hate in her voice. Before she could speak again, Luffy decided to say something. I'm guessing the pirates you've met were the scum of the earth and they hurt you or someone close to you. I can understand why you hate pirates so much, but you shouldn't judge all pirates based on your interaction with one, Luffy said as he looked at Nami from the corner of his eye. It was 10 years ago a group of pirates came to my hometown. At first we were all scared of them and thought they were going to raid the village and kill everyone, but instead, they were nice guys who played with the kids and helped out around the village. They stayed there for about 2 months, and when they left they took me with them and taught me everything I know, Luffy said, surprising both Nami and Zoro. Nami looked at Luffy with complete shock and jealousy written all over her face. Why couldn't pirates like them come to our village instead of that monster? Nami thought to herself angrily. She was brought out of her thought by Luffy's voice. This straw hat was given to me by the captain of the pirate crew as a promise. A promise to meet each other again when I become king of the pirates. Luffy said as he held the straw hat in his hand while smiling fondly at it, I cherish this hat more than my own life. It's my treasure, Luffy said as he places the straw hat back on his head and turned to Nami and spoke. So Nami, join my crew and let's turn this whole world upside down, Luffy said with a huge grin on his face. Nami saw his smile and couldn't stop herself from smiling back at him. I will never stoop so low as to become a pirate, Nami said, causing Luffy to frown. However, she continued, making Luffy's face brighten up once more in hope of her joining. I don't see why we can't team up in order to achieve our common goal, Nami said, making Luffy smile widely at her before he looked at Zoro and raised his glass. Here is to our new navigator. He said as him and Zoro drank what was left in their glasses. Luffy then stood up, took the expensive bottle of whiskey and placed it into his coat. Nami saw this and looked at him strangely. Luffy saw the way she was looking at him and spoke. What? I'm a pirate, he said, causing her to shake her head. So, what is the order, Captain? Zoro asked as he stood up with his captain. Luffy dropped a smile on his face and took on his emotionless look once again before he spoke. Let's see Buggy and kick his ass, he said as he began to walk out of the house. Zoro smiled at the chance of a fight while Nami looked absolutely terrified. The Buggy? She asked in a scared voice. Luffy looked at her and spoke. Yay, he is the reason we came here. I was going to ask him to join my crew, but after seeing what he has done here, I am going to kick his ass, Luffy said as they continued to walk towards where Buggy and his crew were staying. The group walked for about 3 minutes when they finally arrived in front of a drinking pub which Buggy and his crew seemed to have occupied the roof of the place. Luffy looked up at the roof and yelled out, Boogie. The music that was playing on the roof stopped and Luffy could see the silhouette of a group of people walking towards the edge of the roof. Finally, the group came into view and Luffy and the crew saw Buggy standing in the center of the group. Buggy was a slim yet muscular blue-haired man with an appearance resembling that of a clown. He had a big red nose on his face, which Luffy learned from Shanks is his real nose. Buggy's face was covered in makeup, he had crossbones going down his face forming an X. He also had 2 blue lines near both of his eyes, red lipstick and his Jolly Roger on his hat. In his pirate captain attire, he dons a striped white and red shirt with short sleeves, white gloves, a sash around his waist like many other pirates, and a pair of loose pants reaching to his calves, just above a pair of striped socks and pointy shoes. He also has a scarf around his neck. Hanging from his shoulders there is an orange fur-lined captain's coat. On his head, he has an orange hat with his Jolly Roger on it, over a neckerchief with the same pattern of his shirt. Who is that shouting the name of the great Captain Buggy? Buggy asked as he stood on the edge of the building looking down at the group. Wow, Shanks was right, you do have a big red nose, Luffy said, pointing at Buggy's nose. Everyone on Buggy's crew started to sweat a bit and looked at Buggy with a fearful look in their eyes. What did you say about my nose? Buggy yelled while pointing at Luffy, and how dare you mention that bastard's name in front of me? Buggy asked again, even angrier than before. I said you have a big red nose, Luffy said, making Buggy shake with rage, and as for Shanks, I'm his apprentice, Luffy said proudly. Buggy stopped for a second before he started chuckling, making Luffy raise his eyebrow. Men. Prepare the Buggy ball. He yelled out to his men. His crew brought a cannon forward and aimed it at Luffy. Another crew member brought a red cannonball with Buggy's Jolly Roger on it and placed it into the cannon. Now fire the Buggy ball. He yelled, causing one of his crew member to light the fuse. Zoro then stepped forward and spoke. I got this, Captain, he said as he unsheathed one of his swords. As the cannon fired, the Buggy ball was racing towards the group but was intercepted by Zoro, who sliced it into 2 halves, causing it to miss Luffy and Nami and hit the 2 buildings behind them. Buggy looked like he was about to throw a fit about his precious Buggy ball being so easily cut, but Luffy spoke before he could. You know, Zoro, I would like to avoid doing any more damages to this town. So, how about you let me handle the Buggy balls from now on? Okay. Luffy said as he stared at the houses destroyed by that one ball. Luffy then turned towards Buggy and spoke. You know Buggy, you are not what I had expected. From what Rayleigh and Shanks told me about you, I expected you to be some legendary pirate with a 500 million Beely bounty on his head. But instead, here you are in the weakest sea of them all terrorizing innocent civilians. And to think you were once a crew member on Gold D. Roger's crew, Luffy said in a disappointed tone while surprising everyone there from the members of Buggy's crew to Zoro and Nami. Buggy took on a fearful look before yelling out at Luffy. Hey. Be quiet about that. The Navy will execute me for sure if they find out about that. Buggy said. Before Luffy could say anything, Buggy's crew shouted out in unison. Captain. You were a member of the King of the Pirates ship, they all shouted out in unison, making Buggy almost want to kill them. Luffy raised his eyebrow at their reaction before speaking. Didn't tell your own crew, Luffy said while walking forward. You are a disgrace to call yourself a captain, Buggy, Luffy said as he stood next to Zoro. Buggy was beyond angry, Luffy could have sworn he saw steam come out of his ears. Buggy then turned towards his crew and yelled out an order. Fire another Buggy ball. He yelled out, making a member of his crew load another one of the special cannonballs into the cannon and fire it at Luffy. Zoro was about to act, but Luffy put his hand up, making him stop to see what Luffy was going to do. Zoro then saw Luffy's forearm turn pitch black. Luffy then did something that made everyone present widen their eyes. He caught the cannonball with his bare hand before tossing it into the air for it to explode. Buggy's eyes were almost popping out of its sockets and his jaw was to the floor, but somehow he barely managed to stutter out something loud enough for everyone to hear. Haki. He said, causing Luffy to smirk before he replied. Did I forget to mention I am from the New World? Asked smugly as he looked at Buggy's entire crew and sent a wave of conquerors Haki, knocking everyone out except for Buggy, a man on a unicycle and a man who was trying to wake the unconscious lion. Buggy stared at his men as they fell one by one, foaming at the mouth. The conquerors speared. Buggy thought to himself before turning towards the man on the unicycle and yelling out orders. Kabaji. Kill them. He yelled, and the man now named Kabaji jumped off the roof with his unicycle and charged towards Luffy's group. Luffy turned towards Zoro and nodded. Zoro then ran forward to meet him with all three swords drawn. Luffy stood back and watched as Zoro and Kabaji fought. Luffy immediately picked up that Kabaji wasn't a true swordsman, instead, he is a trickster who uses a sword. As the fight was going on, Luffy saw Buggy's hand was flying towards Zoro and quickly turned his body into lightning, surprising Nami and Buggy, and teleported just about Buggy's detached hand and stomped on it with his foot. He then looked up at Buggy and spoke in a voice that lacked any ounce of emotion. If you want to fight someone, I'll happily fight you, Luffy said. Nami was watching the whole encounter with eyes the size of dinner plates. First Luffy catches a cannonball with his bare hands, then he makes everyone pass out by just looking at them, then Buggy's hand detached from his body, and now Luffy turned his body into lighting. These people aren't human, she thought to herself before yelling out to the group. What are you people? He yelled, making Buggy and Luffy look at her. Luffy was the first to speak. I ate the rumble fruit. So, I'm a lightning man, Luffy said, surprising both Buggy and her. Buggy then cleared his throat and spoke. I ate the chop fruit. I'm a chop man. Buggy said proudly. Nami never thought devil fruits were real, she always thought they were just stories that the pirates told. Luffy seeing Nami's stressed out look and decided to have her think about something else. Hey, Nami, Luffy said, getting her attention, why don't you handle the guy trying to wake up his lion? Seeing as how badly he wants that lion to wake up, tell me the lion probably does more of the fighting than him, so it should be easy. Plus he is not paying attention, so sneak up on him or something, Luffy said, knocking her out of her worrying only to have her yell at him. And why should I do that? She said. Luffy smiled at her before speaking. Because, if you do, I will let you keep all the treasure we take from Buggy, Luffy said, making Nami's eyes turn into the Beely sign before running off to the guy with the lion. Luffy then looked over at Zoro to see he had already beat his opponent and was now sitting against one of the buildings watching Luffy and Buggy. Help her if she needs it, he said, earning a nod from Zoro. Luffy then turned towards Buggy and unsheathed his sword, allowing Zoro to see it for the first time. It was a pitch-black katana with a thick line of sliver, showing the sharpness of the blade. The katana looked like it could cut through gold like a hot knife through butter. Buggy saw the katana and smirked. The fool, didn't he hear me say I am a chop man? Swords don't work on me, he thought as he watched Luffy raise his foot, releasing his hand from under it before he turned his body into lighting and appeared in front of Buggy with his sword in the air. Instead of dodging the attack, Buggy stood there unmoving. Luffy noticed this and changed his swing to only nick Buggy's cheek. When Buggy felt blood running down his face, he immediately felt it, making sure he was cut and not just feeling things. He then looked at Luffy with a fearful look and spoke. How? He asked. Luffy smiled and spoke. Because I am a lightning man, I control lighting. There isn't a metal out there that can withstand my lightning and not melt. Well, there is only two, Luffy said, surprising Buggy and Zoro. Gold, which my sword is obviously not made from, and Luffy then took on a smirk on his face before continuing. See prism stone, Luffy said, making Buggy's eyes widen. Luffy then touched the tip of the sword to Buggy's chest, causing him to drop to the ground, feeling as though all the energy in his body just left him. Luffy then channeled his lighting through his sword, causing it to light up with electric blue sparks before he spoke. "Bind," he said, causing 3 bolts of lighting to sprout from the tip of his sword and wrap itself around Buggy, holding him in place. He then walked over to Kabaji and did the same thing to him and the man who Nami fought. Luffy then looked over to Buggy, who was struggling to get free of the binds, and spoke. "Don't try," he said, getting Buggy's attention. "Those lighting are infused with Haki, effectively neutralizing your devil fruit power," Luffy said, making Buggy's eyes widen in shock. He was about to scream, but Luffy spoke before he could. "You see, I have an ability that other Logia users don't. I can infuse Haki into my element without having it being connected to me," Luffy said, confusing Buggy. Luffy saw the confusion and decided to elaborate. For example, Navy Admiral Aokiji is an ice Logia user and he can infuse Haki into his ice, but he has to be touching his ice to do that, and the second he lets go of the ice, the Haki is gone from the ice as well. Me, on the other hand, when I let go of my lighting, my Haki is still there, Luffy said, surprising everyone there. Luffy then turned to his crew and spoke. "We are going to cash in their bounty, then head to Gecko Island," Luffy said, earning a raised eyebrow from Zoro. "Why are you going there?" he asked. Luffy smiled and spoke. "To pick up our sniper," he said. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are currently traveling on Luffy's Thunder Cloud towards Gecko Islands after cashing in the bounty on Buggy and his crew. Luffy had then split up the bounty between the 3 of them, with Zoro getting 8 million for defeating Kabaji, Nami getting another 8 million for defeating a man who Luffy learned was Moji the Beast Tamer, and Luffy got 15 million for defeating Buggy. Luffy had allowed Nami to keep half of the treasure she had found on Buggy's ship, while Luffy made her leave the other half behind for the townspeople. The group was about 2 miles off the northern shore of the island and were traveling at about 40 miles per hour. Soon as the island came into view, Zoro turned towards Luffy, who was sitting on his throne, and spoke. "So remind me again, why are we going to this island?" Zoro said, getting both Nami and Luffy's attention. Luffy looked at him and sighed before replying. "Like I told you earlier, we are going to the island to hopefully pick up a sniper," Luffy said. Nami then looked at him with a raised eyebrow before she spoke. "Hopefully?" she asked. Luffy then nodded his head before speaking. "I don't know if he is going to want to join. Hell, I am just hoping he is a sniper like his dad and want to be a pirate," Luffy said before he pulled out a glass and poured some whiskey in it and took a sip before he began to speak again. "And we are going to try to get a ship on that island as well," Luffy said, causing Zoro to nod his head and trusting his captain, while Nami took on a disappointed look on her face. She then looked at Luffy and spoke. "Why we need a ship?" she asked. She ran her hands on the surface of the cloud. "I mean, this cloud is way better," she said. Luffy looked at her with an impassive look on his face before he spoke in a monotone voice. "You may feel it is way better because you aren't the one who is keeping it together and flying it," Luffy said. Nami didn't say anything else, she just turned and faced forward. After traveling for a few more minutes before they arrived on the shores of Gecko Island. As they stepped onto the shore, Luffy sensed 4 individuals hiding on the cliff above them. "Be careful, we are being watched," he said, getting their attention. Zoro placed his hand on his swords, while Nami placed her hand to her side, getting ready to pull out the staff she had folded and strapped to the inside of her thigh. Suddenly Luffy sensed an incoming attack and immediately pushed Nami and Zoro out of way, allowing the attack to simply pass right through him. Luffy then looked up to see a teenager standing at the top of the slope with his arms crossed. "I am Usopp, leader of the invincible nation of pirates who rule over this island. You stand before a living legend, the most revered pirate who ever lived. I am the great Captain Usopp," the teenage boy said, causing Zoro and Nami to sweat drop at his introduction, while Luffy smiled at his antics. Usopp was a slim tan-skinned teenager with medium-length black woolly hair, prominent lips, and a long nose. He wore an olive-green plaid bandana, a blue and white striped armband on his left arm, brown overalls with a white sash and no shirt underneath. He also carried with him a yellow satchel. "If you dare try to attack this island, my arm of 8 million super pirates will squash you like bugs," Usopp said. As he said that, a bunch of pirate flags tied to sticks began to rise from the bushes on the cliff surrounding the shore. Luffy raised an eyebrow at this before he spoke. "Don't you mean 3 little kids?" Luffy asked. The moment Luffy asked the question, Usopp began to shake in his boots with sweat pouring down his face. From the bushes that the pirate flags were raised from, 3 little kids ran out screaming. Usopp turned to the running away kids and screamed. "Hey! Where are you going?" he yelled. Luffy couldn't stop himself from chuckling. "Some crew you got there, Captain Usopp," Luffy said mockingly. At the corner of his eye, he saw Nami bent down and pick something up before she spoke. "The pirate using a slingshot, huh? Now I have seen it all," she said. Usopp got angry when she made fun of him using a slingshot. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a green slingshot before aiming it at Luffy. "Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you. I am a proud man and I won't stand for it. This is your last warning or you'll get to see why they call me Proud Usopp and not Pushover Usopp," he said as he pulled back on the slingshot and aimed at Luffy's head. "You've already seen just how good I am with this thing. So, you know I can rival anyone carrying a pistol," he said. Luffy looked at him while placing his hand on his hat and tilting his head down a bit, causing the hat to cast a shadow over his eyes, before he spoke in a chilling tone. "Now that you've drawn your pistol, are you willing to use it?" Luffy asked, causing Usopp to sweat a bit. "Guns aren't for threats, they're for actions. Are you willing to risk your life for it?" Because Luffy paused before pulling out his own pistol and aiming it at Usopp before continuing, "I sure as hell am," he finished, causing Usopp to shake in his boots. However, even though he was absolutely terrified, he did not drop his slingshot, he kept it aimed at Luffy. Luffy smirked before sending a small amount of lightning into the gun so he wouldn't kill Usopp and pulled the trigger. Faster than anyone could track, a bolt of lightning left the gun and traveled through the air before flying straight through Usopp's slingshot and collided with the pellet he had loaded in there, effectively destroying it. Everyone could only stare at the crumbling pellet with their jaw on the floor. Usopp dropped to his knee and looked at Luffy in awe. Luffy chuckled before he spoke once more. "Nice shot, huh?" he asked, making Usopp nod dumbly. "Yay, your dad taught me how to do that," he said, making Usopp's eyes go wide before he tumbled down the cliff, causing Luffy and everyone else to sweat drop. "You know my dad?" Usopp asked as he got back up and dusted himself off. Luffy placed his gun back in its holster before he spoke. "Why don't we go get something to eat and we can talk there," Luffy said. Usopp nodded his head before leading Luffy and his crew towards a restaurant bar called Meshi. When they got to the bar, everyone ordered food and sat down to eat while they listened to Luffy tell Usopp stories about sailing with his dad. To say Usopp was amazed at the fact that his dad was the sniper for Yonko's crew would be an understatement. Luffy looked at Usopp and can see that he was proud of his dad being a pirate. After they finished eating, Luffy was about to ask Usopp about buying a ship, but before he could speak, Usopp stood up, puffed out his chest before he began to speak. "It is decided," he said at the top of his voice. "One day I too will travel the seas like my father and become a brave warrior," Usopp said with a determined look on his face. Luffy chuckled before he spoke to him. "Well, what a coincidence, I happen to be in search of a sniper for my crew. In fact, it is one of the reasons I came here," Luffy said, getting Usopp's attention. "Your dad said you would make a good addition to my crew if you ever wanted to become a pirate. So, how about it? Do you want to join my crew and let's turn this whole world upside down?" Luffy asked with a smirk on his face. Usopp looked scared and nervous at the thought of joining a pirate crew. He fidgeted around for a bit before he finally replied to Luffy. Can I think about for a while?" he asked softly. Luffy just nodded his head yes. Usopp was about to leave, but Luffy's voice stopped him. "Hey Usopp," Luffy said, getting his attention, "do you know where we could purchase a ship?" Luffy asked. Usopp placed his index finger to his chin and began to think for a minute before he replied to Luffy. "There isn't any shipyard on this island, however, if you want to buy a ship your best bet is to check the mansion up on that hill," he said while pointing out the window at the lone mansion on the hill. When Nami heard mansion, her eyes immediately changed into beely signs at the thought of the money that was in the mansion. She looked at Usopp and asked him a question. "Who lives in the mansion?" she asked. Usopp smiled brightly at her before replying to her. "An orphan girl named Kaya, her parents died 3 years ago and she has been in a depression since then," Usopp said, making Nami look down sadly. "I have been visiting her every day trying to cheer her up ever since her parents died and I am headed over there right now, so if you want you can come along and I'll introduce you," Usopp said. Luffy smiled and replied. "That sounds great Usopp," Luffy said as he and his crew stood up and followed Usopp out the restaurant. After walking up the hill for about 5 minutes, the group arrived at the mansion where Usopp led them around the side to the hedges and removed a piece of the hedge, creating a hole big enough for someone to crawl through. Nami looked at Usopp and spoke. "Why do I get the feeling that you are not welcomed here, Usopp?" she said, making Usopp chuckle nervously before replying. "Well, you see, the butler here doesn't really like me. So, I have to sneak in to talk to Kaya," he said. Luffy and Zoro couldn't stop themselves from bursting out laughing, making Usopp blush in embarrassment. After Luffy and Zoro calmed down, the group went through the hole in the hedge one by one and entered the yard. The group stood under a rather large tree at the side of the house. Usopp bent down and picked up a pebble and then proceeded to climb the tree. He threw the pebble at one of the windows of the house and suddenly it opened and a brightly smiling girl stuck her head out and spoke to Usopp. "Usopp, you came?" she said happily. Usopp smiled back before replying. Of course I came, and I brought some friends who came here to join the Usopp pirates and meet you," Usopp said, pointing to Luffy and his crew standing at the bottom of the tree. "Kaya, this is Luffy, Nami, and Zoro," he said, while pointing at each of them as he spoke. "And guys, this is Kaya." When he said that, Luffy and his crew waved at her, making her smile and wave back. Kaya was a slim and pale-skinned girl with blonde hair. She had wide brown eyes that are of a sort of lighter shade, and she wore a pale long dress. Kaya looked at Luffy and spoke with a warm smile on her face. "It is nice to meet you all," she said. Luffy smiled at her and spoke in a kind voice that his crew had never heard him use in the short time they knew him. "It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Kaya. However, this is more of a business meeting more than a social one," Luffy said, making Kaya raise an eyebrow before replying. "And what business do you have with me exactly?" she asked. Luffy took a step closer to the house before he spoke again. "It was brought to our attention that we would be able to purchase a ship from you," Luffy said while looking up at Kaya. Kaya took on a thoughtful look for a second before turning around in her room and began shouting someone's name. "Mary," she shouted, "could you come here for a second?" 10 seconds after she yelled out, Luffy heard someone open the door to her room. Luffy watched as a strange-looking man came and stood next to Kaya and spoke. "You called Miss Kaya?" he said while looking at Kaya, not noticing everyone else who was outside. Kaya smiled at him before she replied. "Yes, I did. I would like you to meet a friend of Usopp," she said before pointing outside at Luffy and the gang. "This is Luffy and his friends. He is interested in buying a ship. Can you take him to the docks and show him our ship?" she asked, making Mary looked at the group a bit skeptical at first before nodding. Mary then exited the room and headed to the outside where Luffy and his crew were to lead them to the docks. Mary arrived outside with the group and spoke to them. "If you all would follow me, I will take you to the ship," he said. Luffy turned towards Nami and Zoro and spoke. "Why don't you guys stay here and keep Kaya company with Usopp while I go check out the ship," he said. Zoro nodded, trusting his captain, while Nami also nodded her head because she thought it was boring to pick out a ship. Luffy then looked over to Mary and nodded his head slightly, telling him to lead the way. Mary then led Luffy towards the back of the mansion where they had their own personal docks for their use only. It was at the docks Luffy saw a beautiful ship docked. Luffy looked over to Mary and saw him with a proud smile on his face as he looked at the ship. As they got closer, Mary turned to Luffy and spoke. "This is the Going Merry," he said, pointing at the ship. "It is a ship I built all by myself," he said proudly. Luffy turned and looked at the ship, examining it every inch. The Going Merry was a Caravel-class ship designed by Mary and had a jib and a central steer rudder. The ship's armaments consisted of 4 cannons, 1 in the bow pointing forward, 1 in the stern, and 2 pointing to either side, and to top everything off, and the figurehead of the ship was a sheep's head. After examining the ship, Luffy came and stood next to Mary once more and spoke. "It's a beautiful ship," he said while looking at Mary. "How much for it?" he asked. Mary took on a thoughtful look for a few seconds before he replied. 80 million, he said, surprising Luffy at how cheap it was. "We don't really get to take her out that much anymore, and she is only sitting here collecting dust. So, if you were wondering why she is that cheap, that's why," Mary said, causing Luffy to nod his head. "I understand," he said before he walked up to the ship and placed his hand on it before he spoke. "However, I plan on going into the Grand Line, and a ship like this won't survive the Grand Line as it is right now," Luffy said, making Mary nod his head in an understanding way. Mary was about to speak, but Luffy spoke before he got a chance to. "I will pay 100 million for the ship if you can make a few upgrades to it," Luffy said, surprising Mary. "And what sort of upgrades do you have in mind?" Mary asked. Luffy looked over at him and spoke. "I noticed that the ship doesn't have a captain's quarters. I would like one to be added in," Luffy said, to which Mary nodded his head. "Also, the current cannons on the ship are of an older model. I would like for them to be replaced with new models. I would also like for the rudder to be replaced. Currently, as it is, would snap against a strong current," Luffy said. Mary made note of everything he asked for before he spoke. "I will also check the wood on the ship to see if any needs replacing. This won't make her survive the Grand Line, however, it should extend her lifespan a bit longer, allowing you to find a stronger ship," Mary said. Luffy nodded his head before he spoke again. "And how long will all these upgrades take?" he asked. Mary brought his finger to his chin and thought for a moment before he replied. "About 2 weeks or so. I will have the builders start on it right away," he said, making Luffy smile at him before he replied. "I would really appreciate that, thank you," Luffy said before the two of them made their way back to the mansion to meet up with the rest of the crew. As the crew came into view, Luffy and Mary saw that some sort of commotion was going on between Usopp and a rather well-dressed man who Luffy take to be the butler that didn't like Usopp. Luffy looked at Mary as they were walking there and spoke in an amused voice. "I take it that is the butler that Usopp said didn't like him." he asked, causing Mary to chuckle before replying. Yes, that is Clahater, he said. As they got closer they were able to hear Clahater insult Usopp and his dad Yasopp, causing Luffy's smile to immediately vanish from his face. Luffy saw Usopp was really close to hitting the guy and decided to let his presence be known by speaking. You know, some might think you have a death wish for insulting a member of a Yonko's crew, Luffy said as he and Mary got closer. Clahater and Kaya turned and looked at him with wide eyes. Clahater quickly regained his composure and spoke to Luffy. I do not know what you are talking about. I did no such thing, he said while staring at Luffy. Luffy walked up to him and stared at him in the eyes and spoke once more. Usopp's father is the sniper and left hand to red-haired Shanks, Luffy said, surprising everyone there including Usopp. Usopp knew his father was on Shanks' crew, but he had never thought his father would be Shanks' third in command. Usopp was interrupted from his thought when Luffy spoke once more. So let's be honest here, do you really want to piss a Yonko off, butler? Luffy said, putting emphasis on the butler part. Luffy could easily see in Clahater's eyes that he was scared even though he kept his face stoic and emotionless. So what? The butler said, surprising Luffy. Even if he is the son of a member of a Yonko's crew, I highly doubt that a Yonko from the Grand Line will come all the way here to the East Blue for something like this, Clahater said smugly. Luffy then gave a chuckle that sent shivers down the spine of the butler before he spoke. Why would Shanks need to come when I'm already here, Luffy said before pulling his coat back and lifting up the left side his red shirt, giving everyone there a look of his well-toned 8-pack abs. However, the thing that caught everyone's eyes wasn't his abs, but the tattoo that was on the left side of his abdomen. When Clahater saw it he immediately began to sweat. On the side of Luffy's abdomen was a tattoo of a Jolly Roger, but not just any Jolly Roger, the Jolly Roger of the red-haired pirates. That's Clahater stammered as he pointed at Luffy's tattoo. Luffy smirked before he spoke. The Jolly Roger of the red-haired pirates, yes, Luffy said before he pulled his shirt back down and looked over to his crew to see Zoro had a smirk on his face at the thought of how strong his captain was, while Nami had a slight blush on her face as she remembered Luffy's abs. Luffy turned back to Clahater and spoke once more. You see, Shanks is practically my adopted father because he and his crew raised me for the past 10 years and eventually I became part of the crew as well, hence the tattoo, Luffy said before he turned to Kaya and spoke. I will take the ship, Miss Kaya. I already spoke to Mary on some things I want to be done on it and we already agreed to a price. I am sure Mary will fill you in on everything, Luffy said as he turned to leave with his crew and Usopp. As Luffy was walking away he turned and looked at Clahater and spoke in a deadly tone, if I ever hear you insult one of the red-haired pirates again I will kill you myself, butler Luffy said before walking away with his crew. After leaving Kaya's mansion, the group was currently walking down the hill to head back to the village. While walking Zoro noticed that Luffy was in deep thought and decided to ask his captain what was wrong. You okay there, captain? He asked, knocking Luffy out of his deep thought. Luffy shook his head slightly before turning to Zoro and spoke. Was all he said, showing that he wasn't paying attention to what was going on. Zoro raised his eyebrow and spoke again. I asked if you're okay. You look a bit distracted, he said, making Luffy nod his head before he replied. Yeah, I am. There is something about that butler that is familiar, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what is it about him that's so familiar, he said in a frustrated voice. Zoro then began to think and try to help his captain figure out what was familiar about the butler, but he came up empty as well. Nami, who was looking at the two of them, sighed and spoke to them. Maybe you are thinking too much into it, she said, getting their attention. Why don't we check into one of the local inns and get some rest? Maybe that will help you figure it out, she said, making Luffy nod his head in agreement. Usopp took the three of them to a local inn and Luffy checked everyone in and ordered dinner for the three of them and Usopp before they all went to sleep for the night. Maybe a good night's rest will help me figure out why he is so familiar, Luffy thought before he closed his eyes and fell asleep. After a good night's rest, Luffy was the first one up at around 5 AM and decided to go for a stroll through the village. Luffy walked for a while before ending up on one of the cliffs surrounding the southern shores of the island. He spotted a nice tree and sat down at the base of the tree and stared up at the sky while enjoying the peace and quiet. Luffy's peace and quiet was interrupted by two voices coming down on the shores of the beach. Wanting to see who it is, he got up on all fours and crawled to the edge carefully to make sure he wasn't seen or heard by whoever was down there. When Luffy reached the edge, he peeked over to see who it was, only to see Clahater talking to a strangely dressed man. Is everything set, Django? Clahater asked the man. Django took a seat on one of the nearby rocks before he replied to Clahater. Rest assured, everything will go accordingly to plan, Captain Kuro, Django said, causing Luffy to smile in satisfaction, having finally figured out why that butler seemed so familiar. So, that's why you're familiar, Luffy thought as he watched the two men. Captain Kuro of 1000 Plans, looks like I'll have some entertainment while we wait for the ship, Luffy thought to himself. He was brought out of his thought when Kuro shouted at Django. "Don't call me that idiot." Kuro screamed, "I gave up that name a long time ago," he said as he readjusted his glasses. Django sighed before he stood up and spoke to Kuro. "Fine, fine. Just hurry up and give the signal so we can kill this rich girl and inherit her money," Django said nonchalantly. Luffy could have sworn he saw steam come out of Kuro's ears when Django said that. "You idiot, I can't get her inheritance because I am not related to her," Kuro said before he adjusted his glasses once more. "Miss Kaya need to perish in an unfortunate accident, but before she perishes in an unfortunate accident, I need you to hypnotize her and make her create a will leaving all of her fortunes to her butler, Clahater," Kuro said with a pompous smirk on his face. Django sighed and sat down on one of the nearby rocks before he spoke again. Right, he said with a sigh. "Just hurry up and give the signal, the boys are getting bored," he said with a sadistic smirk on his face. Kuro looked at him for a while before he spoke again. "There is something that has come up which may be a hindrance to our plan," Kuro said, making Django look at him with a raised eyebrow. "There is a boy currently in the village who wears a straw hat. I want you to avoid him and his crew at all cost," Kuro said, surprising Django even more. "Why?" was all he asked. Kuro looked at him with a serious look on his face before he replied. "He has ties to one of the 4 emperors," Kuro said, making Django's eyes widen. "I doubt he will get involved after all, he is a pirate. However, if he does I will deal with him," Kuro said before he turned to leave. Django stood up and turned to leave as well, but spoke one last time before he left. "Right, I'll have the boys on the north shore at daybreak to storm the village," he said before he walked off. Kuro didn't reply to what he said, he simply walked off as well. Luffy got up from his position on the ground and started to head back to the village to tell the crew about what he had heard. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived at the inn and saw that everyone was up and Usopp was there already. Luffy then proceeded to tell them what he had heard, making Usopp dash out of the inn to warn Kaya. Luffy looked at him and shook his head before speaking to the rest of the crew. "Well, he is about to get his heart broken," Luffy said before he took out a glass and poured himself some whiskey. Nami looked confused at what he meant. "What do you mean?" she asked with a confused look all over her face. Luffy took a sip of his whiskey before he answered her. "Usopp is famous around the village for being a liar. He is about to go tell Kaya the man who her parents left in charge of taking care of her is a pirate," Luffy said before he took another sip of his drink and spoke again. "Would you believe him if you were Kaya?" he asked. Nami looked thoughtful for a moment before she shook her head saying no. Zoro took a seat opposite his captain and spoke in a serious voice. "So, what are you going to do, Captain?" Zoro asked. Luffy downed his drink before he answered in a cold and deadly voice that sent chills down the spine of both his crewmates. "I owe a debt of gratitude to Shanks and his crew that I can never repay. So, I'll be damned if I let a small-time pirate from the East Blue run amok on the island that Yasop's wife is buried," Luffy said, causing Zoro to smirk while Nami had fear written all over her face. The crew had spent the rest of the day planning with Usopp, who had returned heartbroken as Luffy had predicted. The day had arrived and the entire crew got up around an hour before daybreak and headed to the north shore to wait for the pirates. The group stood in a line across to the top of the slope leading up from the shore. Luffy stood there looking bored while Nami and Usopp looked scared and Zoro looked excited. Finally, the Black Cat pirate ship docked on the shore and a large group of pirates came off the ship and started running towards the village, but stopped when they saw Luffy and his crew standing at the top of the slope. One of the pirates turned to a man who Luffy recognized to be Django and spoke. "Captain, there is a bunch of kids here," he said, causing Django to look up the slope. He looked at everyone at the top of the slope and when his eyes landed on Luffy's straw hat, he immediately grew pale and started sweating. He pointed to Luffy and spoke with a stutter. "That be boy?" he said, making everyone look at Luffy. "Captain Kuro said we should avoid facing him, but if we don't get by him, we will have to deal with Captain Kuro himself," he said in a scared voice before he cleared his throat and screamed out an order to his men. Kill them before the captain gets angry," he yelled, causing all of the pirates to charge at the group. Luffy looked at Zoro and nodded, causing him unsheathed his swords and charge at the group. Zoro started cutting down pirates left, right and center. Usopp looked at Zoro with stars in his eyes while whispering something about being so cool. Django saw his men were dropping like flies and turned to his ship and screamed out. "Sham! Bucci! Get out here now!" he screamed and 2 other pirates came out of the ship. Django then ordered them to attack Zoro, causing the 2 of them to look at Zoro in fear. The 2 of them reluctantly attacked Zoro while saying how scared they were until their entire demeanor changed into a more confident one, showing that they were only acting scared. Luffy watched as Zoro got 2 of his swords taken away from him, causing him to go on the defensive. Luffy then looked at Nami and Usopp and spoke. "Nami, Usopp," he said, getting their attention. "Go get Zoro back his swords or else he won't win," he said, making them look at him in fear. Nami was about to protest, but the look she got from Luffy caused her to swallow her words. Luffy watched as Nami and Usopp ran down the hill towards Zoro's swords laying on the ground. Just as they were about to reach the swords, they were intercepted by Django, holding some sort of metal ring tied to a string. Django then tried to hypnotize Nami and Usopp, only to have Nami use her staff to flick Zoro's swords towards him before she and Usopp began fighting Django. Luffy then turned his attention away from Nami and Usopp to Zoro. Luffy saw Zoro caught both of his swords before he started to go on the offensive, however, he was still struggling against the amazing tag team of Sham and Bucci. Luffy then saw Bucci was about to attack Zoro from behind while he was too busy fighting off Sham. He turned his body into lightning and teleported behind Bucci, getting his attention. Luffy then coated his right palm in lightning and backhanded him across the face, sending him flying down the slope, crashing into their ship's figurehead before continuing his path through the ship's cabin. "It is rude to attack a swordsman from behind," Luffy said before he looked back up the slope to see a very pissed off Kuro standing there, causing Luffy to smirk. "What the hell is going on here?" Kuro yelled, causing everyone to stop fighting and look at him. The Black Cat pirates looked scared out of their minds at the sight of Kuro. Django looked like he was about to wet himself. "See Captain K. Kuro, these kids are monsters," he stuttered out, making Kuro looked at everyone there with a pissed off look on his face. When his eyes landed on a smiling Luffy, all he could do was stare at him with a look of pure hatred before he reached into the bag he was carrying and pulled out a pair of furred gloves with full-length katana blades at the end of each finger. Luffy saw this and looked at Zoro and spoke. "Finish up your fight, Zoro, and get off the slope," he said. Kuro looked at Django and spoke in a deadly tone. "You have 5 minutes to clean up this mess, Django," he said as he started to put the gloves on, "or else I'll kill you." Luffy went down the slope to help Nami take care of Django quickly while leaving Zoro to finish off Sham. When Luffy reached the bottom, Django didn't know who he should be more scared of, Kuro or the man who just slapped one of his crewmates through an entire galleon. As Luffy got closer, Django immediately tried to hypnotize him, but before he could react, Luffy was already behind up with his index finger pressed against the back of his neck. Before he could do anything, he felt an electrical shock at the base of his neck, causing him to pass out. Luffy then looked at Nami and spoke. "Why don't you go clean them out, Nami?" he said, causing her to smile widely before rushing off to the ship with Usopp to steal their treasure. Luffy then looked up the slope to see Zoro and just finished defeating his opponent and was walking towards Luffy. Kuro looked beyond pissed, he couldn't fathom how a group of kids had caused all of his plans to crumble this much. 3 years of planning had all gone down the drain thanks to these kids. He looked at Luffy and his crew with a murderous look in his eyes before he took off towards them. He was moving too fast for Zoro to track, but Luffy could see his every move. Luffy then took off after Kuro at speeds far greater than his and intercepted him in the middle of the slope with his fist buried in Kuro's stomach, causing him to fall over on all fours, gasping for air. "Why?" Kuro asked from his position on the ground, making Luffy look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Why are you getting involved?" he asked. Luffy chuckled and spoke in a deadly tone. "I'm bored. So, I'll kill time by killing you," he said, pissing Kuro off even more. Kuro then shot up and slashed at Luffy's head but was surprised when Luffy made attempt to dodge. His eyes widened even further when his cat claws cut Luffy's head clean off, but instead of blood, all he saw was electric blue sparks of lighting from Luffy's neck and his separated head. Then suddenly Luffy's separated head turned into a bolt of lightning and reattached itself to Luffy's body. Usopp, Zoro, Nami and Kuro had their jaws on the floor at what they just saw. Luffy just stared at Kuro with an impassive look on his face before he spoke once more in a bored tone. "Is that it?" he asked. "They just what are you?" asked a bewildered Kuro. Luffy chuckled a bit before he replied. "A demon," he said before he punched Kuro square of the face, sending him tumbling 15 feet back before finally coming to a stop. After about 5 minutes, Kuro shakily stood up to his feet and looked at Luffy before he spoke. My plan cannot fail." He screamed out at Luffy, causing everyone there to look at him as though he was crazy. "I think I hit him a bit too hard," Luffy joked, angering Kuro further. "I will kill you, Straw Hat. You and your band of misfits. Then I'll make Kaya sign over all of her fortunes to me before I kill her." Kuro screamed, not noticing a teary-eyed Kaya behind him. Luffy chuckled menacingly before he spoke. "Before you do all of that, I have a question for you," Luffy said, puzzling Kuro and everyone there. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of lightning?" Luffy asked, puzzling Kuro at first before his eyes widened when Luffy appeared crouched in front of him. Luffy then kicked him from his crouched position right under his chin, sending him flying 50 feet into the air. Luffy then turned his body into lightning and teleported to the left side of Kuro with his left foot from the knee down covered in lightning. Luffy then spun his body to the right and delivered a lightning speed kick of Kuro's midsection, sending him flying towards the ground at lightning speed, causing Kuro to break the sound barrier before he impacted the ground. The moment Kuro's body impacted the ground, it created a crater 10 feet wide with his broken body lying in the center. When Luffy landed back on the ground, he placed his hands in his pockets and investigated the crater and cringed slightly at the sight of Kuro. Kuro had 4 of his ribs sticking out of his chest, his neck clearly broken, and his right foot was facing the wrong way. One thing was clear, the oh-so-great Captain Kuro was dead. He did all that with just one kick. Came the frightened voice of one of Black Cat pirates getting Luffy's attention. Luffy turned to see some of the Black Cat pirates were starting to wake up, making him realize that Zoro didn't kill them. "I highly suggest you take that weird guy with the rings and get the fuck off this island before I slaughter all of you," Luffy said, making all of them scatter to pick up their fallen comrades before hopping on their ship and sailing away scared. Luffy then walked over to Kaya and spoke to her with a smile. "Miss Kaya, how about I treat you to breakfast?" he asked, making her look away from Kuro's dead body. "You've had a pretty rough start to your day. So, what do you say?" Kaya looked at Luffy teary-eyed and nodded before she spoke. "But, what about Kuro's body?" she asked. Luffy smiled before he looked up into the sky, making Kaya and the rest of his crew look up as well. They all say a small thundercloud began to descend from the sky over Kuro's body and swallowed the corpse up before returning into the sky. "What body?" Luffy asked, making Kaya smile. He then turned to his crew and spoke. "Well, are you 3 going to stand there all day because I am hungry?" he asked rhetorically, making them run towards him and Kaya before all of them walked back into the village. Time skip. 5 days later. Luffy and the crew were currently standing on the southern shore of the island staring at their ship. The Going Merry her cannons upgraded, the figurehead was repainted, and a lot of the wood on the ship was replaced, making her a bit stronger than how she was previously. Luffy and his crew were in the middle of saying their goodbyes to Kaya and Mary when they heard someone scream behind them. They all looked up the hill to see Usopp carrying a big bag tumbling down the hill. "Someone please stop me," he screamed. Luffy and Zoro walked forward and stuck out their foot, planting a trident on Usopp's face, effectively stopping him. "Thanks," Usopp said as he fell face first on the ground. "Don't mention it," replied Luffy and Zoro. Usopp then dusted himself off and told Kaya he was setting out to sea like his father to become a brave warrior. Luffy chuckled as he and Zoro boarded the ship. When Luffy got on, he leaned over the railing and spoke to Usopp. "So Usopp, are you going to join my crew?" he asked. Usopp looked up at him and placed his finger on his chin, and before thinking for a while before he replied. "I will happily join your crew as you captain," he proclaimed proudly, making Kaya giggle at his antics. "Try again," said Luffy in a deadpan voice. "As your vice captain then," he proclaimed once more. "That's Zoro, however, I do need a sniper," Luffy said. Usopp smiled before he shouted out to the heavens. "Yosh. I will be the head sniper," Usopp shouted, making everyone sweat drop. "Just hurry up and get on," Luffy said. Usopp got on board and placed his things away. Luffy then summoned the cloud that they were using for traveling and which also had all their stuff. When the thundercloud arrived, Luffy had Zoro and Usopp place the food and liquor in storage while he gave Nami her treasure. Luffy then dissipated the cloud and a medium-sized chest fell out, getting everyone's attention. "What's in the chest, Luffy?" asked Nami. Luffy walked over to the chest, picked it up before he replied to her. "Nothing you need to worry about," said a very serious Luffy before he took it into the captain quarters of the ship and locked the door. Zoro and Usopp shrugged their shoulders, not really caring about what's inside. Nami, however, stared at the closed door of Luffy's quarters, what a determined look on her face. "Whatever is inside that chest must be very valuable. I will have it," she thought. Luffy and his crew were currently sailing on the Going Merry towards a floating restaurant that Luffy had heard of. It is rumored to have fighting chefs, and in Luffy's mind, that is exactly what he needed. Luffy was currently sitting at the back of the ship on a throne he had made from a thundercloud. He was sitting there with a glass of whiskey in his head, watching all his crew members do their own thing. Zoro was training, Usopp was standing not too far from Luffy getting one of the cannons ready for a test, and Nami was laying on a lawn chair behind Luffy reading a book on navigation. Luffy looked up on the main mast of the ship and smiled at the sight of his pirate flag with the Jolly Roger he created flying proudly. His Jolly Roger was a Japanese Hanyu skull wearing a straw hat with 2 lightning bolts, replacing the usual crossbones. Luffy had made Usopp paint a larger version of the Jolly Roger on the sails of the ship, striking fear in the hearts of his enemies from a distance. Luffy then turned towards Usopp and spoke. "Hey Usopp," he said, getting Usopp's attention. "Is it ready?" he asked. Usopp gave a wide smile before he replied. "Yes, it is all set," Usopp said before he made some ridiculous pose and began speaking again. "Just give me a target and I will show you what the great Captain Usopp can do." he said proudly, causing Luffy to sigh and take a sip of his whiskey before he replied. Luffy looked out into the distance and saw a giant rock off the starboard side of the ship. "Look over there," Luffy said while pointing at the giant rock. "I want you to hit that rock," he said. Usopp looks in the rock and began to aim the cannon. Luffy could see he was sweating a bit but didn't say anything. Usopp took aim and fired the cannon. The cannonball sailed through the air before colliding with the rock, smashing it into pieces. Luffy smiled when he saw Usopp hit his target. He was a sniper just like his father. All Luffy needed to do was get him to stop acting like a coward. "Good job, Usopp," Luffy said, congratulating him. Usopp turned to Luffy and smiled and made another ridiculous pose before he spoke. "You can expect only the best from the great Captain Usopp," he proclaimed proudly. Luffy shook his head before he looked over at Zoro and yelled out. "Zoro," he called out, getting Zoro's attention. "Could you come here for a second?" he said before looking over at Nami and spoke again. "You too, Nami," he said, causing her to close her book and walk over to Luffy. When everyone arrived, Luffy stuck his hand into the cloud that he was sitting on and pulled out 3 bags that obviously had something in them. "What's with the bags, Captain?" Zoro asked. "I think it is time to give all of you your share in Kuro's bounty," Luffy said, making Nami's eyes to turn into peely signs. "Kuro's bounty was 16 million, and there is 4 of us. So, it is 4 million a person," Luffy said as he handed the bag to each of them. Usopp thanked Luffy, and so did Nami. However, after thanking him, she immediately began cuddling with the bag of money, causing the 3 guys to look at her funny. When Luffy handed the bag to Zoro, he took it before he spoke to Luffy. Could you hold on to it for now, Captain?" he asked as he handed the money back to Luffy. Luffy nodded and took the money and placed it back into the cloud. Usopp then handed Luffy the money back and asked the same thing, to which Luffy agreed and then looked over to Nami to see if she wanted him to hold on to hers as well. Nami shook her head vigorously, saying no. Luffy just shrugged before he spoke in a serious voice once more. "Just so we are clear," he said, getting all their attention. "This is probably one of the few times I am going to be sharing a bounty with you," Luffy said, puzzling Nami and Usopp. "What do you mean, Luffy?" Nami asked. "As I already told Zoro, the treasure we find and loot from other pirates and marines will be divided equally among the crew. However, any bounties we get from defeating someone with a bounty on their head is going to who defeated that person," Luffy said, earning a nod from Usopp and a pout from Nami, which he ignored. Luffy then stood up, causing the thundercloud to rise into the sky before he began walking towards the kitchen. "I am hungry, let's eat," he said, causing his crew to follow behind him. Upon entering the kitchen, Luffy sat down at the table and refilled his glass before he turned towards Zoro and spoke. "How much food do we have left?" he asked. Zoro walked over to the fridge and looked inside before he replied. "We have about 2 days worth of food left," he said. Luffy nodded his head before he turned towards Nami. "How long till we reach the restaurant?" he asked. Nami looked outside and looked at the map before she replied to Luffy's question. "We should reach there in a few hours if the wind keeps up," she said. Luffy took a sip of his drink before he spoke. "Well, it seems we will be okay," he said, earning a nod from everyone. "In the event that we do not get a cook from the restaurant, we will stock on food there before we move on," Luffy said. Before anyone could say anything, they all heard a loud crash outside and a man yelling. "Get out here, you damn pirates." A man yelled from outside, startling the crew. Luffy got up and walked out of the kitchen to see who in their right mind thought it was a good idea to attack his ship. As he opened the door and looked down at the deck, he saw a very angry man wielding a sword staring up at him. "You better have a damn good reason for being on my ship," Luffy said in a menacing tone as he jumped down from the upper deck. The man stood in front of Luffy with his sword raised in the air and yelled out. "And now you think you can kill my partner?" he yelled as he swung his sword to cut Luffy in half. Luffy easily saw the swing coming and stepped out of the way. However, the moment he stepped out of the way, the man's sword collided with one of the railings of the ship, effectively breaking it apart, and that pissed Luffy off. Luffy teleported in front of the man, scaring the crap out of him before he grabbed his head and flung him across the ship, causing him to slam into the wall of the captain's quarters. Luffy looked up at the upper deck to see Zoro walking towards the edge of the railing to see who it is Luffy was fighting. Zoro saw the man and his eyes were immediately widened, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow at Zoro's reaction. Before Luffy could question him about it, Zoro spoke. "Johnny, is that you?" Zoro asked while looking at the man now named Johnny with a surprised look on his face. "Where is Yosaku?" Zoro asked again before the man Johnny could reply to the first question. Johnny looked up at Zoro from his position on the ground to see who was calling his name. The moment he saw Zoro, he immediately sprang to his feet and spoke to Zoro. "Big bro Zoro?" he yelled asked. "Why are you on a pirate ship?" he asked again. Zoro sighed before he spoke again. "Would you calm down?" Zoro said as he began walking down the stairs. "Where is Yosaku?" Zoro asked again. Johnny then began to tear up before he ran to the side of the ship, causing Luffy and Zoro to follow him. Then they got there, they saw a man lying on the small boat looking ill. "He's been sick," Johnny said. Zoro signed before he turned towards Luffy, who simply nodded before walking away. Zoro then turned back to Johnny and spoke. "Bring him on board," Zoro said to Johnny, causing him to nod his head rapidly. When Johnny jumped off the ship to get his friends, Luffy spoke to Zoro. "I take it you know these two?" he asked as he sat on a nearby barrel. Zoro sighed and walked over to Luffy before he spoke. "Yeah, I met them a while back during my bounty hunting days," he said, causing Luffy to nod his head. "They're good people," Zoro said as he watched Johnny drag Yasaku's body on the ship. Zoro then walked over to them and spoke. "What's wrong with him?" he asked. "Up until a few days ago, he was healthy and full of life. And now he keeps fainting and getting pale," said a very emotional Johnny. Nami and Usopp had just arrived next to Luffy and Zoro on the deck of the ship as Johnny explained what was wrong with Yasaku. "So, I thought maybe we should rest on a little island, but then a cannonball came flying from this ship," he said, causing Luffy and Usopp's eyes to widen. Luffy chuckled nervously a bit before he spoke. "Yay, sorry about that," Luffy said as he got up from the barrel and walked over to Johnny while ignoring Usopp's rapid apologies. "Don't worry about your friend," Luffy said, causing Zoro and Johnny to look at him, waiting for him to elaborate on what he meant by that. Luffy then turned towards Usopp and gave an order. "Head into the kitchen and bring all the limes we got," he said, causing Usopp to nod his head rapidly before he dashed into the kitchen. "What does he have, big bro?" Johnny asked Luffy. Luffy turned towards him and was about to speak, but Nami beat him to it. "He has scurvy," she said, making Johnny look to Luffy for confirmation, to which he nodded. When Usopp returned, Luffy told him to squeeze the lime juice into Yasaku's mouth. Usopp got to squeezing while Luffy went back to sit on the barrel. "Scurvy is caused by a deficiency of plant-derived nutrients like vitamin C," Luffy said from his position on the barrel. "You and your friend are two morons," Luffy said, surprising Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny, while Nami simply nodded her head in agreement. "Every sailor should know about scurvy before they set out to sea, Dumbus," Luffy said, causing Johnny to look down in shame. "But don't worry, your friend will live," he said, causing Johnny and Zoro to take on a bright smile on their faces. Just as Luffy finished speaking, Yasaku shot up into a sitting position before looking around, trying to figure out where he was. When his eyes landed on Johnny, he smiled and shot up to his feet and started dancing with Johnny. "I'm cured," Yasaku shouted as he and Johnny danced around. Luffy sighed and looked towards Nami and nodded. Nami then slugged the two of them over the head and began scolding them about not being cured just yet. Just as she started to scold them, Yasaku passed out again. Luffy sighed and looked towards Zoro. "Take him inside and have him get some rest," Luffy said, earning a nod from Zoro. Luffy then walked back to the back of the deck and summoned his cloud throne again and sat down. Johnny, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp soon joined Luffy at the back of the ship. Luffy then turned towards Nami and asked a question. "How long till we get there?" he asked. Nami looked ahead of the ship and replied. "I would say less than an hour," she said while pointing off into the distance ahead of the ship. Luffy and the others looked ahead and saw a tiny silhouette of something which Luffy assured is the restaurant. "Ah, I see you guys are going to the Baratie," Johnny said, getting all of their attention. "You've been there?" asked Nami, to which Johnny nodded. "Yes, I have," he said. "The food is to die for. However, lately I've been hearing rumors about a certain hawk-eyed man showing up there," he said while looking at Zoro. The moment Luffy and Zoro heard what he said, both smiled a bit. However, Luffy's smile was less noticeable compared to Zoro's. When the ship was about 50 feet away from the restaurant, Luffy and the crew was startled by a loud horn and the sound of bells ringing coming off of the starboard side of the ship. Everyone looked over to see a marine ship coming up beside them, causing all of their eyes to widen at the fact that the marines snuck up on them so easily. Luffy got up from his throne and walked down towards the main deck of the ship before he jumped up on one of the rails and stood there staring at the marines with Zoro by his side. "I have never seen that pirate flag before," a pink-haired marine said as he walked over to the edge of the marine ship. "I am Iron Fist Fullbody, but you can just call me sir," said the marine as he stared at Luffy. Luffy could tell he was one of those marines who were too cocky for their own good. "I don't recall ever asking who you were, marine," Luffy said in an emotionless tone. Fullbody was clearly pissed off by Luffy's comment, so he clenched his fist and slammed it on one of the rails of the marine ship before he yelled at Luffy. "Just who do you think you are, punk?" yelled Fullbody. "Me?" Luffy asked while pointing at himself. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of this ship," he said. "Why is it that I don't recognize your flag?" asked Fullbody. Luffy looked at him like he was an idiot before he replied. "Well, maybe because it is only a day old," Luffy said. As Luffy said that, he noticed Fullbody's face took on a cocky smirk before he began to chuckle. "Is it?" he asked in a condescending tone. Fullbody was about to speak again, but something caught his eye. He looked over towards the main cabin of Luffy's ship to see two men hiding there. Luffy looked over to see what Fullbody was looking at and saw Johnny and Yusaku peeking out of the door. "You too," he said while looking at Johnny and Yusaku. "You're that bounty hunting duo that goes after the small fish," Fullbody said mockingly. A beautiful woman in a red dress then walked out from behind Fullbody and spoke to him. "Come on babe, let's go," she said as she latched onto Fullbody's arm. Fullbody looked at her and nodded before he turned his back to Luffy and the crew and began walking away. As he was walking away, Johnny jumped out and pulled out a large stack of wanted posters and threw it in the air and screamed. "Do you think small-time bounty hunters will go after these guys?" he yelled as the wanted posters scatter all over the ship. Fullbody paid no attention to him. Instead, he looked to his marines and gave out an order before leaving the ship. "They're nice or sink 'em," he said before leaving. As he said that, the marines aimed one of their cannons right at Luffy, causing him to narrow his eyes. "They're pointing a cannon right at us," Usopp screamed. Luffy held up his hand silencing Usopp before he spoke. "Relax, I'll handle it," he said, shutting, causing everyone except Nami to look at him to see what he was about to do. Without any warning, the marines fired their cannons right at Luffy. Luffy just stood there and stared at the incoming cannonball before he stuck out his right hand and caught the cannonball, causing all of the marines, Usopp, Johnny, and Yusaku's eyes to widen. "Now, that wasn't ever nice," Luffy said in a tone that made the marines wanted to shit themselves. Luffy then pulled his arm back and sent some lightning into the cannonball, causing blue speck of sliding to be seen around the black ball. He then threw the cannonball at lightning speed towards the marine ship's main mast. The cannonball then collided with the main mast and exploded, destroying the mast and a large chunk of the deck, while also sending a group of marines flying back. Johnny and Yusaku stared at the scene with their jaws wide open. They had never seen anything like this before. They had heard stories of people with devil fruits and the things they can do, but they never actually saw someone with one. Fullbody, who was already on a small dinghy with a woman in the red dress and two marines, quickly ordered the two marines to turn the dinghy back around after they heard the explosion on their ship. Luffy hopped off the railing and turned to face his crew. He was about to speak, but Johnny spoke before he even had a chance. "Wow, big bro Luffy," he said as Yusaku stared at Luffy. "You took out that Navy ship with just one move," he said, causing Luffy to turn and look at the burning marine ship and spoke. "They're lucky I didn't completely destroy the damn thing," he said, causing their eyes to widen. Luffy then turns back towards his crew and spoke. "I'm hungry, let's go eat," he said as he formed a small boat out of a thundercloud to fly everyone to the restaurant. As everyone was boarding the small cloud, Luffy saw Nami staring at a wanted poster in her hand, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes at her. "Just what are you hiding?" Luffy thought to himself before he turned and hopped into the cloud. When Luffy hopped on a few seconds later, Nami joined them with an obviously fake smile on her face, which Luffy saw right through. Luffy leaned over to Zoro, who was sitting next to him, and whispered in his ear. "Keep an eye on Nami for me," he said, causing Zoro to look at him weirdly before nodding and narrowing his eyes at the back of Nami's head. When the crew reached the door of the restaurant, they hopped off the cloud and Luffy shoved the two large doors open. When the doors opened, everyone in the restaurant stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Luffy and his crew. It was obvious that they were pirates, and it was even more obvious who their captain was based on how Luffy was dressed. Luffy noticed a few women in the restaurant was looking at him with small blushes on their faces. Luffy saw a man walking up to them holding a silver platter. He was an average-sized, muscular man with a lot of hair on his arms and legs, wearing a navy blue short-sleeved shirt with yellow buttons on both sides and light blue on the end of the sleeves. He had on knee-length shorts that are the same color as his shirt, along with brown shoes. He also wore a white apron, a pink casket, an earring in his right ear, and a white rope tied around his head. "Hello and welcome to the Barati," he said with a smile on his face, which Luffy clearly saw was fake. "May I ask how you will be paying for your meal?" he asked, causing Luffy to chuckle before he replied. "With money, of course," he replied, causing Patty's fake smile to be replaced with a real one before he spoke again. "Well then, allow me to show you to your table," he said before leading Luffy and the crew towards an empty table. "Your waiter will be with you in a moment to take your order," he said as he handed out the menus. Luffy nodded his head in acknowledgement before looking through the menu. 5 minutes later, a blonde-haired man wearing a black suit came over to the table and spoke. "Hello, my name is Sanji. I am the sous chef here but will be acting as your waiter for today," he said with a cigarette in his mouth. Luffy and the crew were currently sitting down at one of the tables in the Barati enjoying the meal they had ordered. Luffy ordered a bottle of whiskey with a large platter of meat, Nami ordered a glass of wine to go with a salad, Usopp ordered a medium seafood platter with a bottle of Coke, while Zoro, Johnny, and Yusaku ordered a large meat platter and 2 bottles of sake. The entire crew was sitting there enjoying their meal, laughing with each other, and having a good time. Then suddenly the doors of the restaurant were roughly shoved open, gaining the attention of everyone that was in there. Everyone looked at the door to see a very pissed off full body standing there breathing heavily while giving Luffy the death stare. Luffy just looked at him for a second before he went back to his meal. Full body saw this and it pissed him off even more. He stomped into the restaurant making a beeline straight towards Luffy. The people in the restaurant along with Luffy's crew began to get nervous while Zoro placed his hands on his swords, getting ready to fight for his captain. When Full Body reached Luffy, he stood on the right side of Luffy staring down at him as he was eating. "Just who do you think you are?" asked a very angry Full Body rather loudly for everyone in the restaurant to hear. Luffy didn't even bat his eyelashes at him, he just continued eating his food. "Because of you, my men are either dead or seriously wounded and my ship is in chaos," he yelled at Luffy. Luffy looked up from his food and looked at Full Body before H spoke in a bored tone. "Well, maybe you shouldn't have attacked me," Luffy said before going back to his meal. Full Body was now enraged by the way Luffy simply dismissed him, as though he was nobody. He was a Navy lieutenant from Navy HQ, this was completely acceptable. So, he raised his fist in the air and slammed it on the table spilling everyone's drink except for Luffy's because he picked his drink and his plate up when he sensed what Full Body was about to do. "Do you have any idea who I am?" shouted Full Body. Luffy sat his drink and plate back down before he answered him. "Are you a Navy admiral?" Luffy asked calmly startling Full Body by the question. "Because if you're not one and you continue to annoy me," Luffy paused and looked up at Full Body with the cold emotionless eyes of someone who will kill you without hesitation before he spoke again. "You will surely die here today." When Luffy said that Full Body unconsciously took a step back before he regained his senses and was about to speak, but before he could say anything the waiter that was in charge of serving Luffy's table came over and spoke. "Is there a problem over here, sir?" Sanji asked Luffy. Luffy looked up at Sanji and smiled before he replied. "Yes, there is," Luffy said before pointing his fork at Full Body. "This gentleman here is disturbing my meal," he said. Full Body looked at Sanji before he looked back at Luffy and yelled. "I don't care about your meal." He screamed as he picked up Luffy's plate off the table and began to examine it before he spoke again. "And this food looks disgusting," he stated before tossing the plate of food over his shoulder. Luffy was about to blast him right out of the restaurant with a bolt of lightning, but before he could Sanji performed an amazing spinning heel kick that connected to Full Body's head and sent him flying across the restaurant. As Sanji began walking over towards a downed Full Body, Luffy turned to his crew and smiled before he spoke. "I think I found our cook," he said causing Zoro to voice his complaints. "Why do we need that perverted cook?" he asked yelled causing Luffy to chuckle. "Don't worry about it, I am sure you two will get along great," Luffy said with an amused smile. Luffy then turned to see what Sanji was doing and saw him and Patty along with another chef who had a wooden leg, a really tall hat and an impressive mustache kicking Full Body towards the door. When Full Body reached the door and began to shakingly get up, one of his surviving marines came bursting in the door. "Lieutenant. Lieutenant Full Body." The marine yelled getting everyone's attention. "We've got trouble. The prisoner has escaped, Pirate Kreege's henchmen attacked us and vanished," the marine said. Full Body's eyes went wide before he replied. "But that is impossible. When we picked him up 3 days ago he was on the verge of starving to death and we haven't fed him anything, so where did he get the strength?" Full Body asked. Luffy looked around the restaurant and saw everyone was beginning to panic when they heard Kreege's name, which confused Luffy because he had never heard of a pirate named Kreege. Luffy then turned his attention back to Full Body and the marine to listen to what they were saying in order to get some information. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant, Bang. The sound of a gunshot rang out through the entire restaurant and the next thing everyone saw was the marine drop dead on the ground. Standing behind the now dead marine holding a smoking gun was a man in a grey tracksuit who looked like he was on the verge of death. The man walked into the restaurant and sat down at one of the vacant tables before he spoke. "I do not care what it is, just bring me something to eat," he said causing Patty to walk over to him with a large fake smile on his face and spoke. "Hello and welcome, you damn crook," he said happily causing the remaining guests to jump back in fear. "Might I be so bold to inquire how you will be paying for your meal?" Patty asked. The pirate looked up at him and pointed his gun right between Patty's eyes before he replied. "Would a bullet be enough?" he said. Patty's face lost its smile and took on a more angry look. "So, you don't have any money then?" Patty asked before he slammed his fist on top of the pirate's head, breaking the chair the pirate was sitting on and sending crashing in the ground. "Even if you are a pirate, we only cook for paying customers," Patty said before 2 other chefs came and picked the pirate up and take him to the back of the restaurant. What no one seemed to have noticed was that Sanji had left the commotion that was going on between the cooks and the pirate and went back to the kitchen. Luffy turned towards his crew and spoke. "Wait here, I'll be back," said before he got up and headed in the direction of where the chefs took the pirate. When Luffy opened the door leading to the back of the restaurant he saw the pirate laying on the ground hunched over holding his stomach. Luffy stepped outside and stood against the rail of the ship and stared at the pirate for a while before he spoke. "What's your name, pirate?" he asked, getting the pirate's attention. The pirate looked up from the ground and stared at Luffy and was about to speak, but before he could, a plate of food was placed in front of him, along with a glass of water. The pirate and Luffy both looked to see who it was that placed it here and saw Sanji standing there with smoking a cigarette. "Eat," Sanji said before moving to stand next to Luffy. The Krieg pirate stared at the food and began to tear up before he yelled at Sanji. "I don't want your charity," he said before pushing the plate of food away. Sanji looked at him for a while before he spoke. "Shut up and eat," he said before taking a long pull of his cigarette before he spoke again. "It is unwise to refuse food on the open sea. If you do not eat that food you will surely die by tomorrow morning," Sanji said nonchalantly, causing the pirate's eyes to widen. After trying to argue with Sanji for a few more minutes, the pirate finally gave in and ate the food. Luffy just stood there watching the interaction with an emotionless look on his face while waiting for the pirate to answer his question. When the pirate finished eating, Luffy decided to remind him of his question. "You still haven't answered my question, pirate," he said, getting the pirate's attention. The pirate looked at Luffy for a while before he replied. "Forgive me, my name is Jin, better known as Man Demon Jin. I am the right-hand man to the great pirate Admiral Don Krieg," he said proudly. "Never heard of him," Luffy said plainly, causing both Sanji and Jin's eyes to widen. "What the hell do you mean by you don't know who Don Krieg is?" Sanji yelled, earning a nod from Jin. Luffy simply shrugged his shoulders as he replied. "It's just as I said, I never heard of him," Luffy said, earning another disbelieving look from the two of them. Luffy then turned towards Sanji and spoke once again. "If I remember correctly, your name is Sanji, correct?" Luffy asked, earning a nod from Sanji. "Good, I want you to join my crew," Luffy said, surprising Sanji. "As interesting as that offer sounds, I have to refuse. I owe the owner a debt that I cannot repay," he said. Luffy looked at him with a bored look on his face and spoke. "I refuse your refusal," Luffy said, causing Sanji's jaw to drop at Luffy's statement. Sanji was about to yell at Luffy, but Jin spoke before he could. "Pardon me," Jin said, getting Luffy's attention. "By chance are you a pirate?" he asked, earning a nod from Luffy. "And what are your dreams, if you don't mind me asking?" Jin asked, earning a confused look from Sanji, wondering where he was going with all this. "Conquer the Grand Line, find the One Piece and become king of the pirates," Luffy said nonchalantly. "I see, allow me to give you some advice as someone who has been to the Grand Line," he said, earning an amused look from Luffy and a curious look from Sanji. "Stay away from that place. Our entire fleet of 50 ships went in there and only lasted a week before our entire fleet was destroyed by one man," Jin said, surprising Sanji and causing Luffy to chuckle before he replied. "It just means you guys were too weak to survive paradise," Luffy said, earning a pissed off look from Jin. Before Jin could speak, Luffy cut him off and spoke first. "It doesn't matter how much ships you have in your fleet and how much men you have. Only the strong can't survive, and I know that because I am from the Grand Line," Luffy said, causing the two of their jaws to drop. "Why, you're from the Grand Line?" Jin asked, to which Luffy nodded. "I see, I guess you will be more prepared than we ever were," Jin said sadly. Luffy didn't say anything, he simply pushed off the rail headed towards the door. As he opened the door to re-enter the restaurant, he turned towards Sanji and spoke. "I won't be leaving here until you join my crew, Sanji," he said before he walked inside, closing the door behind him before Sanji could reply. As he returned to his crew, he saw they were still eating, so he decided to join them and finish his meal. About 4 hours had passed since Luffy had his conversation with Jin and Sanji. Currently, Luffy and his crew were sitting at the same table drinking and conversing, getting to know each other a bit more. Luffy had told the crew that he wasn't leaving here without Sanji, so they were going to be there till then. As the crew was sitting there chatting with each other, a large shadow was cast over the restaurant, gaining everyone's attention. A random customer got up from their table and looked out the window to see what was casting the shadow over the restaurant. When the man looked outside the window, his entire body began to shake and a look of pure fear could be seen. The man started to back away from the window in fear before he started to stutter. It's the Dreadnought Saber, it's Don Krieg's ship," he yelled before he ran back to his table. After he said that, everyone in the restaurant began to panic. Luffy just sat there watching the chaos as it unfolded. Suddenly the doors of the restaurant were blown open and standing there was Jin with a man who looked like he was on the verge of dying slung over his shoulder. Jin dragged himself and the man into the restaurant and began to beg for food and water. "Please bring us some food and water," Jin begged while barely being able to hold up the man Luffy assumed as Don Krieg. "We have money," he said as he pleaded with the restaurant staff. To say the chefs and the customers in the restaurant were shocked would be an understatement. They had their eyes widened and their jaws hanging. The only people whose face lacked any emotion was Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the owner Zeph. The rest of Luffy's crew were just as shocked as the rest of the customers. Then all of a sudden Krieg fell face first on the ground, causing Jin to beg some more. When that happened, Luffy noticed Sanji heading towards the kitchen. Patty then denied him the food and water, causing the rest of the chefs to start making comments on how much of a monster Krieg is. Don Krieg then did the unthinkable in Luffy's opinion, he bowed his head and began to beg the chefs for food. Jin tried to stop him and pleaded for him to raise his head, but Krieg didn't listen, instead he continued to beg for food, he even went as far as to beg for the scraps. The next that happened was Luffy hearing Sanji's voice. "Hey, step aside Patty," Sanji said before kicking Patty in the face, sending him crashing in the wall. Sanji then walked over to Jin and Don Krieg and placed a bowl of food and a bottle of sake in front of him. "Here is something for your captain," he said as he placed the bowl on the ground. Krieg then began to gulp down the food using his bare hands like a wild animal. One of the chefs then ran down the stairs and yelled at Sanji to get the food away from him, but Sanji did nothing, he only stood there watching the chef with a bored expression on his face. Krieg then slammed the bottle on the ground and sprang to his feet before he punched Sanji, sending him flying. The people in the restaurant started running for the exit, leaving only the chefs and Luffy's crew behind to face Don Krieg. Luffy then sensed something with his observation Haki that made him smile before he turned towards his crew and spoke. "Hey, go move the ship to the other side of the restaurant. We are about to have more guests," he said, making Nami, Usopp, Johnny, and Yusaku run outside to move the ship, leaving him and Zoro in the restaurant. Luffy then turned his attention back to Krieg. "This is a pretty good ship, I believe I'll take it," Krieg said with a sinister look on his face. "As you can all see, my ship is a wreck. Naturally, I will be needing a nice new one. After a few small chores one of you will leave this ship," he said, causing one of the chefs to protest. "What? No." One random chef yelled out, but Krieg paid him no mind. "There are about 100 men left on my ship. All are weak with hunger and many are seriously wounded. If you value your lives you will prepare food and water for every last one of them," he said. "You're telling us to feed our executioners? Do you hear how stupid that sounds? We refuse," Patty said. "I am not asking you, I am telling you to do it," Krieg said, making all of the cooks tremble in fear, while Luffy simply scoffed. Sanji then goes up and announced that he will be cooking for 100 people and began to walk towards the kitchen but was stopped by all the rest of the cooks who pointed large knives and forks at him and began accusing him of being a spy for Krieg. Patty then knocked Sanji to the ground before walking over a small door at the bottom of the stairs and pulled out a rather large handheld cannon before pointing it at Don Krieg and firing it. The cannonball sailed through the air at amazing speed before colliding with Krieg and creating a whole lot of smoke in the restaurant. The cooks started celebrating their victory but were immediately silenced by Krieg's voice coming from inside the smoke. "Are you a chef or a comedian? Because your jokes are lame," Krieg said, scaring all of the cooks and surprising Luffy a bit. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Krieg standing there in golden armor with guns coming out of his shoulder, along with 2 pistols in his hand. He then pointed them at the group of chefs and yelled. "So, die." He screamed as he fired his weapons. "You cooks should not have defied me, I am the world's strongest man," he yelled boastfully. Luffy wanted to laugh so hard at his comment about being the strongest man alive, but held it in. Luffy then heard someone's footsteps and turned and looked up the stairs and saw the owner carrying a large sack walking down the stairs and heading to Krieg. Zeph placed a large sack down in front of Krieg and spoke. "This is about 100 meals. Now, take it to your men right away," he said in a serious voice. "Owner Zeph, what are you doing?" asked all of the other cooks simultaneously. Krieg, on the other hand, looked shocked beyond belief. "Your red foot Zeph," Krieg whispered out, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. I know his name sounded familiar. Luffy thought to himself. Zeph then walked away from Krieg and headed back to stand with his chefs. "Owner Zeph, why did you do that?" one of the chefs asked. "If his men regain their strength they will kill us," the chef yelled in a scared voice. "That is only if they still have their will to fight," Zeph said before he turned and looked at Krieg. "Tell me, did your will survive defeat?" Zeph asked Krieg, causing all of the chefs to look at Krieg in disbelief. "Not even a pirate ship with 50 ships could make it on the Grand Line," Patty asked in disbelief. Krieg, however, just stared at Zeph for a while before he spoke. "It is you, isn't it? Your red foot Zeph," he said once more. "So, you are alive, the unrivaled pirate captain who was also the ship's cooks," he said. "Yes, that is right, I am still alive, but what does any of this have to do with you?" Zeph asked a question that Luffy also wanted to know. "I haven't been a pirate for many years now. I chose the life of a cook," Zeph said, making Krieg start laughing before he spoke. "Chose the life of a cook, huh? Yeah, right. You didn't have a choice, old man. You live as a cook because the only thing you can be now is a cook," Krieg said, while pointing to Zeph's wooden leg. Krieg then went on to tell the legend of Red Foot Zeph for everyone to hear. Enough chit-chat, let's get to the point. What do you want from me? Zeph asked, causing Don Krieg to smirk evilly at him before he replied. You're the man who sailed the treacherous seas of the Grand Line and came back unharmed, Krieg said, causing everyone including Luffy to look at Zeph with a look of pure shock on their face. There should be a logbook detailing your tactics, a full year of your journey there. Give it to me, Krieg said, making Luffy narrow his eyes at him. Yes, there is such a book in my possession, but I will never hand it over to the likes of you, Zeph said, causing Krieg to take on a pissed-off look on his face. That logbook is the urt of the crewman I sailed with. It is far too important to give to you, Zeph said. Luffy could understand why Zeph wouldn't want to give up that book, especially if the men who Zeph served with had perished in the accident that took his leg. It was far too scared of a treasure to any decent captain to just hand over to another. Then I'll just take it, Krieg said, knocking Luffy out of his thought. Yes, it is true that the Grand Line beat me. Still, I will never give up on it, for I am Don Krieg. It is just another ocean. I had enough men, enough weapons, and enough ambition. Regrettably, the only thing I lacked was information, but now I will fix all of that. Once I have your logbook, I will form another pirate fleet and capture the legendary One Piece. Krieg yelled, causing everyone to fall silent. The silence was broken by the sound of laughter, causing everyone to look to at Luffy, who was laughing as he began to get up from his seat. Man, that was the funniest thing I had in a while, Luffy said as he got up from his seat and looked at Krieg. You think you having that logbook that means you are going to survive the Grand Line? Don't make me laugh, Luffy said as he stood in the middle of the restaurant between the chefs and Krieg. It doesn't matter how much men or ships you have, it doesn't matter how much information about that place you have. It all means shit if you are weak. And you Krieg are as weak as they come, Luffy said, causing all of the chefs including Zeph's eyes to widen at Luffy's statement. Krieg looked beyond pissed that some kid was talking down to him and calling him weak. Just who do you think you are, punk? Krieg asked in a dangerous voice that made some of the cooks tremble in fear. Luffy was about to respond, but before he could, Jin spoke. Don Krieg, Jin said, getting his attention. He is the pirate I told you about. The one from the Grand Line, Jin said, making everyone look at Luffy in awe. Krieg stared at Luffy for a while and was about to speak, but Luffy spoke before he could. I mean, come on Krieg, you couldn't even survive paradise for a week and you think that you are going to be able to conquer the Grand Line and find the One Piece. Get real, Luffy said as he began walking towards Krieg. When Luffy was within the reach of Krieg, he tried to punch Luffy with a glove that had a rather large diamond on it. Luffy saw it coming and caught the fist with his left hand, causing Krieg's eyes to widen. Before Krieg could fire any one of his weapons, Luffy flicked Krieg in the air and slammed them down on the ground while still holding on to his fist. On Krieg, Jin yelled as he stared at his captain laying on the ground staring at Luffy in disbelief. Luffy looked over to Jin and spoke. Don't worry Jin, I won't kill him, he said, surprising everyone. He is Hawkeye's prey, Luffy said, causing Jin's eyes to widen in fear, along with Krieg's. Luffy then let go of Krieg and went back to sit next to Zoro before he spoke to Krieg again. I suggest you go feed your men cause he will be here any moment now, Luffy said, causing Zoro to look at the door excitedly. Shouldn't have interrupted his nap, Luffy added before taking a sip of his whiskey. Krieg got up from the floor and walked over to the bag containing the food, picked it up and began to leave. As he was out of the door, he turned towards Zeph and spoke. In 1 hour I will come back for this restaurant, anyone still in here will die, he said before he left. Luffy simply scoffed at him. Luffy then looked at Zeph and spoke. Hey, old man, Luffy said, getting Zeph's attention. I'll kick Krieg's ass for you if you give me that chef, he said while pointing at Sanji. Zeph smiled and replied. You got yourself a deal kid, he said, causing Sanji to protest, but everyone ignored it. 1 hour later. Everyone was still inside the restaurant waiting on Krieg to shop up again when suddenly they heard loud banging outside and the entire restaurant started rocking against what appears to be large waves. He's here, Luffy said as he got up and began walking towards the door with Zoro and the chefs following right behind him. As Luffy stepped out of the door, he saw Krieg's giant galleon get sliced in half. It's been a while, hasn't it, Luffy? Asked a man standing on a coffin-shaped boat. Luffy smirked before he replied. Indeed it has, Hawkeye. Luffy turned his head quickly towards Zoro and yelled out. I thought I told you to keep an eye on her. Luffy yelled at Zoro. Zoro took his sword out of his mouth and replied to Luffy. I was watching her all the time before he left to go move the ship, Zoro yelled back. How was I supposed to know she was going to steal the ship? Zoro asked. Luffy was about to reply, but Mihawk spoke before he could say anything. My looks like you already have a mutiny on your crew, Luffy, Mihawk said with a chuckle, pissing Luffy off. Soon blue electric sparks could be seen around Luffy's body, the wind started to pick up and skies overhead started to darken and was completely covered with thunderclouds. All of a sudden a loud booming thunder sounded overhead, scaring everyone, even Mihawk a bit. Luffy then turned towards Zoro and spoke in a deadly tone. Hurry up whatever you are doing there and go get me my ship back while I get a cook and kill Krieg, Luffy said, causing Zoro to nod his head in agreement. Luffy then turned towards Usopp and spoke. After Zoro finishes, I want you guys to follow Nami and get the ship back. I will be right behind you guys and I will deal with Nami myself, Luffy said, causing everyone there to think one thing in common. I feel sorry for her, they all thought. Luffy then turned towards Zoro and Mihawk to watch their fight, which had already begun. Mihawk was fighting Zoro with a small dagger that Luffy knew he carried hidden in the cross pendant around his neck. Luffy could see Zoro was trying his hardest but couldn't match Mihawk's skill, but was pissed off because Mihawk was using a small dagger and not his actual sword. Luffy and everyone there watches as Mihawk stops Zoro's strongest attack with little to no effort at all. Welcome to the real world, Zoro, Luffy thought as he watched Zoro start to question his strength after having his attack stopped. Everyone around couldn't believe what they were seeing. They couldn't believe that even the great bounty hunter Zoro couldn't beat Mihawk. Luffy paid no attention to murmurings that were happening around, instead he kept his eyes on Zoro. The next thing that happened surprised everyone, including Luffy. Mihawk stabbed Zoro right in the chest. From the angle that Luffy was standing, it looked as though Zoro got stabbed right in his heart. However, even though he was stabbed, Zoro did not back down, he did not fall. Instead, he placed his guard up and attacked Mihawk again. Luffy could see that they were talking to each other, but he could not hear what they were saying. Whatever Zoro said to Haki, it made he smile before he took out his actual sword and slashed at Zoro, breaking two of his swords and cutting him across his chest. Zoro then fell into the water, causing Usopp and the bounty hunter duo to scream out. Zoro! They yelled as they jumped into the water to save Zoro. Luffy placed his hand on his sword and unsheathed it, all while staring at Mihawk, who was staring right back at Luffy with a smirk on his face. The next thing everyone was Luffy disappear from where he was standing, causing the pirates and Cook's eyes to widen at the speed he possessed. The next thing everyone heard metal hitting metal right before a huge shock wave was felt, causing debris to go flying all over the place, along with knocking a few chefs and pirates off their feet, while at the same time creating large waves blocking the restaurant and the unstable pieces of what's left of the Krieg pirate ship. At first, it puzzled everyone when it came to where the shockwave came from. It wasn't until they looked at the center of everything only to see Mihawk and Luffy standing there with their swords clashing. Luffy looked eyes with Mihawk before he spoke. I thought I said I want him back alive, Luffy said before he pushed off of Mihawk's sword and placed some distance between him and Mihawk. Mihawk placed his guard up before he replied to Luffy. "Yes, I got carried away," he said. As he said that, Luffy kicked off and rushed him faster than anyone's eyes could track. Mihawk was barely able to raise his sword in order to block Luffy downwards slashed. As the two swords connected, it created another shockwave, causing a lot of pirates and chefs to fall over. Krieg stared at the two swordsmen with wide eyes before he whispered to himself. Such power in a single swing of their swords, he whispered as he stared at Luffy and Mihawk as they squared off in the middle of everyone. Sanji, who also had his eyes widen at the sheer power of the two men, couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Are they even human?" Sanji asked out loud. Zeph scoffed and folded his arms before he replied. "That's what exists in the Grand Line," he said before he tapped Sanji's shoulder, causing him to look at Zeph. "Look at the sky," he said as he pointed to the sky. Sanji and the rest of the chefs, along with the Krieg pirates and Usopp and company, looked up to the sky to see all of the previous thunderclouds were split right down the middle, creating a sort of trench in the sky. Clouds from both sides were rushing into the trench, but neither one dare crossed over the trench. Everyone stared at the sky in utter disbelief. "They split the sky. No, the heavens in two," a scared Cook said in a surprised voice. Everyone was brought of their staring by Zoro's voice. "Luffy?" Zoro yelled out, getting everyone's attention, especially Luffy and Mihawk, who separated the moment they heard Zoro's voice. Luffy looked over to Zoro to see him laying on his back with one hand holding the only sword he has left in the air. "Luffy, can you hear me?" Zoro asked in a shaky voice. Luffy sighed before he chuckled and resheathed his sword before he replied with a smile. "Yeah, I hear you," Luffy said. Zoro took a breath before he began to speak again. "Sorry for worrying you," Zoro said, causing Luffy to smile. "If I don't become the greatest swordsman in the world, you'd be in a dilemma now, right?" he said before he coughed up some blood, causing the bounty hunter duo to yell at him to stop and save his energy, which Zoro ignored and continued to speak instead. I will never lose again." Zoro yelled out with tears streaming down his face. "Until I defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman, I'll never be defeated anymore." As Zoro said that, Mihawk and Luffy's face split into a wide grin after hearing what Zoro said. "Do you have a problem with that, Pirate King?" Zoro yelled asked. Luffy chuckled to himself before he replied. "Not a single problem," Luffy said. Luffy then turned to Mihawk and saw him standing there with his arms folded and his sword already strapped to his back. Luffy was about to speak to him, but Mihawk looks in the direction and spoke first. "It is still too early for you to die." My name is Hawkeye Mihik. You are strong, but there is still much for you to learn. No matter how much years it takes, I will hold this title as the greatest in the world and wait for you. Until that day you must hone your skills, then seek me out, Rorano Zoro. Hawkeye said, surprising everyone there including Luffy. Hawkeye then turned towards Luffy and spoke. Is your goal still to become the king of the pirates? He asked. Luffy smirked before he replied. You already know the answer to that question, Luffy said, causing Mihik to chuckle before he started walking back to his boat. As he was walking away, Luffy spoke once again. By the way, he said, getting Mihik's attention, if you come across Shanks, let him know I'll be entering paradise in a week, he said before he turned and headed back to the floating restaurant. Mihik turned back around and continued to walk to his boat. As he was about to reach his boat, the sound of someone landing of the piece the broken ship got his and everyone's attention. He looked over his shoulder to see Don Krieg standing there in his golden armor. Hawkeye, Krieg said, making Hawkeye's turn around to look at him. I was under the impression you were here to kill me, Krieg said. Hawkeye looked at him with a bored expression on his face before he replied. I was, but I had enough fun for today. So, I am going back home to rest, he said before he turns around and began walking back to his boat. As he was walking back to his boat, Krieg spoke again. That's too bad because I am just getting started, he said as he pulled out 2 pistols and activated his hidden guns that were hidden under his armor and aimed it all at Mihik. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bolt of lightning came out of the sky and struck Krieg, causing him to collapse on the ground smoking. Everyone stared at the smoking form of Krieg with wide eyes before he looked back up at the cloudy sky. It is as though the gods themselves judge Krieg, Paddy said in a voice of utter disbelief as he stared up at the sky. Luffy was looking at all of them with an amused look on his face. You know, I could have handled that, Luffy. I didn't need your help, Mihik said, causing everyone to look at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. Luffy chuckled before he replied. I know, but I gotta deal with the old man, he said, earning a nod from Mihik before he stepped onto his boat and sailed away. Luffy then turned his attention towards Usopp and company, who had just got finished bandaging up Zoro. Usopp, Luffy called out, getting his attention. You 4 head after Nami. I will catch up with once I get the cook, Luffy said, making Usopp standing up straight and salute him before he replied. You can count on the great Captain Usopp to get the ship back, Usopp said before the 4 of them sailed after Nami. Luffy then looked at Zeph and spoke. I do hope our deal still stands. Luffy asked, earning a chuckle and a nod from Zeph. Good, he said before he turned and looked at Krieg, who was now trying to stand back up. Luffy turned his body to lightning, surprising everyone there, and teleported himself in front of Krieg. When Krieg stood up straight, he saw Luffy standing right in front of him, looking at him with a bored expression on his face. Krieg stared right back at Luffy with a look of pure hatred before he raised one of his pistols and pointed it at Luffy's head. The chefs were beginning to get worried for Luffy, while the pirates all smiled at the fact that their captain was going to kill the Straw Hat Boy. Even though he had a gun pointed to his head, Luffy's expression didn't change. He had that same bored expression on his face, which pissed Krieg off even more. One of the chefs was about to yell at Luffy to move out of the way, but before he could, Krieg pulled the trigger. What happened next surprised everyone, even Krieg and Zeph. The bullet hit Luffy right between the eyes and seemed to just pass right through him, as though he was a ghost. When Krieg saw this, he stumbled back a few steps in surprise before he pulled the trigger again and again, only to have the same thing happen each time. Dropping his gun, Krieg began to stutter. Why you ate a devil fruit, he said, surprising everyone who was there. People around Luffy began murmuring about hearing about devil fruits and myths about devil fruits. Luffy just tuned all of them out and focused on Krieg, who regained his composure and began to speak. It doesn't matter if you ate a devil fruit or not, he said, causing the murmuring to stop and Luffy to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. I'll just blow you into the water and have you drown, he said before he reached behind him and pulled out a speak with 2 big gold plates, like the ones on his shoulder, on the side. Krieg then rushed towards Luffy and tried to strike him in his chest, but Luffy sidestepped and grabbed a wooden pole of the spear with his left hand and held onto it, preventing Krieg from pulling it away. You are without a doubt the biggest idiot I have ever met, Luffy said in a bored tone as he held on the spear. What did you say, brat? Asked an angry Krieg. Luffy just sighed before he replied. What kind of idiot puts a metal speak with 2 giant gold-plated discs on a piece of stick? Luffy yelled before he crushed the wooden stick with his left hand, causing Krieg's eyes to widen. As the tip of the spear was falling to the ground, Luffy spun clockwise and kicked it in the direction of Krieg's ship. The spear sailed in the air before he stuck onto Krieg's ship right in the middle of a group of pirates. As the tip hit the ground, it exploded, blowing the group of pirates away and into the water. Luffy then looked at Krieg, who had a look of fear written all over his face. Faster than anyone could blink, Luffy grabbed onto Krieg's face and smashed his head into the ground. Luffy then stood up and placed his right foot on Krieg's chest plate before he spoke. You should be careful walking around with all this metal, Krieg, Luffy said in a voice that sent chills down the spine of everyone there. You could get struck by lightning, he said before he covered his entire body in lightning and electrocuted Krieg. Everyone staring at the scene could clearly see Krieg was in a great deal of pain and he was trying to scream, yet no voice came out. Gin stared at his captain with wide eyes, he wanted to help his captain, but fear didn't let him move from the spot that he was in. Luffy electrocuted Krieg for about 4 minutes before he finally turned off the lightning and stepped off of Krieg and began walking back to the chefs. Everyone stared at Krieg to see what he was going to get up, but with one look everyone there knew. Don Krieg, the pirate admiral and ruler of the East Blue, was dead. As Luffy was walking back to the restaurant he stopped and turned to the pirates and looked at them with cold eyes, causing them to flinch under his gaze. I suggest all of you get out of here before I kill you as well, Luffy said, causing them to scramble and run to find pieces of the broken ship to use as a boat. When Luffy reached the chef, Zeph was the first one to speak. You were just going to let them go? He asked. Luffy chuckled and smiled at him before he spoke. The dead man tells no tales, he said before he walked into the restaurant. As he said that, Zeph started to laugh. Indeed they don't, Zeph said before he followed Luffy into the restaurant along with the rest of the cooks. Luffy was currently sitting at one of the tables in the restaurant, eating a bowl of soup with Sanji and all of the chefs. It had been a few hours since Luffy defeated Krieg and everything seemed to have calmed down a bit. Other than a few pirates who chose to give up the pirate's life to become waiters at the restaurant, everything was somewhat peaceful. That was until he heard Patty yell out. Who made the soup? He asked loudly. Sanji got up from his seat with a smile on his face and walked over to Patty before he spoke. I did, he said with a smile. Isn't it the best soup you ever tasted? He asked. However, what Patty said next wiped the happy smile right off of his face and replaced it with an angry scowl. More like the worst soup I ever tasted, Patty said before he tossed a bowl of soup on the ground. Sanji then grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and yelled at him. What did you said, you bastard? He asked angrily. Before Patty could reply, some more cooks started to comment on the soup. Yay, this thing this disgusting, said one chef. Tastes like garbage in a bowl to me, said another. It continued like that for a while before every chef in the restaurant was yelling at Sanji for how disgusting his soup was. Luffy was beyond confused, he was wondering if he was eating the same soup that everyone else was tasting. He looked over next to Patty at the pot that was on the table to see if it was the same pot that he took his food out from. To Luffy's surprise, it was the exact same pot. So, he took his spoon and took another taste of his soup while ignoring the fight that broke out between Sanji and the chefs behind him. The soup tasted amazing to Luffy. It reminded him of the home-cooked food that Makino used to cook for him when he was a kid on Dawn Island. Luffy was interrupted from his reminiscing by the sound of what Luffy could make out as Zeph's wooden leg hitting the floor as he walked. The sound got everyone in the restaurant's attention, they all looked at the stairs to see Zeph walking down the stairs with a spoon in his hand. He walked straight to the pot of soup on the table before he dipped his spoon into the pot and scooped up some soup. All of the commotion stopped, people who were fighting and eating all paused and looked at Zeph with bated breath to see what he would say about the soup. In Luffy's mind, if there was anyone who could truly judge the taste of the soup and be right about it, was Zeph. Zeph placed a spoonful of the soup in his mouth and swirled it around in his mouth to get a good taste of it before he gave his opinion. This soup is horrible, he said before he spat on the floor. As he said that, Luffy had his jaw practically hanging. He was about to take a sip of his whiskey before he stopped and looked at the glass and think to himself. Is the whiskey burning away my tastibids? He thought to himself before he shrugged his shoulders and tossed his drink back and savored the taste. He then turned his attention to Sanji, who was walking over to Zeph with an angry expression on his face. What did you say, you only geezer? Sanji yelled. Zeph folded his arms before he replied. You heard me the first time, brat, he said before he turned around and started walking back towards the kitchen. As he was walking, he looked over his shoulder and spoke to Sanji once more. Might as well join that kid's pirate crew because I don't need a crappy cook like you working here, Zeph said. Luffy, who saw how much that comment hit Sanji and decided to add his 2 cents. So, he got up with his bowl and walked over to the pot and started to take out some more soup. As he was serving himself seconds, he spoke to the entire restaurant. You know, I don't know what you guys are talking, he said, getting all of their attention. This is the best soup I've had in years, he said, causing Sanji to smile. Sanji then looked at Luffy before looking back and Zeph and spoke. Fine then, he said, making everyone look at him. If you bastards can't appreciate good cooking, then I'll just go where my cooking will be appreciated, he said before turning towards Luffy, who was walking back to his table. You got yourself a cook, Luffy, he said before walking out of the restaurant. As he said that, Luffy smiled at the fact that he just found his cook, now all he needed to do was go sort out his navigator issues. As soon as Sanji walked out of the restaurant, Luffy looked at Zeph and spoke. "You know, I really didn't taste anything wrong with the soup," he said, causing Zeph to chuckle and a few of the chefs to look at him slightly ashamed, which confused Luffy. "There is nothing wrong with the soup," Zeph said with a warm smile on his face. "Sanji is a great cook, one of the best chefs in the restaurant," Patty said, causing a few of the other chefs to nod in agreement. "So, why did you tell him his food sucks?" Luffy asked before he started to eat his food. Zeph walked over to Luffy's table and sat down opposite him before he started to speak. "That boy is extremely stubborn. He has dreams of his own, yet he sticks around this restaurant thinking that he needed to repay a debt that I never expected him to pay back," Zeph said, causing Luffy to nod his head, showing he understood what Zeph was saying. "He would have never left on his own," he said with a chuckle. "So, we decided to give him a push, a pretty hard push," Patty added, making everyone laugh. It was at that moment that Luffy's observation Haki alerted him that Sanji was standing at the door listening to everything everyone was saying about him. Luffy smiled and said nothing. Instead he got up and headed towards the back door to meet Sanji. When he got out there, he saw him leaning over the side of the ship with tears in his eyes. Luffy walked and stood next to him with his back braced against the side of the ship. "Got any dream, Sanji?" Luffy asked, getting his attention. Sanji wiped his eyes before taking out a cigarette and lighting it. "Yeah, I got one that I want to achieve before I die," he said before he took a deep pull on his cigarette. "Have you ever heard of the All Blue?" he asked. Luffy turned away from him and looked up to the sky and sighed before he replied. "Yeah, I have," Luffy said, surprising Sanji. "It is said it is a mystical sea of legend, rumored to be the only place in the world where the North, South, East, and West seas meet. In this legendary ocean, it is said that there are fish from each of the 4 seas from. What I had, it is the ultimate dream of every chef," Luffy said before looking back at Sanji to see his eyes were wide at the fact that Luffy had heard about the All Blue. "Do you think it exists?" Sanji asked in a voice that sounded as though he was scared of the answer. "Don't know," Luffy said, making Sanji's mood drop a bit. However, Luffy continued, causing Sanji to look up at him with hopeful eyes. "There is only one way to find out whether it exists or not," he said with a grin, causing Sanji to grin alongside him. "Yes, there is only one way, huh?" he asked rhetorically with a smirk on his face. Luffy then turned around and looked out into the open sea with a smirk of his own and spoke. "Let's turn this world upside down," he said in a voice filled with conviction before he turned to Sanji and spoke again. "Go get your stuff ready. We need to leave as soon as possible," he said before starting off in the direction that Nami went. "I have a thief to catch," he said before heading back inside. When he got inside, he saw everyone was cleaning up the restaurant and a few chefs were sitting back relaxing. Luffy walked over to an empty table and sat down with a glass in his hand before he poured himself some whiskey to drink. While Luffy was enjoying his drink, the doors of the restaurant came flying off of its hinges and something came crashing in. Everyone in the restaurant was startled by the sudden change of events. It went from being a calm and peaceful moment to one long and scary one. A lot of the chefs thought it was the Krieg pirate came back for revenge, or the Marines heard about the fight between Luffy and Krieg and had come to arrest everyone. When the dust cloud finally settled, everyone was left staring at a truly strange sight. Laying on the ground was a man inside of a shark's mouth. For the second time today, Luffy was left wondering if he should stop drinking. He looked around to see if everyone was seeing the same thing that he was seeing, and much to his surprise they were. "Is that a fishman?" asked one of the cooks. "Did he come all the way from Fishman Island just to eat here?" another cook said, going off of the previous. "You idiot, it is a human in a pan shark," Patty said to the 2 cooks. Luffy finally decided to get up from where he was sitting and walked over to get a good look in the man. What he saw caused his eyes to widen. It was Yasaku. "Yasaku?" Luffy yelled before he pulled him out of the shark's mouth. When he pulled him out of the shark's mouth, some of the chefs picked up the shark and set it free, while another brought a blanket for Yasaku. After sitting him down in a shark, Luffy then began to question Yasaku. "Why are you here? Where are the others? Did you find Nami?" he asked. Yasaku wrapped himself up in a blanket before he spoke in a somber tone. "We never actually caught up with her, but from the direction she is heading, we think we've figured out where Big Sis is going and what she plans on doing," he said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes a bit. "I see," he said before taking a sip of his whiskey. "So we can get the ship back," Luffy said, causing Yasaku to look down a bit before he replied. "Maybe," he said, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. "But if our suspicion turns out to be true, then the place she is going could mean certain death to all of us if we follow her," Yasaku said, surprising Luffy and everyone there with that comment. "The point is, we really need your help, big bro Luffy. Please come with me," Yasaku said in a desperate voice. "Okay, I don't really get it, but I got it. Let's go," Luffy said before he started walking towards the front door with Yasaku following right behind him, along with all of the chefs who want to say goodbye. As they were walking out of the door, everyone saw Sanji standing there with a bag over his shoulder. He then looked towards Luffy and spoke. "Are you ready to go, Captain?" he asked, surprising the chefs that were there. "Yeah, looks like the rest of the guys are going to need some help," Luffy said before he walked towards the edge of the restaurant with Yusaku, leaving Sanji to say goodbye. He could hear Sanji in the background yelling at the cooks about their bad acting, and he could also hear Sanji crying. Well, he thanked Zeph for all he did for him throughout the years. Luffy then decided to block out Sanji and look up to the sky and began concentrating to summon a cloud for them to ride on. A small part of the sky began to be filled with a small number of thunderclouds. After the size was suitable to Luffy's liking, the clouds started to descend from the sky to the restaurant. By now Sanji had finished thanking Zeph and came to stand next to Luffy, not noticing the cloud coming down from the sky. "How are we going there?" he asked while wiping the remaining tears away from his eyes. "If you want, I have a small boat that would be able to carry us," he said. Luffy didn't say anything, he simply pointed up at the sky, causing Sanji and the chefs to look up as well. To say they were surprised at what they saw would be an understatement. Their eyes were as wide as he can be, and their jaws were practically hanging from their mouth as they saw thunder slowly descending from the sky and stopping at the feet of Luffy. When the cloud arrived, Luffy jumped on, surprising everyone except for Yusaku, who had seen it before. From the cloud, a throne was formed along with 2 seats in front of the throne. He then looked at Sanji and Yusaku and spoke. "Are you two going to stand there all day or get on already?" he asked rhetorically, knocking the 2 of them out of their staring. They quickly hopped into the cloud and sat down in the seats. As he sat down, a bolt of lightning came out of the cloud and went around them, strapping them to their seats. Luffy then turned towards Zeph and spoke. "Do take care of yourself, old man," he said before the cloud raced away across the water at an amazing speed in the direction of where the others went. "Cheeky brat," Zeph said as he stared at the cloud getting smaller and smaller as he sped away. Back on the cloud, Luffy was calmly sitting on his throne pouring himself a drink, while Sanji and Yusaku were poking and touching the cloud, trying to wrap their head around the fact that they are riding on a cloud. "How are you able to do this?" asked an astonished Sanji. Luffy took a sip of his drink before he replied. "I ate a lightning devil fruit. I can control lightning and become lightning itself," he said as he turned his right hand into a large bolt of lightning. "For some reason, I can control thunderclouds to a certain degree. It surprised me as well when I first discovered it," Luffy said. Sanji nodded his head and went back to admiring the cloud but was interrupted when Luffy spoke to Yusaku. "So, Yusaku," he said, getting Yusaku's attention. "Do you want to tell us what is so bad about where Nami is going?" he asked. Yusaku then sat up straight and spoke to both Luffy and Sanji. She went to Arlong," he said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes and Sanji raise his eyebrows. "Arlong? As in Sawtooth Arlong?" Luffy asked in a surprised voice. Yusaku nodded his head before he spoke again. Nami couldn't stop looking at Arlong's picture when she saw it. And it wasn't a normal kind of stare, there was something different about the way she was staring, something focused. "I'm telling you, Nami is planning of taking down Arlong and collecting the 20 million berry bounty," Yusaku said, causing Sanji's eyes to widen. Luffy didn't say anything, he simply waited for Yusaku to continue before he said anything because something did not add up in Luffy's mind. The warlord and captain of the Fishman Pirates, Jim, left Arlong here in the East Blue, and since coming here he has taken control of 20 towns, Yusaku said, surprising Sanji once more. As Yusaku was about to speak, Luffy interrupted him. "Jim didn't leave Arlong here to cause trouble. The 2 of them had fallen out a long time ago, and Arlong and a few other fishmen who think themselves to be superior to humans took up shop in the East Blue after leaving the Fishman Pirates," Luffy said, shedding some light on the subject. "How do you know that?" asked Sanji, getting a nod from Yusaku, showing he too wanted to know how Luffy knew that. "I met Jim a long time ago when I went to Fishman Island," Luffy said, surprising the 2 passengers on the cloud. "He was really nice. He even gave me meat," Luffy said with a smile, causing the 2 of them to sweat drop. "Anyway, while I was there he told me the story of Fisher Tiger and other stories about his pirate journey. The story about Arlong happened to be one of them," he finished. "Wow, you went to Fishman Island," Sanji said with a weird look on his face. "You've got to tell me, are the mermaids as beautiful as the stories say?" he asked with hearts in his eyes while his cigarette was puffing out heart-shaped smoke. "The stories don't do them justice," Luffy said, causing Sanji to have a nosebleed. "But you don't have to take my word for it, you can see for yourself when we go there," Luffy said, causing Sanji to smile widely and started singing about how many mermaids he's going to marry. Luffy just shook his head and turned to Yusaku and told him to continue where he left off. Arlong set up his main base of operation on Konomi Islands. He calls it Arlong Park and that's where Nami is headed, Yusaku said. Luffy sighed and took a sip of his drink before he replied. This girl is more trouble than she is worth, he said while massaging his forehead with his right hand. I mean if she wants to kill Arlong for his bounty why didn't she just say so and all of us would have helped her? Is she that greedy that she wants it all for herself? He asked causing the two of them to shrug their shoulders. Something about her behavior doesn't add up. Hold on tight, Luffy said suddenly puzzling Sanji and Yasaku. Then all of a sudden the thundercloud that they were riding on sped up and angled itself upward a bit and began to climb higher and higher in the sky. What are you doing? Screamed Yasaku. Going to a higher altitude. We will get there faster this way, he said before he increased the speed of the cloud once more. Now the cloud was flying across the sky at about 80 miles per hour and was about 20,000 feet in the air. Yasaku and Sanji looked beyond scared at the height they were. Sanji was doing a better job of hiding it while Yasaku was screaming for his life. After traveling for about 30 minutes high in the clouds, the thundercloud began to descend from the sky until it was back to about 10 feet above the water. Looking ahead of them they could see an island in the distance. Luffy looked to Yasaku, who was trying to compose himself and spoke. Is that the island? He asked. Yasaku looked ahead of the cloud before he spoke. Yeah, that's it, he said while pointing ahead. And that's Arlong Park right there, he said pointing at the silhouette of the tall building just at the front of the island. As he said that Luffy turned the cloud to the right and started moving away from Arlong Park. What are you doing? Arlong Park is right there, Yasaku asked with a confused look on his face. We are going to the other side of the island. Let's find Zoro and the rest of the guys before we go tearing this place apart, he said getting a nod of agreement from Yasaku and Sanji. They flew around the island until they reached the rear shore that looked to be secluded enough for them not to be noticed by anyone. The cloud flew ashore before coming to a stop. When it stopped the lightning bolts that were holding Sanji and Yasaku in their seats disappeared. Luffy then stood up from his throne soon followed by Sanji and Yasaku. The cloud then began to get closer and closer to the ground until it touched the ground. Upon contact with the ground, it slowly started to dissipate until the entire cloud was gone and three boys were left standing on the shore. So what now, Captain? Asked Sanji as he lit a new cigarette. Luffy looked around for a bit before he replied. There doesn't seem to be any towns or villages nearby, Luffy said while using his observation Haki to check around for people. There is probably one more inland. For now, I think we just need to find the rest of the guys, he said. How are we going to do that, big bro Luffy? Asked Yasaku with a confused look on his face. Luffy thought for a bit before he came up with an idea. I think we just let them know we're here on the island and then take it from there, he said, confusing both Sanji and Yasaku. And how do you plan on letting them know? Sanji asked causing Luffy to smirk. You'll see, he said before looking up to the sky. At Arlong Park. Sitting tied up in front of what looks to be some kind of pool is Zoro. Surrounding him are numerous fishmen and Nami. Sitting behind Nami is the leader of the Arlong pirates, Arlong. Arlong is a large muscular light blue saw shark fishman. He has long black hair with a widow's peak reaching down to his shoulders under a brownish shanka. He has a fin on his nape surrounded by his hair and the gills are located on both the sides of his neck. On the left side of his chest is the tattoo of the Fishman Pirates while his own Jolly Roger is on his lower left arm. He was sitting on a white lawn chair staring at Zoro who was staring at Nami. I guess you finally get it. I just used you guys to get what I wanted. You were skilled enough to get me my needs, but boy were you guys a bunch of suckers, Nami said with a smug look on her face, causing Zoro to grit his teeth. The moment she said that Arlong started laughing. She had you guys completely fooled. It's no use she is cold-blooded, she betrayed her own family for money, so you really shouldn't feel too bad, Arlong said causing Nami to flinch which didn't go unnoticed by Zoro. If I were you I would just admit defeat and try to forget the day you even met her, he said causing Zoro to look down a bit before he started to chuckle which puzzled everybody including Nami. Here was a man who is most likely about to die and he is laughing as though everything is alright. Forget about it? Zoro asked rhetorically. That's kinda impossible. And as for the thing about us trusting her, we didn't. Well, the captain sure didn't, Zoro said surprising everyone including Nami. The only reason she stole our ship is cause I wasn't watching as the captain told me to I got distracted a bit, he said. What are you talking about? Nami asked. Zoro chuckled some more before he replied. You see, the captain told me to keep an eye on you before we went to that restaurant, but after someone showed up I got distracted and took my eyes off you, he said, causing Nami to scoff at him. And as for not being able to forget about this let's just say she pissed off the wrong person, Zoro said cryptically. Arlong was watching the interaction with narrowed eyes along with every other fishman. What are you talking about? Nami asked in a curious voice. Zoro's face took on a serious look before he answered. You joined the captain's crew then committed treason and on top of them stole his ship with his Jolly Roger on it, Zoro said scaring Nami a bit. You don't really think there won't be any repercussions for your actions, do you? He asked with a smirk on his face. He is probably on his way here right now, and for your sake, you better hope he calmed down a bit from the last time I saw him, he said. As he said that, a large shadow was cast over Arlong Park and was spreading outwards towards the sea. Everyone looked up and was surprised by what they saw, well, everyone except Nami and Zoro. Nami's face lost all color while Zoro was smiling as he looked up to the sky. Up in the sky, lightning could be seen flashing and striking random parts of the island. Then out of nowhere, a loud thunderclap was heard throughout the island and in a few neighboring islands. The fishermen were confused at what they were seeing. It was as though a major storm just came out of nowhere without any warning. Zoro and Nami, however, they knew that wasn't a normal storm. That could only mean one thing. Luffy was here and he is still pissed. Start of second part. Luffy, Sanji, and Yusaku were currently walking through a forested part of the island for about 10 minutes now. Not too long ago, Luffy turned the sky black and began raining down thunder and lightning as a way to let the others know that he was here on the island. At first, Sanji and Yusaku were okay with what he was doing. After all, they saw what he did during his fight with Don Krieg, but they were immediately beginning to get scared when the thunder was so loud that the island itself shook and lightning bolts were striking random parts of the island. After Luffy was done sending his signal to the others, the three of them began walking inland. Even though Luffy was finished giving the signal, the thunderclouds were still present in the sky, with lightning flashing every now and then. I can sense a large number of people ahead, Luffy said, getting their attention. It is still a distance away, about another 10 minutes, and we should reach where they are, he said, causing Sanji and Yusaku to look at him strangely. How do you know that? Sanji asked with a curious look on his face. I use my observation Haki to sense them. Don't worry, as soon as we sort out all of this I am going to teach it to all of you, he said, earning a nod from Sanji. After walking for another 10 minutes, the group exited the forest and ended up in what appears to be a small village of some kind. Luffy looked around expecting to see someone in the streets, but there was no one there. It looked to be completely deserted. It was odd because Luffy remembered he sensed people in this exact same location 10 minutes ago. So he decided to use his observation Haki once more to try and see where all the people were. Closing his eyes, he began to try and sense the life force of people around. After a few seconds, he reopened his eyes and spoke. I sense that all the people in the village are just ahead of us, he said, point in front of them. The three of them then began walking up what appears to be the main street of the village until they spot a large group of people gathered around a man. The man was wearing a police uniform with a pinwheel on his hat, and his entire body was covered in scars from his face down to his legs. The three of them stood at the edge of the group, observing what was going on before they made their presence known. Luffy then tapped Sanji and Yusaku on the shoulder, getting their attention. Add pointer off to the left of the group, causing them to look in the direction of where he was pointing. When they looked, they saw a house completely destroyed. Usually, when a house is destroyed, the parts of the roof would still be at the top, but this time it was at the bottom. It looked as though someone picked the house up and flipped it upside down before slamming it into the ground. What could have the power to flip a house like that? Yusaku whispered to the two of them. The fishman, Sanji replied, causing Yusaku's eyes to widen in fear. It was at that point Luffy decided to make their presence known. It looks like we missed quite the party, he said, getting everyone's attention. After people starting to notice the three of them standing at the back, the crowd of people began creating a path for the three of them to walk through. Luffy stood in the middle with Sanji on his left and Yusaku on his right as they walked through the path towards the man with all of the scars. Who are you three? Asked a man in the police uniform. I've never seen you here before, he said. Luffy looked at him with an emotionless look on his face for a while before he replied in his usual monotone voice. We're just a couple of sailors looking for our friends who came to this island, he replied as he walked and stood next to the man. You wouldn't happen to see them, would you? He asked. The people in the town were starting to get a bit nervous. They don't really get a lot of visitors to this island. Are you pirates? The man asked, making the people in the villages even more nervous. Yes, we are, Luffy said, causing everyone's eyes to widen in fear before they all started to back up slowly. Relax, I mean you no harm, I am just here looking for my crew. One of them is a swordsman with green hair, you may know him as Roronoa's Oro, Luffy said, surprising everyone at the fact that the famous pirate hunter became a pirate. The next one is a long-nosed guy who goes by the name of Usopp, he said. As he said that, he noticed a look of recognition across everyone's face. That brave boy is a part of your crew? The man asked, earning a nod from Luffy. I see, I don't know about Roronoa, but that long-nosed man was here, but Arlong's men went after him and they went running in that direction, he said while pointing off in the distance. Luffy's eyes were as wide as dinner plates when he heard that. Damn it, Usopp, Luffy thought to himself. He then sighed and began massaging his forehead before he spoke. Thanks, I didn't get your name, Luffy said. "Oh, forgive me, I am Genzo," he said as he stretched out his head for Luffy to shake. Luffy grabbed his hand and shook it before he replied. "Thanks for your help, Genzo, I'm Luffy," he said as he shook Genzo's hand. Luffy, Sanji, and Yusaku then began walking off in the direction that Usopp was chased in, before Luffy stopped and turned back to Genzo to ask another question. "Hey Genzo," he said, getting his and everybody's attention. "I am also looking for a girl by the name of Nami, know where I can find her?" he asked, causing everyone in the village to flinch slightly. The one thing that caught Luffy's eyes, however, was the reaction of a blue-haired girl. Not only did she flinch upon hearing Nami's name, but her facial expression changed from that of a serious one to a worried one, and using his observation, Haki Luffy could tell that her emotions were all over the place, ranging from curiosity to worried. Before Luffy could question the village about their reaction, he heard Zoro's voice coming from behind him. "Luffy?" screamed Zoro as he ran up the road with his only sword in hand to meet Luffy. Luffy turned around and saw Zoro running towards him, but frowned when he saw neither Johnny nor Usopp was with him. Luffy had thought that Johnny would for sure be with him, for sure, knowing how much Johnny and Yusaku look up to him. When Zoro finally arrived and caught his breath, he spoke to Luffy. "Luffy, Nami is a member of Arlong's crew," Zoro said, surprising the three of them. "What did you just say?" Luffy asked with a surprised look on his face. "You heard me, she is a part of Arlong's crew. She even has his Jolly Roger tattooed on her shoulder," Zoro said, surprising the three of them again. After he said that, Luffy began to think back and soon realized he never saw Nami's shoulder, she always wore short sleeves hiding it. That's not possible. Arlong hates humans, so there is no way he would let one join his crew. Something doesn't add up, Luffy thought to himself. Luffy then walked back over to Genzo and took a seat next to him before sighing and pulling out a bottle of whiskey and a glass from his coat and pouring himself a drink. "Okay, forget about Nami for now, where are Usopp and Johnny?" he asked. Zoro looked around before shrugging his shoulders, causing Luffy to sigh once again. Just as Luffy was about to speak, everyone heard Johnny's voice. "Big bro Luffy!" screamed Johnny as he ran through the crowd with tears streaming down his face, confusing everyone. Upon arrival, he immediately dropped down to his knees in front of Luffy and began crying, causing everyone to look at him strangely. "Johnny, calm down, where is Usopp? Is he going to come running in like you and Zoro?" Luffy asked, trying to calm Johnny down, but instead calming him down, he made Johnny start crying even more. "Big bro Usopp is dead," Johnny said, causing everyone's eyes to widen and making Luffy shot up to his feet. "Nami murdered him," he screamed, causing the villagers to gasp in shock before they all scream in fear when they heard a loud thunderclap above. Luffy immediately bent down and picked Johnny up by the scruff of his neck before speaking in a cold, emotionless tone. "Don't fuck with me, Johnny," he said as he stared into Johnny's eyes. "Nami doesn't have what it takes to kill anyone, stealing is as far as she goes," Luffy said. "Luffy is right, even though she is with Arlong, there is something off about her behavior when I saw her," Zoro said. "It's true," Johnny screamed as Luffy let go of him. "She was a traitor all along. She is trying to gain Arlong's favor so she can gain the treasure in Kokoyasi village all for herself. You don't have to believe me, but I know what I saw. Nami killed Big Bro Usopp," Johnny said. Zoro was about to speak, but stopped when he saw Luffy with a serious look on his face staring up the road he came from. Zoro turned and looked up the road, causing everyone to do the same. Everyone saw someone walking up the road towards the village. After a few minutes, everyone to makes out that it was Nami walking towards the village with a bow staff in her hand. When she arrived in front of everyone, her eyes immediately made eye contact with the girl with the blue hair, and a sad look came across both her and the girl's face. This did not go unnoticed by Luffy. He looked at Nami with cold eyes and spoke. "Where is Usopp, Nami?" Luffy asked as he stared at her. Nami smirked before she replied. "But the fishes," she said, causing everyone in the village to gasp once more. Genzo looked like he wanted to say something to Nami, but before he could, the sound Luffy chuckling filled the air, causing everyone to look at him strangely. "Oh, now I'm really mad," Luffy said. As he said that, the lightning struck the destroyed house, setting the rubble on fire. Johnny then shot up to his feet and pointed at Nami before he screamed at her. "Damn you," he screamed while pointing at her with tears streaming down his face. "Because you big bro Usopp is gone," he yelled. Nami didn't look the least bothered by his reaction, she just stared at him with a smug look on her face before she replied. "Yep, that's right," she said, causing Luffy to raise his eyebrow at her. "So why don't you kill me and get your revenge," she said, causing Luffy to chuckle a bit before he spoke. "Kill you?" he asked as he took a few steps forward. "Killing you would simply put you out of your misery. I'm going to add on to your misery," Luffy said as lightning flashed behind him. "You know, even though you stole my ship and committed treason, I wasn't really going to do anything other than killing Arlong and leave with the bounty, but now you crossed a line," he said, making everyone in the village a bit nervous. "So, I am not going to kill you," he said before reaching behind him and grabbing the blue-haired girl with the tattoos by her hair and threw her down on the ground in front of him, causing the girl to scream out in pain. He then placed his left foot on her chest and pulling out his pistol and aiming it at her before he continued to speak. "I am going to kill her instead," he said as he stared at Nami with cold eyes. "What do you think you are doing, Luffy?" yelled an angry Sanji. "She has nothing to do with this," he said. "Oh, she has more to do with this than you think," Luffy said as while looking at Sanji. "You see, when you first arrived here I noticed the first person you made eye contact with was this girl and a look of recognition came over both of your faces. So I came to the conclusion that the two of you have history, hell I'd go as far and say the two of you are related," Luffy said causing Nami to flinch. When he saw her flinch he smiled and spoke again. "Seems I hit the nail right on the head, I would go further and say you two are sisters," he said causing her to clench her fist and grit her teeth. "And you see, Usopp's dad in a way raised me. So, Usopp is in a way like a brother and seeing how you kill him, it is only right I kill her. An eye for an eye, right?" Luffy said with a smug smirk on his face. "Those tactics you normally pull are good for the pirates here in the East Blue, but the thing you seem to be forgetting is that I am from the Grand Line, we pirates from there tend to be a bit more ruthless and smart than these ones you got out here. So any last words you want to say to your sister, Nami?" He asked as he pulled the hammer of his flintlock pistol back getting ready to fire while waiting for hear what Nami has to say. Everyone had their eyes widened when they saw Luffy pull the hammer back. A few villagers hid their face not wanting to see what was about to happen. Genzo looked like he was getting ready to steal the gun away from Luffy and Nami looked like she was seeing a ghost of some kind. After a minute she finally screamed out loud. "Usopp is not dead." She screamed causing everyone's eyes except Luffy's to widen. Luffy just smiles at her before he spoke. "I know," he said before he took his foot off of the girl and placed his pistol back in its holster. Nami looked beyond confused along with everyone who was there. What do you mean you know?" she asked in a surprised voice. Luffy looked her with a smirk before he spoke. "He is right over there," he said while pointing between two houses. Everyone looked over and saw Usopp hiding behind two barrels between the houses. Upon seeing him Johnny and Yasaku immediately ran towards him and began hugging him. While they were doing that Luffy looked down at the girl he was about to kill and stretched out his hand to pull her up from the ground. The girl was a bit hesitant at first, but eventually, she took Luffy's hand for support in getting up. "Sorry about that just now," Luffy said while looking at the girl. "Just needed to teach your sister a lesson," he said. "It's no problem," she said while dusting herself off. "She can be a bit of a problem sometimes," she said, causing Luffy to chuckle a bit before he turned his attention to Nami. "So Nami, what's your plan now?" Luffy asked with a smug smile on his face. Nami looked at Luffy with rage written all over her face before all that rage transformed into a smug smirk similar to Luffy's which confused him. "You know I feel really sorry for you guys," she said in a condescending tone. "Thanks to Zoro's stupidity, Arlong is going to kill him and anyone who is a part of his crew," she said, causing Luffy's eyebrow to twitch a bit when she said Zoro's crew. "I don't care how strong you guys think you are no match for the real monsters. I guarantee that if you stay on this island you will surely die. So it's a choice of life or death," she said with a smug smirk as she stared at Luffy, expecting some sort of fear to be written on his face, but instead, he was staring at her with the same smirk before he then started to chuckle. "Oh, Nami, do I really look like the type of person who is scared of dying?" Luffy asked rhetorically before he looked at Zoro and spoke. "What about you, Zoro, are you scared to die?" he asked causing Zoro to chuckle. "Not even in the slightest," he said with a smirk. "And Nami," he said causing her to look at him. "If you think Arlong is a monster, you are in for a rude awakening," he said as lightning flashed behind him. Nami turned away for a second preventing Luffy and the others from seeing her face while she clenched her fist. When she turned back around she looked at Luffy and screamed. "Fine. Go ahead and die," she said before running off in the direction of Arlong Park. As she ran off Luffy looked around to see everyone looking at her running away Nami. Luffy began to start walking in the same direction soon followed by Zoro and the rest of the crew. "We are going to find a good spot to talk about what happened while you guys were here," Luffy said earning a nod from everyone. After walking for a while the crew came upon what appears to be a flooded field where the villagers plant rice. At the end of the field was a tree that was providing a decent amount of shade, so Luffy decided to go there and relax for a bit. Zoro, Usopp and Johnny then began to tell them everything that happened from the time they left the restaurant to the time they reunited with Luffy. They began to tell him about how Usopp and Johnny basically left Zoro to the fishmen and went to hide in a town that Arlong had destroyed because one person couldn't pay tribute money. At first, Luffy was angry at the fact that Usopp had to abandon Zoro to save themselves, but after hearing what Zoro did at Arlong Park, it calmed him down. Apparently, after Nami broke Zoro out of prison and told him to leave, he decided to wait there and kill a bunch of fishmen while he was there. Luffy assumed that was what Nami was talking about when she said Arlong wanted to kill Zoro for his stupidity. Luffy was then surprised to find out Nami saved Usopp's life by stabbing herself in the hand, and now that he thought about it, she was wearing a black glove when they encountered her. "So Nami saved you from being killed by Arlong?" asked Yusaku. "Yeah, she did," Usopp replied. "Why would she do that if she is a member of Arlong's crew?" asked Johnny with a confused look on his face. "I believe I can help with that," came the voice of a woman startling everyone. Luffy looked up and saw it was the Nami's sister. "And who are you?" Zoro asked while he looked at her with calculating eyes. Before she could reply, Usopp answered Zoro's question for her. "That's Nami's big sister, Najiko," he said while pointing at her. "She saved me from a fishman when he arrived and took me to her house," he said. Luffy sighed before he spoke to Usopp. "I really need to teach you Haki, Usopp," he said in an exhausted tone. Upon hearing that was Nami's sister, Sanji immediately went into his flirt mode, causing Luffy to look at Zoro and nod his head, signaling Zoro to smack Sanji across the head. "You all need to know the reason she joined up with Arlong's group, and if that doesn't get you to leave here, I don't know what will," she said, earning a raised eyebrow from Luffy. "Well, tell us all about it." "I have to admit I'm curious," said Usopp. Luffy then got up from where he was sitting under the chair and began walking away. As he was walking away, he spoke. "I'll pass," he said while walking away. "I don't care about her past. I'm going for a walk," he said, confusing them. Zoro sighed and went and sat against the tree was sitting against before he spoke. "Don't mind him, that's just how he is," he said as he placed his arms behind his head. "We'll hear you out," he said. After Luffy left the rest of his crew to hear what Najiko had to say about Nami, he began walking on a lonesome road that was in the middle of the flooded rice fields and the forest. He had been walking for a while, and he was quite some distance away from the rest of the group. It was then he noticed there were 3 figures in front of him. As he continued walking towards the 3 figures, he noticed that they weren't moving, they were just standing there looking at Luffy. As he got closer, he realized that they were fishmen. They were all slightly taller than Luffy and were definitely more muscular. The 3 fishmen stared at Luffy as he got closer, and when he was close enough for them to speak, the octopus fishman was the first to speak to Luffy. "Hello there, stranger," he said with his arms folded. "Hey," Luffy said while walking right past the 3 of them. "I've never seen you on this island, are you a guest?" the octopus asked while the other 2 stared at Luffy with a calculating look. "Just passing through," he replied, never stopping to even look at them. "And where are you headed?" the fishman with a rather long mouth asked. "Nowhere in particular, just walking," he said as he began walking away from the fishman. The octopus fishman smiled and began waving at Luffy while he spoke. "Well, have a good walk, stranger," he said happily as he waved at Luffy. Luffy didn't say anything, all he did was continue walking away from the group. If you were to ask Luffy why he was walking, he couldn't give you an answer because he didn't know himself. It was very odd for Luffy. Usually, he would always make well thought out decisions, and everything he did it for a reason, but right now he didn't have a reason for what he was doing. After walking some more, Luffy reached a cliff that gave a great view of the beach and the open ocean. While staring out at the ocean, Luffy couldn't help but smile as he looked out to the ocean and thought about the freedom that comes with being a pirate. While he was looking out and enjoying the view, he noticed something at the corner of his eye. When he turned his head slightly to the left, he saw a marine ship, and from the looks of it, it was from Marine Branch 16. Had the Marines finally decided to take action against Arlong? Luffy asked himself as he stared at the marine ship. "I better head back, got a weird feeling that trouble is just around the corner," he said to himself as he turned and started walking back to meet the rest of the crew. He decided to take a different route back, mainly because he didn't want to run into those fishmen again. So, he took the long way that would take him straight to the village, and then from there he was going to head back to the rest of the crew. After walking for about 15, Luffy entered the village and began walking up a pretty busy street. Suddenly everyone in the street, including Luffy, stopped and looked ahead. Walking towards Luffy was a group of Marines along with Genzo. Luffy narrowed his eyes slightly before he began moving to the side of the road and ducking into one of the allies. "Did Genzo call the Marines here to arrest me?" he asked himself. Just as the Marines were passing by, Luffy managed to hear their conversation. "What do you want with Nami?" Genzo asked, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. "Your job is just to lead us there. I suggest you do that and stop asking questions," a Marine captain that looked a lot like a mouse said. Just as the Marines left, Luffy turned his body into lightning and teleported himself to the crew's location. Zoro and the rest of the crew were sitting around waiting for Luffy to arrive for about 5 minutes now. Usopp was doing something to his slingshot, Sanji was smoking, Zoro was sleeping, and Johnny and Yusaku were playing cards. Then out of nowhere a bolt of lightning struck the ground, kicking up a lot of dust and scaring everyone half to death. When the dust had finally settled, everyone saw Luffy standing there with a serious look on his face. Upon seeing him, Usopp, Johnny and Yusaku immediately shot up to their feet and shouted at Luffy. "Luffy!" they yelled while running towards Luffy. Luffy looked at everyone before he spoke. "Come on, it's time to move," he said before he turned and started walking towards the village with Zoro on his right and Sanji on his left, while Usopp, Johnny and Yusaku followed behind. As the group was walking towards the village, they passed a mob of villagers armed with weapons headed in the direction of Arlong Park. As they walked by, Luffy turned towards Johnny and Yusaku and spoke. "You two go make sure those villagers don't do anything stupid before I get there," he said, causing them to nod before running after the villagers. Luffy, the rest of the crew continued on towards the village where he can sense Nami. When they got there, they saw Nami kneeling on the ground with a dagger in her hand while she was clawing the tattoo on her shoulder while crying. The next that happened caused everyone's eyes to widen. She took the dagger and stabbed it right in her shoulder where the tattoo was while screaming Arlong's name over and over. "Arlong. Arlong. Arlong. Arlong." She screamed while stabbing her shoulder every time she said his name. Just as she was about to stab her shoulder again, Luffy turned his body into lightning and teleported behind her and caught her hand before she could stab herself again. She turned around and looked at Luffy with tears streaming down her face before she spoke in a soft voice. "Luffy," she said before she dropped the dagger. "What do you want?" she asked while looking at the ground. "You don't know anything. You don't know what's been happening on this island for the past 8 years," she said while crying. "Nope, I don't," Luffy said in an emotionless voice. "This has nothing to do with you. I told you to leave this place," she said while digging her fingers into the ground. "Yep, you sure did," he said once again in the same emotionless voice. "So leave. I told you to leave. Get out of here." Nami screamed while tossing sand from the ground at Luffy, which he ignored. She then hunched over on the ground with tears streaming down her face and blood running down her arm, crying, while Luffy just stared at her, crying with no emotion whatsoever on his face. She then turned and looked up at Luffy and stared into his cold eyes before she spoke in a soft voice. "Luffy, help me," she said. As she said that, Luffy reached up on his head and took off his straw hat and placed it on her head, causing her eyes to widen when she remembered what the hat meant to Luffy. "Hold on to this for me," he said before turning and walking back to Usopp, Sanji and Zoro. "Let's go," he said to them. "Right." The three of them replied in unison before they began walking towards Arlong Park, leaving a sobbing Nami behind. The four of them walked for about 5 minutes in complete silence, and the closer they got to Arlong Park, more the sky would darken. When they came inside of Arlong Park, they saw the mob of villagers standing in front of the gate being blocked from entering by Johnny and Yusaku. When they got into speaking distance, Luffy spoke. "Step aside," he said, causing the crowd to part into two, allowing Luffy and his crew to walk through. When the group was in front of the large gate that was the entrance to Arlong Park, Luffy looked to Usopp and spoke. "Do you think we should knock?" Luffy asked jokingly, causing Usopp to laugh before he replied. Let me think, Nuo," he said before he started laughing with Luffy. Luffy then walked up to the gate and covered his fist with armament Haki before he punched the gate, destroying it. When the gate was destroyed, it kicked up a lot of dust, preventing those who were inside to see who was outside, and those who were outside couldn't see inside. When Luffy destroyed the gate, the villagers' eyes were as wide as dinner plates at the strength that Luffy had. When the dust finally settled, everyone saw the fishmen standing around a larger fishman sitting on a white lawn chair staring at Luffy and the group of villagers with wide eyes. "What that?" Arlong said in surprise at the sight of his gate being destroyed by one man who didn't seem to use any weapons. Luffy dusted off his captain's coat before he looked at the fishman and spoke. "Now which one of you is Arlong?" Luffy asked as he stared at the fishman with cold, emotionless eyes. "Arlong?" asked the shark fishman sitting on the white lawn chair. "That just happens to be my name," he said. "Good, then you can call me Luffy," he replied while standing in front of the group with Zoro on his right and Sanji on his left, while Usopp was hiding behind the broken down wall. "Luffy?" Arlong asked from his position in the chair. "And what exactly does Luffy want with me?" Arlong asked in a condescending tone. Luffy stared at him and smirked before he replied. "Oh, nothing really, just here to kill you," Luffy said, causing Arlong and his entire crew to start laughing loudly. "Shahaha. You pitiful human think you could kill me? A fishman?" Arlong said while laughing. "Yes I do," Luffy said, getting slightly bored. Arlong finally stopped laughing and looked at Luffy before he started to speak. "Let me enlighten you humans about us fishmen, because it looks like you clearly don't understand the hard truth that is right in front of you. From birth, we fishmen are able to breathe not only underwater but also up above the surface, while you humans can only do one. We are also 10 times stronger than any normal human above the water, and in the water where you humans have your strength cut in half, ours increase astronomically. Heaven gave us the power to separate us from you. So we are different. Humans are lower and weaker since the day they were born. Arlong boasted to Luffy, who was beginning to get bored. Are you going to run your mouth all day, or are we going to fight? Luffy asked in a bored tone. It pissed Arlong off at how easily Luffy was dismissing him. Who does this lowly human think he is? I am the man who will rule the seas. This human should be honored to be in the very presence of a being like me. Arlong screamed in his head as he stared at Luffy with a look of pure bloodlust. Just as Arlong was about to scream at Luffy, the octopus fishman spoke. Let us deal with these guys, boss, he said, getting Arlong's attention. Arlong thought about it for a second before he replied. You're right, Hachi, he said to the fishman now named Hachi. These lowly pieces of trash isn't worth my time, he said before he looked up at the sky. And make it quick, it seems like a storm is coming, he said, causing Luffy to smirk along with the rest of his crew. You have no idea, they all thought with a smirk on their face. Hachi then walked over the side of the pool-like structure that seems to let out into the ocean and placed both of his hand on his rather long mouth before he started to play it like a trumpet. As he did that, the people of the village were beginning to get scared, then all of a sudden the ground beneath their feet started to shake and the water in the pool began to get rough and rather large waves began to form. As Luffy looked at sea, he saw something rather large coming towards the island rather fast. It was underwater, but judging from the size of the wave that was heading in their direction, whatever it was really big. Hachi then began to laugh loudly as he spoke. Ha. Now every single one of you will become fish food. He said with his arms spread out wide. Mamu, rise. Hachi said. As he said that, something very big began to rise out of the pool. What came out of the pool was something Luffy hadn't expected. It was a giant sea cow. It has a big round nose with a gold nose ring, cow-esque face, and horns, green spots throughout its body. Hachi then pointed at Luffy and his crew before he gave an order to the giant sea cow. Get him, Mamu, he said, causing the sea cow to turn its attention to Luffy and the gang, along with causing the fishmen to charge at Luffy. Sanji and Zoro were about to attack the fishmen, but Luffy stretched out his arm stopping them. Stop, Luffy said with his arms stretched out to his side. I got this, he said before electric blue sparks of lightning to surround his down. He then looked up to the thundercloud-infested sky and spoke in an icy tone. Raging thunder. Luffy said as he closed his fists. Just as his fists closed, a loud booming thunder sounded above before 50 bolts of lightning came down from the sky and struck Mamu and every fishman except for Arlong and the 3 who Luffy had met before. It electrocuted every one of Arlong's men, killing them, and because of the fact that Mamu was in the water, that added an extra level of torture to its suffering. However, even though it was in the water, Mamu did not die. Luffy assumed that it was because of its size that the lightning bolt was not big enough to kill it. So instead, Mamu fell back into the water with its eyes rolled back in its head. The villagers all had wide eyes at what they just saw. It was like lightning rained down from the heavens and killed all of Arlong's men. What kind of man is he? Asked one of the villagers. He defeated no slaughtered Arlong's entire crew with just one attack, the village doctor said. That's big bro Luffy for you, he has devil fruit powers, Johnny said, enlightening the villagers. Devil fruit powers? Asked Genzo, earning a nod from Johnny and Yasaku. I thought they were just myths, he said as he stared at Luffy. Arlong and his 3 officers had their eyes widen as they looked at their fallen brethren. Way to steal all the fun, Luffy, Zoro said, causing Luffy to chuckle before he replied. Don't worry, those were just the trash. They aren't worth your time, Luffy said before pointing at the 3 fishmen standing in front of Arlong. Those are your targets, he said, causing Zoro and Sanji to smile while Usopp was shaking in his boots. How dare you? Arlong said with rage written all over his face. How dare you kill my brothers? He screamed before turning towards his officers and yelled out an order. Kill them. Kill them all. He screamed. Yes, boss, they said before the 3 of them charged towards Luffy. Before they could reach Luffy, Zoro intercepted Hachi, Sanji intercepted the fishman with weird elbows, while Usopp from distance away from Arlong Park used his slingshot to send a flaming bomb at the fishman with a long mouth, causing him to chase after Usopp. Luffy stared at Arlong from his same position he stood from the time he entered Arlong Park. Why don't we let our subordinates fight it out first before we throw down, Luffy said before he pulled out a bottle of whiskey and summoned a thundercloud to create a throne from him to sit. He then poured himself a drink and sat back and watched all of his crew members fight the fishman. He was using this time to see exactly how Sanji and Zoro fighting style was so he can decide how to advise them in using their haki. He was interrupted from his observing by Arlong's voice. You have devil fruit powers, he noted, causing Luffy to roll his eyes. You just figured that out? Luffy asked in a bored tone. I thought you would figure it out when I killed all of your men and send you pet cow to sleep, he said while shaking his head. Why you? Arlong growled from his sitting position as he stared at Luffy with a look of pure hatred. Soon both Luffy and Arlong's attention was drawn to Zoro's fight with Hachi. When they looked over they saw Hachi airborne with all 6 of his swords broken and blood gushing out of his body. His body was landed behind Zoro, kicking up a lot of dust. When the dust settled, everyone saw Hachi laying in a small crater out cold. Luffy looked over to Zoro and saw he was in pretty bad shape. He's still not fully healed from his fight with Mihawk. That being said, he manages to defeat a pretty strong fisherman while being severely wounded. Luffy thought to himself before he spoke to Zoro. You did well, Zoro. I expected nothing less from my vice captain, Luffy said with a smile as he watches Zoro stumble over to him. Rest now, you earned it, Luffy said as another thundercloud came down in front of Zoro from him to collapse on. Luffy then turned to look at Sanji's fight and was surprised at what he saw. Sanji's fighting style seems to revolve around his legs, but the thing that puzzled Luffy the most was the fact that Sanji was not using his hands. In Luffy's mind, he would be more effective if he just started using his hands, but everyone has their style that represents who they are, can't really tell them to stop being themselves. Luffy then watches as Sanji kick the fishman whose name Luffy learned to be Karubi through the main building of Arlong Park. Well, that takes care of that, Sanji said before lighting up a cigarette. He then looked over to Luffy and began walking towards him and Zoro. You did well, Sanji. Now all that's missing is Usopp, Luffy said before taking a sip of his drink. Do you think it is a good idea to let him fight that guy alone? Sanji asked. Yeah, he'll be fine, Luffy said as he stared at Arlong, who was looking at the fallen forms of Hachi and Karubi, with nothing but rage in his eyes. How is this possible? Arlong screamed. Humans can't defeat fishmen. We are superior beings in every way, shape and form. He yelled before he stood up from his seat causing Luffy to do the same. Yes, it's my turn, Luffy said before downing his drink. Just as Arlong was about to rush at Luffy he spotted someone behind Luffy and smiled. Puzzling Luffy, he turned around to see what Arlong was looking and saw Nami wearing his straw hat with her shoulder all bandaged up and her bow staff in her hand. Hey Nami, Arlong said. Did you come here to see me kill these pathetic little pirates? He asked cockily. I'm here to kill you, Nami said in a chilling voice that surprised Luffy slightly. Arlong was about to respond to Nami, but before he could the voice of Usopp interrupted him. Luffy? Usopp screamed from behind the broken wall, causing Luffy to smile. I got you back, he said with a smile. Usopp looked like he'd been through hell and back. His nose was broken, there was dirt all over him, and he was covered in bruises. Impossible. Chu was defeated. Arlong asked in disbelief as he stared at Usopp. Usopp simply smiled and gave Arlong a thumbs up. Luffy chuckled before he turned his right hand into lightning and sent it towards Nami, causing everyone's eyes to widen. The lightning hand raced towards her faster than she can move. She closed her eyes expecting pain and waited for it to come, but nothing. She slowly reopened her eyes and saw Luffy placing his straw hat back on his head. Luffy smiled at her before he spoke. You need to relax Nami, he said as he placed his hat back on. Your punishment will come, he said, causing her shiver in fear of what Luffy had planned. He then turned towards Arlong and spoke. Time to die shark, he said causing Arlong to start laughing. Shahaha. Foolish human, do you seriously think Arlong was interrupted from his speech by a lightning-coated fist being buried in his stomach, sending him flying backward, crashing into one of the walls of Arlong Park. You talk way too damn much, Luffy said as he stared at Arlong picking himself out of the rubble. The villagers and Nami stared at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. He laid Arlong out with one punch, said one villager. Amazing, said another. Luffy ignored all of the villagers cheering and focused on Arlong. It doesn't matter what species you are from, Luffy said getting Arlong's attention as he stood up. Your strength is useless if you don't know the proper way to use it. I guess that's why you could never beat Jim, Luffy said with a smirk pissing Arlong off. Don't mention that bastard's name. Arlong screamed as he rushed towards Luffy. Luffy just stared as Arlong rushed towards him and didn't move. Arlong then grabbed Luffy's head with one hand and his shoulder with the other before he opened his mouth to bite Luffy's neck. Everyone saw they had their eyes widen, well everyone, except for Luffy's crew who knew exactly what was about to happen. Arlong bit down on Luffy expecting to taste blood, but instead of blood, he got a mouthful of lightning that exploded in his mouth blowing him back. From the spot on Luffy's neck that Arlong clearly bit off, everyone saw in place of blood and flesh was electric blue sparks of lightning that started to reform Luffy's neck. Arlong from his position on the ground stared at Luffy. Did I forget to mention I ate a Logia class devil fruit, Luffy said with an innocent look on his face. Oops, he said pissing Arlong off. I'll show you why we fishmen are superior. Arlong said before leaping into the water. Luffy looked at the spot where Arlong dived into with a confused look on his face. Did he not get the part where I control lightning? Luffy asked out loud before walking towards the edge of the pool and held out both of his hands in front of him. I guess he was dumber than I thought, Luffy said. Electro murder. Luffy called out, causing ropes of lightning to shoot out of all 10 of his fingertips and go into the water, electrocuting everything in the water. After a few minutes, Luffy shut the technique off and stared into the water, expecting Arlong's body to float up to the surface. He waited and waited for about 5 minutes but nothing. Then all of a sudden Luffy saw a shadow in the water racing towards him, then faster than any of the villagers could blink. Arlong shot out of the water with his pointed nose aimed right at Luffy's heart. Luffy simply sighed before he covered his palm in armament Haki and caught Arlong by his nose, causing his eyes to widen. So, this is the unbreakable nose, Luffy said before he bent it downwards, breaking. Everyone present heard the sound of Arlong's nose break. It was loud enough to make a few of them wince at the sound. Luffy then tosses Arlong over his shoulder, causing him to go crashing through one of the windows of the second floor. Luffy then turned his body into lightning and teleported himself to where Arlong was. Luffy appeared in a room filled with paper, books, and sea charts hanging up to dry. He looked around the room and saw there was also a desk, and in the corner of the room was Arlong laid out bleeding on a bunch of sea charts. When Arlong noticed what he was laying on, he immediately shot up to his feet and began trying to get the blood off of the charts. When he noticed it was futile, the map was already ruined. His head shot around to Luffy was looking around the room. When Luffy turned and looked at Arlong, he noticed that Arlong's eyes were similar to that of an enraged sea king. "You bastard." Arlong screamed while clutching a map covered in blood. "Look what you've done," he said while pointing at the bloody maps in the corner. "I made Nami draw all these maps for the last 8 years, and now you ruined it." Arlong screamed. Luffy walked over to the desk in the room and picked up a pen that clearly had blood stains on it before he spoke. "So, this is Nami's room?" Luffy asked in a cold tone. "Yes, this is where I had her draw all these sea charts," Arlong said. As he said that, Luffy took a step back before he kicked the desk straight through the window, angering Arlong even further. "You bastard. What are you doing?" he screamed as he saw a bunch of maps fly out with the desk. "You just pissed me off." "So, no more games," Luffy said as he flipped the pen around and covered the tip in Haki before stabbing it in the side of Arlong's neck, causing him to scream out in pain before falling to his knees, clutching the side of his neck. When he looked from at Luffy, who was staring down at him, it was the first time in Arlong's life that he was afraid for his life. Staring back at him was the cold, emotionless eyes of Luffy that seemed to stare right into the depths of Arlong's soul. Luffy then took a step back and placed his right hand on the top of his straw hat and tilted it down a bit before he spoke in a chilling tone. "Judgment," he said, confusing Arlong and scaring him at the same time. As he said that, a pillar of lightning came down from the sky and swallowed the building and some parts away from the building. The villagers and Luffy's crew were startled when they saw a giant pillar of lightning come down from the sky and swallowed up the main building in Arlong Park. The villager and the crew ran back a few feet, not wanting to get caught in whatever was going on. "Luffy?" Usopp and Nami screamed out in fear of the worst happening. Zoro, who was now awake, looked towards the two of them and spoke. "Relax," he said, getting their attention. "Luffy told me once that lightning doesn't affect him." "So, he is fine," Zoro said as he stared at the pillar of lightning. The pillar was there for about an entire minute, preventing any of them from seeing what was going on. When the pillar disappeared, what they saw caused their eyes to widen. The entire building was gone. All that was left was a pile of ash with Luffy with a serious look on his standing in the middle, while some ash flying around him and lightning flashing behind him. There was no Arlong, no fishman, not even a brick from the building was left, everything was now just ash. Luffy then walked towards the group and stopped beside Nami, with his back towards Arlong Park and his eyes looking straight ahead. "You're my navigator. Got that?" Luffy asked, causing a teary-eyed Nami to nod her head yes, before Luffy walked past her and everyone in the direction of the village. After the fight with Arlong, the villagers were still trying to wrap their head around the fact that Arlong was defeated and they were now free. It didn't feel real because since Arlong came to the island, they all thought they were going to be stuck under his control for the rest of their life. Then Luffy and his crew came along and gave them their freedom. As Luffy was walking through the villagers making his way back to the village, he heard a weird-sounding laugh coming from behind him. "Chichi chichi." Luffy heard, causing him to turn around to see who it was. When he turned and looked, he saw it was the Marines who he spotted with Genzo earlier. Luffy narrowed his eyes and stopped walking towards the village and started walking towards the Marine captain. "Okay, hold it right there," said the Marine captain to all the villagers while all of his Marines pointed their weapons at them. "What a lucky day today is, I saw the entire fight and I must say good work, and I can only assume this victory here was some bizarre accident." "I never thought the fishmen would lose to some riff-raff like you and your crew," he said with a cocky smile, not noticing Luffy slowly making his way to the front of the group. "However, now that Arlong isn't here, I will be taking all of the money I was supposed to give to him and all of the treasure in Arlong Park," he said loudly with a smirk on his face, causing the villagers to gasp and look at him angrily. "Now drop your weapons. Captain Nezumi of Branch 16 gets all the credit," he yelled. Just as he said that, Luffy reached the front and immediately slammed his fist on top of the marine captain's head, sending crashing into the ground. Upon seeing their captain being hit, all of the marines aimed their weapons to Luffy and a few of the villagers. Thinking fast, Luffy sent a wave of Conqueror's Haki to the marines, causing them to pass out foaming at the mouth. "Sorry, but that money is for the village," Luffy said before he turned to Nami and asked her a question. "If there a marine base around here?" he asked. Nami thought for a second before she replied. "Yes, just northeast of here is Branch 16, he said while pointing in the general direction. Luffy nodded his head before turning toward Sanji. "Sanji," he said, getting Sanji's attention. "I want you, Johnny and Yusaku to go raid that marine ship over there," he said while pointing to the vessel behind them. "Whatever you find on the ship, give it to the village and bring the marine ship back here to me and do as you please with the marines on board," Luffy said, causing the three of them to nod their head. Luffy then summoned a thundercloud for them to ride on. As they hopped on, the cloud took off to the ship. Luffy then turned towards Usopp and Nami before he gave out more orders. "Nami, Usopp," Luffy said, getting their attention. "You two go raid Arlong Park," Luffy said before turning towards the pile of ash that is now Arlong Park before he spoke again, this time with a nervous chuckle. "Or never mind," he said, causing everyone to sweat drop. He then turned to Zoro and spoke. "Zoro, can you fight?" Luffy asked. When he asked the question, Zoro looked as though he had just been insulted. "What kind of stupid question is that?" "Of course, I can fight," he said, causing Luffy to chuckle. Luffy then turned around and saw the marine ship was making its way to the island, letting everyone know that Sanji and the guys and succeeded. When the ship had docked, Johnny and Yusaku were the first ones out. They were carrying a large black box that has money sticking out of it, and from the way they were walking, Luffy assumed it was extremely heavy. Right behind the two were 5 marines, each badly beaten with tears running down their face, while carrying a large sack over each of their back. Behind the marines was Sanji walking out empty-handed with his hands in his pocket and a cigarette in his mouth. Luffy chuckles and shook his head when he saw Sanji. The group arrived in front of Luffy and villagers and dropped everything down in front of them. By now Nezumi had woken up from his dirt nap and was staring at everything from his ship with wide eyes. He was about to yell at everybody, immediately stopped when he spotted Luffy staring at him with cold, emotionless eyes. Luffy then turned back to Sanji's group and spoke. "I did not expect your raid to be so fruitful," he said in a surprised tone. "Neither did we, but these bastards had a lot of treasure and money on board. The black box is filled with a lot of money and jewels, while those sacks are only filled with gold, diamonds and other precious stones," Sanji said before he took a pull from his cigarette. Luffy nodded before he turned towards Genzo and spoke. "That's for your village," he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. "Ooh, but that's way more than we need," Genzo said, earning nods from a lot of the villagers. "At least take some for yourselves," he said to Luffy. Luffy just smirked deviously before turning towards Nezumi. "Oh, don't worry about us, we will get paid," he said before he bent down and grabbed Nezumi by the collar and started dragging him towards the marine ship. "Zoro, Sanji, with me," Luffy yelled out, causing the two of them to smirk before following their captain. The three of them, along with a screaming Nezumi, boarded the marine vessel and began sailing off in the direction of the marine base. "Where are we going, Captain?" Zoro asked, causing Luffy to smirk before he replied. "Oh, we are going to raid the marine base," Luffy said, causing Nezumi's eyes to widen, along with Zoro and Sanji's. Luffy then turned towards Nezumi and spoke. "And if you behave yourself, I'll let you keep your life," he said while staring at Nezumi with the cold eyes of a killer. Nezumi almost wanted to piss himself when Luffy spoke to him. He quickly nodded his head in agreement as he spoke. Yes, anything you want," he said in a scared voice. Luffy smiled and stood him up and dusted him off before he spoke. "But now you are going to lead us into the base as your guests and take me directly to the vault," Luffy said in a calm tone while he placed his hand on Nezumi's shoulder. He then turned towards Zoro and Sanji and gave them orders. "While I'm emptying the vault, you two go search for gunpowder and ammo for the ship," said, causing the two of them to nod their head. After sailing for 5 more minutes, the group came upon the marine base island. It was a small island that was completely occupied by the marines, there were no civilians there at all. The marine ship docked and Nezumi began to lead them off the ship and began walking ahead of them towards the base. As they were walking towards the base, a group of marines came out from the base to greet their captain. "Captain Nezumi," a marine officer shouted as he saluted his captain. "Welcome back, sir," he shouted once more, causing Luffy's eye to twitch. Nezumi sighed and saluted back to his men before he spoke. Okay, stop shouting damn it, Nezumi said in a tired tone. Luffy was impressed by his acting. So far, not one of his men had suspected anything. I have a job for you, he said, getting the marines that were there to perk up. These gentlemen are our guests and are in need of gunpowder and ammo. Please take them to storage and give them all that we have, he said, surprising the marines. All of it, sir, the marine asked in a surprised tone. Nezumi got angry and yelled at the marine. Did I speak with a stutter, marine? He asked, yelled, causing the marines to immediately jump back before he started apologizing. No sir. Very sorry sir. We will get right on it sir, he yelled out before he turned toward Sanji and Zoro and spoke. If you would follow me we could get going, he said, causing Sanji and Zoro to nod their heads before they started following the marine. Luffy turned towards Nezumi and spoke in an amused tone. You have one loud and energetic marine, he said, causing Nezumi to sigh before he spoke in a tiresome tone. You have no idea, he said while rubbing his temple before he straightens himself up and spoke in a disgusted tone towards Luffy. Let's just hurry up and get this over with, pirate, he spat, causing Luffy to nod his head before the two of them began walking into the building. Luffy summoned a small thundercloud to put all of the money on and to also ride back towards the island on. The cloud was following the two of them closely behind Luffy as they entered the building and began descending a staircase towards the basement. When they finally reached the basement they came upon a long hallway and at the end of the hallway, Luffy could see a giant safe with a door as big as the hallway itself. The two of them walked towards the end of the hallway and Nezumi then walked up to the door and placed a key into a keyhole before he walked over to a knob on the safe, what Luffy assumed to be a combination lock, and began entering the combination before walking back towards the key and turning it 4 times. On the final turn, Luffy heard a click from the safe before Nezumi walked over to the right side of the safe and grabbed the handle and pull. The large door of the safe came open and inside Luffy could see a large pile of gold at least 10 feet tall. Luffy was absolutely surprised, he did not expect the marines to have this much money. He turned towards Nezumi and spoke. How much is in there? He asked in a surprised tone. 500 million the last time I checked, he said, surprising Luffy. Just where did you get all this money from? Luffy asked in a disbelieving tone. I mean, we're in the East Blue of all places, if it was the Grand Line I would understand, but this is the East fucking Blue, he said. We collected this in a span of 5 years. Usually, we would need to send half of it to HQ, but we just keep telling them we only have enough to keep the base afloat. The fact that we are in the East Blue made them believe us even more, he said, causing Luffy to chuckle. Very well, he said before moving to the side and allowing the thundercloud to enter the vault. After today you won't have to lie anymore, Luffy said in an amused voice, causing Nezumi to growl. The cloud entered the vault and began to increase its size. Soon the cloud had covered the entire vault itself, swallowing everything that is inside the vault. What is it doing? Asked Nezumi as he stared at the cloud. It is storing everything that is in the vault inside itself, he said, surprising Nezumi. A minute later the cloud began to shrink until it was about twice the size it was before it had entered the vault. After it finished shrinking it came out of the vault, showing the two of them what was left. Nezumi and Luffy looked inside the vault and saw a single gold coin laying on the floor. Nezumi's eyes were as wide as dinner plates, Luffy had cleaned the entire vault, leaving him with a single berry. Luffy laughed before he placed his hand on Nezumi's shoulder and spoke in his usual emotionless tone. I think our business has come to an end, he said, causing Nezumi to growl. He wasn't going to try and attack the pirate, he had seen the fight against Arlong. This single pirate slaughtered Arlong's entire crew before he toyed around with Arlong and they destroyed Arlong Park with a single attack. He knew if he tried to attack Luffy he would meet a painful death. Playing it safe he decided to just lead the pirate out of the base before he contacted Navy HQ. If you would follow me, we would be on our way. I am sure your friends are finished with their business, he said before began walking through a different hallway from the one they came from. That's not the way we came, Luffy said while narrowing his eyes at Nezumi. Yes, I know that. The door leading into that staircase cannot be opened from the inside and no one is allowed to open from to outside in order to let someone out. Anyone who enters through that door has to leave through the door by the prison section of the base, he said. Luffy shrugged before following him through the hallway. At the end of the hallway, they made a left before they came upon a row of jail cells. Some were empty while some had prisoners inside of them. As they were walking by the prisoners were screaming at Nezumi and Luffy and it was starting to piss Luffy off. Finally having enough of them he sent bolts of lightning shooting out of his body into each cell, shocking every prisoner. When they reached the end of the hallway they came upon a staircase leading up towards a door. Luffy was about to start climbing the stairs but was stopped in his tracks by a scream for help coming from his right. Please help me. A woman screamed causing Nezumi and Luffy to turn to their right. What Luffy saw made his blood boil. Laying on the ground in the middle of the cell was a woman with her clothes torn exposing her underwear. Her face was swollen, showing that she was obviously beaten. Her entire body was covered in cuts and bruises, and her eyes were filled with tears. Standing over the woman were 3 Marines staring at her with lecherous grins on their faces and a hungry look in their eyes. "Shut up, bitch," one of the Marines said before grabbing her by the hair and pulled her up to his level. "No one is going to save you. You're our little toy to do as we please," he said before shoving her back down to the ground. One of the Marines looked out of the cell and saw Nezumi and Luffy looking at them. He immediately straightened up and saluted Nezumi. "Sir," he said while saluting, getting the other two attention. When they saw their captain, the two of them saluted as well. Nezumi smiled and nodded his head before he continued walking up the stairs, ignoring the woman's scream for help. As he took one step on the staircase to start heading up, a loud booming thunder sounded outside, causing the entire building to shake. Nezumi immediately went pale and snapped his head around to see Luffy staring at the 3 Marines with nothing but rage inside his eyes while electric blue sparks surrounded his body. "You Marines have the audacity to call us pirates, come, and this is what you are doing to a poor defenseless woman," Luffy said in an icy tone that sent chills down the spine of the Marines and every prisoner in there. He then pulled out his pistol and fired 3 shots. Bang bang bang. 3 bolts of lightning came out of his gun and hit all 3 of the Marines in the head, causing all of them to drop dead on the floor. Luffy then turns towards Nezumi and spoke. "You Marines are far worse than scum itself," he said before he extended his left arm and a rope of lightning shot out and wrapped around Nezumi as he was trying to escape, causing him to fall face first on the stairs, breaking a few teeth. Luffy then walked over to the wall and placed his palm on it before he left lightning through the walls of the entire basement. 3 seconds later all of the cell doors came open and the prisoners began running out, thanking Luffy as they ran past him. Luffy then walked into the cell where the woman was. She had her back towards him, crying as she stared at the dead Marines on the ground. As Luffy stood directly behind her, he noticed something on her left shoulder that made him even angrier. It was the hoof of the flying dragon, the mark that the world nobles put on their slaves. He immediately took off his captain's coat and placed it around the girl. She turned around and saw Luffy staring at her with a warm smile on his face. "You're safe now," he said, causing her to cry some more. Luffy then bent down and picked her up bridal style, causing her to let out an ep. Luffy carried her out of the cell and placed her on the cloud before he began walking up the stairs with the cloud carrying the girl following behind. As he was walking up, he grabbed Nezumi by his hair and started dragging him up the stairs, not bothering to take his time with him. When they reached the door, Luffy kicked it off of its hinges, knocking out 2 surprised Marines in the process. He then walked through, dragging Nezumi with him, while the cloud followed behind and began heading towards the exit. As they exited the building, they saw nothing but utter chaos. All over the ground was burn marks from where lightning had previously struck, while Marines were running all over the place, trying to capture the escaped prisoners. Luffy spotted Zoro and Sanji standing by the docks with a large set of gunpowder and cannonballs in crates. He began walking towards the two, not bothered by the lightning striking everywhere around him and the loud thunder booming overhead. Zoro and Sanji saw their captain walking towards them without his coat on. It was the first time either of them had seen him without his coat. Looking behind him, they saw riding on the thundercloud was a girl who had obviously been through some stuff. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other before they nodded their head in a silent agreement that they will wait until the captain tells them about the girl. As Luffy was walking towards them, bolts of lightning would come down from the sky and strike any Marine who would try and attack him in order to save Nezumi. "What got you all pissed off, Captain?" Zoro asked, causing Sanji to smack him across his head. "What was that for, you shitty cook?" he screamed, causing Sanji to point at the girl behind Luffy. Zoro then realized what he had done and immediately shut up. "Enough, you two," Luffy said before he summoned a large thundercloud out of the sky. The cloud came down and swallowed up the cargo that Zoro and Sanji acquired before it went and lined up behind the cloud with all the money. Luffy then dragged Nezumi on board the Marine ship they came on, soon being followed by Zoro and Sanji. As they got on board, Sanji raised the anchor and released the sails, causing the ship to start to sail away from the thundercloud-infested island. When they were a safe distance away, Luffy faced an order to Sanji and Zoro. "Stop the ship right here," he said, causing Zoro to raise the sails while Sanji dropped the anchor. Luffy unbinds Nezumi and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to cough up some blood. Please don't kill me," Nezumi begged Luffy. Luffy just stared at him with the cold, emotionless eyes of a kill for a while before he spoke in an icy tone. "Give me one good reason why I should let scum like you live after what you let your men do to that poor girl," he said, causing Nezumi to turn pale and shake in fear. "However, I won't kill you," Luffy said, surprising everyone there. "If I kill you, who is going to tell Navy HQ about what happened here? Dead men tell no tales after all," he said before he walked to the front of the ship and stared at the Marine base island for a while before he spoke. I am, however, going to kill your men for they did to this girl, he said before he looked at the skies above the island. Izumi snakingly crawled to the side of the boat and looked out of the railing. Zoro and Sanji went and stood behind Luffy, and girl wrapped Luffy's coat tightly around herself before she hopped off of the cloud and went to stand off to the opposite side of the ship away from Izumi and looked out to see what was going to happen. In the skies above the marine base island, the thunderclouds began to swirl around. The wind was starting to pick up and now instead of just the island being covered in darkness, a large part of the ocean surrounding the island was covered in darkness as well. Luffy's eyes started to glow with power, and air around began to thicken, making it hard to breathe for Sanji and Zoro. Two of them took a few steps back in order to breathe again. Luffy's body was then surrounded by electric blue sparks of lighting, and the crackling of lighting filled the ears of those who were close enough to Luffy to hear. Luffy then raised his right hand in the air before he spoke in a loud booming voice as he brought his hand down in one swift motion. Rage and sacred judgment. Out from the center of the swirling clouds, a giant pillar like the one Luffy had summoned at Arlong Park came down and swallowed the entire island. As it encased the entire island, it produced a bright white flash blinding everyone for a few seconds. About 3 seconds after the light appeared, a loud booming thunder was heard. It was the loudest thunder everyone had ever heard. It forced Zoro, Sanji, Nezumi and the girl to cover their ears. That thunder and that white flash were heard and seen throughout the entire East Blue. When everyone regained their eyesight, what they saw caused their eyes to widen in utter disbelief. The pillar of lightning was gone and clouds in the sky were starting to go away as well, but the thing that has everyone's jaw on the floor was the fact that the island had completely disappeared. In the space of where the island was, a hole in the middle of the ocean rapidly being filled with water. Zoro and Sanji were staring at something they didn't even think were possible. They had known Luffy was powerful, but they never thought he could wipe an entire island off the face of the earth in under 5 seconds. He just wow, was all Sanji to stutter out, while Zoro could only nod dumbly in agreement to whatever Sanji just said. Luffy then turned around and began walking towards the girl, leaving Zoro and Sanji to continue to stare at the hole that was filling up with water. When Luffy reached in front of the girl, he spoke, getting her attention. "Hey there," he said in a calming tone, getting her attention. "What's your name?" he asked. The girl looked up at Luffy for a while before he answered in a nervous voice. "My name is Diane," she said while looking at her feet. "Thanks for saving me," she said with some tears in her eyes. "Nice to meet you, Diane, I'm Luffy and you don't have to thank me for anything," Luffy said as he placed his hand on her shoulder. "Where are you from?" he asked. "I'm from right here in the East Blue, Kokoyasi village on Konomi Islands," she said, causing Luffy to smile at her warmly. "That's good cause we just came from there," he said, causing her to look up at him with wide hopeful eyes. "And we are heading back there to pick up the rest of my crew. So, we could drop you off," he said. She started crying and immediately wrapped her arms around Luffy and began to sob into his shirt. Luffy smiled and hugged her back before he turned towards Sanji and Zoro and spoke. "Hey. You too," he shouted, getting their attention. "Time to go. Zoro, destroy the rudder and cut the anchor," he said, earning a nod for the two of them. Luffy then picked Diane up bridal style and placed her back on the cloud before he hopped on with her. Sanji then hopped on behind them, soon followed by Zoro after he finished cutting the anchor. When everyone was on the two clouds that contained the money and the cargo began to rise into the sky with its passengers, leaving Nezumi on a ship in the middle of the ocean that had no way to steer or stop it. Luffy then pulled out his pistol and fired a shot at the base mainmast, causing it to explode till the bolt of lightning hit it. The mainmast of the marine ship then fell over, causing Nezumi to take cover. When the mast had fallen, Nezumi came out from where he was taking refuge and screamed at Luffy. "You will pay for this, straw hat. Mark my word," he screamed at the top of his lungs. Luffy ignored him and focused on carrying everyone in the cargo in the two clouds. Realizing he wouldn't be able to hold the weight of everything for long, he turned to everyone and spoke. "Hold on," he said before bolts of lightning shot out of the cloud and wrapped around everyone, holding them in place. The two clouds then shot off to Kokoyasi village at blinding speed. After flying for about 2 minutes, the group arrived in front of Arlong Park. Usopp, Johnny and Yasaku were there waiting for them. Well, it looked like the rest of the villagers and Nami had gone back towards the village. They all hopped off the cloud and saw Luffy was sweating a bit. "You okay there, Captain?" Zoro asked, causing everyone to look at Luffy. "Yeah, just took a lot of effort to carry all of you plus all the cannonballs and gunpowder," he said, causing them to nod their heads. Luffy then sent the cloud with all the cargo towards the Going Merry, which was docked right next to Arlong Park, and have it drop the cargo on deck. He then turned towards Johnny, Yasaku and Usopp and gave them orders. "Bring the ship to the rear of the island, next to the village, Usopp," he said, earning a salute from him. "And you two take all of that cargo below deck and place it in storage," he said to Johnny and Yasaku. He then turned towards Sanji, Zoro, and Diane and spoke, "We are going to the village, I need a drink, and Zoro needs a doctor," he said. Zoro was about to protest, but the look he got from Luffy told him to shut up. Before they left, Luffy sent the cloud with all the money up in the sky to wait until he was ready for it. The group then began heading towards the village. They hear the sounds of laughter and cheering from the people in the village. "It sounds like they are having a party. I wonder what the occasion is," Diane said while walking beside Luffy. Luffy chuckled before he spoke. "It's a long story, but before we tell you that story, or I'm sure someone in the village will, I have a question I want to ask you," Luffy said, making her a bit nervous. "Were you one of the slaves who Fisher Tiger freed?" he asked, causing her to flinch. "Don't worry, you are never going back there and no one isn't going to hurt you here. I just wanted to know," he said, trying to calm her down. Zoro and Sanji decided to walk closer to the two in order to hear her story. "Yes, I was," he said, causing Sanji and Zoro's eyes to widen, while Luffy showed no reaction. "I was captured when I was just a little girl and was sold to one of the world nobles. I remember thinking I was going to die a slave, but one night a fishman saved me and a bunch of other slaves. Since then I was trying to find my way back to the East Blue. It wasn't until a few months ago I was able to return here, but right after I entered the East Blue, Nezumi and his men found me on a passenger ship. When they saw my mark, they took me away and locked me up at their base," she said shakily. Luffy placed his hand on her shoulder before he spoke. "It's okay now, you're back home," he said while pointing at the village. She hadn't realized it, but while they were taking they had already arrived in the village. It was the same way she remembered it. Upon seeing Luffy, the entire village began cheering and running towards him with bright happy smiles on their faces. Just as they were about to surround Luffy, he held out his hand, stopping them. "Before anything else," he said before he grabbed Zoro by the back of his shirt and pushed him forward. "He needs a doctor ASAP," he said, causing an old man in a white coat to step forward. "I'll take care of him," he said, causing both Luffy and Sanji to push a grumbling Zoro towards the man. Luffy then placed his hand on Diane's shoulder before he spoke again. "This is Diane," he said, making everyone turn their attention towards her. "She is from this village but was kidnapped a long time ago. I found her being held prisoner by the Marines and brought her here," he said, causing everyone to start whispering among themselves. All the whispering was interrupted by a woman steps forward and speaking to Diane. Diane. Is it really you?" an older woman said with tears in her eyes while holding on to an older man. Diane looked at the two of them and began to cry before she ran towards the two of them and hugged them. Genzo was the next person to speak. "I can't believe it," he said while staring at Diane. "It has been almost 15 years since she was taken," he said, causing Luffy's eyes to widen, along with a lot of the younger people of the village. Before anyone else could say anything more depressing, Luffy spoke. "Hey!" he shouted, causing everyone to look at him as he pulls out a bottle of whiskey. "I thought we were having a party," he said with a rare smile on his face. Everyone then began to party. 4 days and one big party later. It had been 4 days since Luffy defeated Arlong. The entire village celebrated their freedom for 3 days straight with no work and a 3-day-long party with an all-you-can-eat buffet. During those 3 days, Zoro had gotten his wounds treated and everyone on the crew got a long-awaited well-deserved rest. Diane had given Luffy back his coat on the 2nd day after she washed it. She and her parents thanked Luffy over and over for bringing her back home. Luffy kept telling them they didn't need to thank him, but they just wouldn't listen. Currently, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were on the going merry, packing up the food supplies the villagers gave them, along with a couple of tangerine trees Nami placed on the ship last night. Standing on the docks beside the ship were all of the villagers, Diane and her parents, along with Genzo and Nichiko. No one had seen Nami all morning, but Luffy knows she was going to show up eventually. He looked at his crew who was on board and spoke. "You guys remember the plan, right?" he asked, confusing Sanji, who Luffy left out of the plan. Zoro nodded his head along with Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku. "Huh? What plan?" Sanji asked with a confused look on his face. Luffy chuckled before he spoke. "You'll see," he said before walking to the back of the ship and looked at the villagers, more specifically Nichiko. "Hey Nichiko," Luffy called out, getting her attention along with everyone else's. "Your sister can be a pain in the ass sometimes," Luffy said with a smirk, causing Nichiko to smirk as well. "I might need some help keeping her in check," he said. Everyone was staring at the interaction between the two with a smile, or in Genzo's case, he looked like someone just shot his cat. "Oh, and you want me to help you keep her in check?" she asked. "That's right," Luffy said before taking his hat off and running his hand through his hair before putting it back on. "Well, if you're interested," he said. She then went into a thinking position before she answered. "Okay, you got yourself a new crew member," she said before she hopped on board the ship. Luffy looked at her strangely before he asked her a question. "No clothes or anything?" he asked. Nichiko smiled before he answered. Nami is getting it, she said, causing Luffy's jaw to drop. It was then Luffy heard Nami shouting. Set the sails. She shouted, causing him to turn and look at her. He saw her standing some distance away from the villagers. As the villagers were pleading with her to say goodbye, Luffy turned to his crew, yelled out orders. You heard the lady. Set the sails. Raise the anchor. Sanji, man the rudder. Luffy yelled out, causing all of them to scramble to get everything done. Usopp and Johnny released the sails while Zoro and Yasaku pulled up the anchor, while Sanji took command of the rudder and began steering the ship. Najiko ran over to Usopp and Johnny to help them tie the sails in place, while Luffy stood there with a straight face staring at everyone. Luffy turned towards Nami and saw her running towards the ship, weaving in and out between people. You don't think she is going to do what I think she is going to do, right? Zoro asked from beside Luffy. I think she is, Luffy replied. Nami reached the end of the dock and made a giant leap and jumped from the dock onto the ship, surprising Luffy. When Nami landed on the ship, the first thing she did was pull her shirt up, causing Luffy's eyes to widen, while Sanji began to get excited. Out of her shirt fell a bunch of wallets and purses that she had stolen from the villagers while running past them. Luffy shook his head and started laughing. Thanks a bunch. She yelled at the villagers, causing their jaws to drop. Luffy then looked to the guys and nodded, signaling it was time to start the plan. As they sailed some distance away from the island, Luffy was sitting on his throne made of clouds, Zoro was up in the crow's nest, Sanji was in the kitchen making lunch, Usopp was sitting on the floor next to Luffy doing something with his inventions, Johnny and Yasaku were playing cards off to Luffy's left. And Nami and Najiko has just finished tending to their tangerine trees and were walking up to the rear deck with lawn chairs to sit with Luffy. What do you think you're going to do, Nami? Luffy asked while he looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I'm going to relax for a bit, she said while opening the lawn chair. By now Usopp, Johnny and Yasaku went into position to carry out the plan along with Zoro. Relax? Luffy asked before he started to laugh, which puzzled Nami and Najiko. You committed treason on a pirate ship and you think you are just going to come back on board that very same ship and relax? Luffy asked, causing her eyes to widen. In a normal situation that crime would be rectified with your life, he said, scaring her a bit. But you see, you had never actually joined the crew if I recalled correctly, we only teamed up to achieve our goals, he said, causing her to relax for a bit. That does not mean you are off the hook. You stole my ship that carries my symbol, so you must be punished. Boys. Luffy shouted. As he shouted that, Zoro, Usopp, Johnny and Yasaku all dumped 4 large buckets of some mud all over the deck except for the rear deck where Luffy was on. Sanji then came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and screamed. What the hell are you idiots doing? He screams while looking at Zoro. Luffy walked over to Nami and handed her a mop and bucket. From this day forward you are on cleanup duty until I say otherwise, Luffy said, causing Nami to take the mop and bucking. And no one is to help her. He yelled while looking at Sanji and Najiko, causing them to nod. Najiko nodded with a smile, who Sanji looked like he wanted to protest but thought otherwise. Nami then went down with her mop and bucket and began cleaning the ship. After about 3 hours Nami finally finished cleaning the ship. She came climbing up the steps looking all tired and covered in sweat. She walked over to Luffy and spoke. Done, she said. Luffy smiled and nodded his head, telling her she could take a break. Sanji then showed up with 3 drinks on a silver platter. He handed a glass of whiskey on the rocks to Luffy and took the other 2 drinks over to Nami and Najiko. Luffy took a sip of whiskey and smiled before looking up at the sky. It was there he saw a news coup flying overhead. He whistled, getting its attention, causing the bird to fly down to the ship. Luffy paid it and took the new paper and went back to his throne. As he opened the paper and began reading, he spoke out loud. This world sure is a turbulent place, he said while flipping through the pages. There had been another coup in Villa, he said before turning the page again. As he turned the page, a piece of paper fell out of the newspaper. What's that? Luffy asked as he stared at the paper flying around before it finally landed between Luffy and Usopp. When he saw it, his eyes widened and Usopp screamed. HHHH. Usopp screamed, causing everyone else to come over and see what the commotion was. When they saw it, they all stared at it with eyes the size of dinner plates. At Navy HQ. Gathered inside Navy HQ in the agenda room were all of the vice admirals of the Navy, discussing a major threat that has arrived in the world. So, even a conservative estimate of their power, they are still too much for our branches to handle. Asked one of the vice admirals as he poured himself some sake. Yes, even before forming this pirate group he killed Marine Branch Captain Axe-Handle Morgan single-handedly. Since then he showed no signs of slowing down. Buggy the Clown 15 million, Kuro of a 1000 plans who apparently faked his death the first time 16 million, Branu said, surprising everyone in the room. Pirate Admiral Don Krieg 17 million, Fishman Pirate Sawtooth Arlong 20 million, he said, pointing to each wanted poster in the board. Every one of these pirates had a bounty over 10 million and he took them down, but that was to be expected considering who he is, Branu said, getting the attention of the Marines. From the reports we gathered, he has a Logia class devil fruit and a powerful one at that, he said, earning a few gasps from a few vice admirals. Logias are believed to be the rarest and most powerful class of devil fruit there is, said one vice admiral. Do we know kind of Logia it is? He asked. Branu looked at the paper he had in his hand and spoke. It is believed to be a lightning Logia devil fruit. We have a report from Captain Nezumi of Branch 16 saying that this pirate completely wipes Branch 16 of the face of the earth, killing everyone who on the island with just one attack. Branu said, causing all of the eyes of the Marines to widen at that. He then looked at the paper before he spoke again. It was also reported that he is a master of all 3 forms of Haki, he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. The Haki user in the East Blue? One vice admiral shouted asked. Did you just say all 3? Asked another. He has Conqueror's Haki. This isn't good, commented another Marine. It gets worse, Branu said, causing everyone to stop talking and look at him with eyes the size of dinner plates. Just how can this get worse? Asked one of the vice admiral in a tone that sounded like he was very scared of whatever Branu was about to say. He is also the apprentice of red-haired Shanks, he said, causing the entire room to go silent. Before anyone could say anything about that he spoke again. 10 years ago red hair came to the East Blue if you all recalled, he said, earning nods from everyone. It was reported that he took a kid back with him and now we have reasons to believe. No scratch that we are certain that this is the very same kid. Reports go as far to say at one point the kid was a high-ranking officer on Shanks' crew and he left to start his own crew with Shanks' blessing. And because of that, we are giving him a bounty of Branu said, stopping to let that information sink in. I can't believe it, said one vice admiral. Where is this boy now? Asked another, immediately going into the Marines mode. He is currently heading towards Logue Town. We already sent reinforcements to back up Captain Smoker, Branu said. That's good, we cannot allow a pirate of this caliber to re-enter the Grand Line, one vice admiral said, earning nods from the rest. Syrup Village. Miss. Screamed Mary as he ran up to the stairs with a piece of paper in his hand. He pushed open the room to her study and spoke. Miss Kaya, did you see this? He asked as he held up Luffy's wanted poster for her to see. She took it and smiled before she spoke. Looks like they are really doing it, huh Mary? She asked as she stared at the paper. Yay, they are, he replied. Kaya then turned to him and smiled before she spoke again. That's great news, Usopp is moving towards his dreams, so I better start working harder to achieve my dreams, she said with conviction. Shell Town. Sweeping the halls of the Marine base in Shell 2 is Kobe. As he was sweeping he noticed a wanted poster on the wall. When he looked at it he smiled widely when he saw it was Luffy. Luffy, you're out achieving your dream, but when we meet again we will meet as enemies, he said while smiling all too happy. Some random island in the Grand Line. Hawkeye walked ashore on the island and was immediately greeted by the weapons of a bunch of scared pirates. What do you want, Hawkeye? Asked a very scared pirate with his sword drawn. Mihawk just looked at him with a bored expression on his face before he spoke. Oh relax, take me to your superiors, he said, causing the pirate to run off into the woods. Camping out on a deserted island, what a carefree man, he said before he followed the pirate into the woods. After walking for a few minutes he came upon the camp of the red-haired pirates. They were all sitting around under a large umbrella nursing their hangover. Boss. Haha Hawkeye. The pirate screamed at Shanks while pointing behind him. Shanks, who was sitting on a log, didn't even look at Mihawk when he spoke. Hello, Hawkeye, to what do I owe the pleasure? Have you come to fight me? Cause you know I'm not feeling so good at the moment, Shanks said in a low voice. I have no intention of fighting a drunk man, I'll settle the score some other time, Mihawk said while looking down at Shanks. I recently came across a mutual friend of ours in the East Blue, he said, getting everyone's attention as he began walking towards Shanks with a rolled up paper in his hand. I just thought you might want to see this, he said as he unrolled the paper showing Shanks Luffy's bounty poster. Shanks' eyes widened when he saw it along with the rest of the crew, he then chuckled to himself before he spoke. Well, in that case, I just can't let you leave, Hawkeye, Shanks said in a dangerous tone, causing Mihawk to narrow his eyes. He then brought out a mug and began pouring booze in it while laughing. Hawkeye, come on, drink up, Shanks said with a large smile on his face. Weren't you just hungover? Hawkeye asked. Don't be crazy, we have to celebrate. Our student just got his first bounty, everybody let's party. Shanks shouted before he raised his own glass. To Luffy. He yelled. To Luffy. The rest of the crew yelled as they downed their drink. Fuchsia Village. Meanwhile back in Fuchsia Village, everyone was celebrating the fact that Luffy was out achieving his dreams. Inside Makino's bar, the main celebration was happening with everyone drinking and celebrating Luffy's first bounty. "Who would have thought a big-time pirate came from our village," said one of the villagers. "I know, right, it's amazing," said another. "Shut up. What is so great about a no-good criminal coming from our village?" the mayor said. "Oh, just look at him, mayor, he is so cute," said Makino from behind the bar. "He's really out there going after his dream," she said. "His dream or his fate," the mayor said to himself. Back on the Going Merry. Back on the Going Merry, everyone was staring at the wanted poster laying on the ground with shocked faces, while Luffy was just smirking. "Would you look at that, I'm a wanted man," he said smugly as he stared at the poster. The picture they used was just after he destroyed Arlong Park. It was him standing in the middle of a pile of ash that was Arlong Park with dark thunderclouds and lightning in the sky behind him, as stared what looked to be directly into the camera, with the cold eyes of a killer, with a torn up flag of the Arlong Pirates laying off to the side of his feet. And just below the picture, they had his name and moniker along with his bounty. It read, "Wanted. Dead or alive. Monkey D. Luffy. Moniker. The Thunder Demon. Straw Hat Luffy. Bounty. $100 million. Wow, Johnny and Yasaku said. 100 million. Usopp yelled in surprise. "That's amazing," he said. As he said that, Nami smacked him at the back of his head. "Shut up, you idiot, this is bad," she said. "This means really strong Marines will come after us," she said with a worried look on her face. 100 million. With a bounty like that, Navy HQ will sure to take action, Zoro said in a low voice. "Not to mention it is going to attract a lot of bounty hunters, and these bounty hunters are going to be good," he said, scaring everyone except Luffy. Luffy saw everyone was starting to panic and decided to ease their worrying. "All of you," he yelled from his throne, getting their attention. "Relax and calm down. Unless they send Navy Admiral Kizaru, we're fine," he said, calming them down a bit. "What's so wrong with this Kizaru guy?" asked Najiko. "Let's just say he is the only person who will give me a hard time in a fight," he said, surprising them. "Now with a bounty like that, it means that the Navy is aware of my relationship with Shanks and my power. So, they are going to try their best to prevent us from entering the Grand Line," he said, earning a nod from each of them. He then turned to Nami and spoke. "Nami, plot a course to Logue Town. We will stop there and resupply, and from there we head straight into the Grand Line," he said in an authoritarian voice. "Right," she said before heading to grab her map. "Why do we need to stop at Logue Town?" Sanji asked with a curious look on his face. "Can't we just go straight into the Grand Line? We have enough supplies," he asked, causing Luffy to chuckle. "We could, but stopping at Logue Town before entering the Grand Line is more of a ritual for pirates," he said, earning a curious look from everyone there. "You see, Logue Town is the place where Gold D. Roger was born and where he died," Luffy said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. "It also the place where the Great Pirate Era started. It is known as the town of the beginning and the end." The crew had been traveling for about a few hours now since they found out about Luffy's bounty. Luffy was sitting on his throne watching the crew as they all are doing their own thing. Usopp is standing off to Luffy's right cleaning one of the cannons on deck. Nami and Najiko were behind Luffy relaxing on lawn chairs. Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku were at a front of the ship exercising, while Sanji was in the kitchen. Luffy then stood up from his throne and began walking down towards the main deck. "All of you, come here," he shouted, causing all of them to stop what they were doing and make their way towards Luffy to see what he wanted. Soon Luffy stood on the main deck with everyone surrounding him. "What is it, Captain?" Sanji asked while holding a spoon in his hand. Luffy looked around at each of them before he looked up at the sky, causing all of them to do the same. They all saw a thundercloud coming down from the sky. Sanji and Zoro immediately recognized it as the cloud that had all of the money they stole from the marine base. "Before we beginning," Luffy said, getting all of their attention as he walked towards Nami and placed his right hand on her shoulder, puzzling everyone. "Need to add on to Nami's punishment," he said before ropes of lightning sprang out of his wrist and bound her in place. "AHH. She screamed as they wrapped around her. "What the hell, Luffy?" she yelled asked. Luffy chuckled evilly. He pushed her back, causing her to fall on his thrones, which seemed to have followed him. Nami tried to break free of her bonds but found it impossible. She then tried to stand up but also found it impossible. Apparently, the lightning that was binding her and the lightning in the thundercloud throne connected to each other, effectively holding her in place. "Luffy, is there a reason you tied up Nami?" Usopp asked with a curious look on his face. Luffy turned away from Nami and faced him before he replied. "Yes, this," he said before snapping his fingers, causing the cloud to let go of all that it had stored in itself. Everyone's eyes were as wide as dinner plates when they saw it was literally raining money and all sorts of treasure. Nami looked like she was at the gates of heaven, but as much as she tried to open the gates to heaven, they would not open for her. All she can do was watch from the outside. "So this is why you tied up my sister," Najiko said as she walked over to the large pile of treasure. "You're very evil, you know that, Captain?" she asked while looking at Luffy with a smirk. Luffy smirked at her before he started laughing. He turned to check on Nami and saw her trying everything she could to break free of her bonds. "It's no use," he said, getting her attention. "It won't come undone until I undo it," he said, getting her to stop struggling and just look on dejectedly at everyone else. "Alright, listen up," Luffy said before walking into his captain's quarters and coming back out with a few large bags. "Place all of the money in this bag," he said before tossing one of the bags over to Sanji. "After that, take all of the gold and other precious stones in these and store them below deck," he said, tossing the rest of the bag to Johnny, Yasaku, and Ichiko. "We will store the cash in one of the clouds and keep it in the sky where it is safe. The rest of the treasure will be held here on the ship," he said, earning a nod from all of them. Luffy then turned toward Sanji and spoke. "Sanji, we are a few days away from Logia town. I want you to check out inventory for the kitchen and make a list of everything you are going to need for the kitchen," Luffy said, earning a nod from him. "Okay, all of you hurry up and put this stuff away so I can begin your training," he yelled out, puzzling all of them. Luffy," Nami said from behind Luffy. "What kind of training?" she asked. "Your Haki training," Luffy said before he walked over to Nami and leaned against the throne. "And what is Haki, big bro Luffy?" Johnny asked with a confused look on his face along with Yasaku. Luffy just sighed before he spoke. "I'll explain all of that when you are all done," he said before summoned a new cloud for him to sit on as he watches the rest of the crew hurry to put everything away. It took about 45 minutes for them to clear everything, but once they did all that there was a large bag of money. "All done, Captain," Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku said as they stood in a straight line while saluting Luffy. Luffy shook his head in amusement before getting up from the cloud. As he stood up, the cloud he was sitting on moved closer to the throne, holding Nami in place before it fused with it, creating a bigger cloud. He then snapped his finger as he walked towards the bag, causing the lightning holding Nami in place to disappear. Nami immediately sprang to her feet and began running towards the large bag that Luffy had just grabbed hold of. Just as she was inches away from reaching the bag, it disappears along with Luffy, causing everyone's eyes to widen. As they disappeared, Nami tumbled herself forward, landing on top of Sanji with his face buried in her chest, causing Sanji to rocket back with a large nosebleed. When everyone turned around to see where Luffy had gone, they all saw him standing in front of the throne with the bag in his hand. While Nami was picking herself up from the ground, Luffy held up the bag and dropped it into the throne made of clouds, causing it to disappear into the cloud. "But now that we are all done, let's get started," he said as he sat on the throne. "Before I teach you Haki, I will first explain to you all what it is. I had already told Zoro about it, so he has a general idea of what it is and what it does, but he doesn't know how to use it," he said, earning a nod from Zoro. Sanji, who finally got his nosebleed under control, walked over next to Nichiko and spoke while sticking tissues in his nose. "The old geezer had told me once about Haki," he said, surprising Luffy. "Well, more like he mentioned the name, not really explaining what it is," he said, causing Luffy to nod his head in an understanding way. Luffy had heard rumors that Zeph did enter the New World, but only for a short period of time before he found it too difficult and turned back to paradise. So, he could understand how Zeph came to learn about Haki. He said it is a power that every pirate in the Grand Line has, and the power itself is that which could rival devil fruit users, Sanji said, scaring Usopp, Nami, Johnny, and Yasaku. Luffy chuckled at their reaction. "Not everyone in the Grand Line knows Haki," Luffy said, getting their attention away from Sanji. "Only those in the New World know about Haki. The pirates in paradise don't really know about it," he said, earning a few confused looks his crew. Luffy," Nichiko said, causing Luffy to look over at her. "What is this new world in paradise you are talking about?" she asked, causing the rest of them to nod their heads, letting Luffy know they didn't know either. "The Grand Line is split into two parts. The first part, which we will be entering in about 3 days' time, is called Paradise, while the second half is called the New World," he said, supervising all of them. "It is a common mistake people make in thinking the Grand Line is just one continuous sea, but in fact, it is two halves separated by the red line," he said as he reached into his coat and pulled out a bottle of whiskey and a glass and began pouring himself a drink. "Paradise?" Nami asked in a scared voice, causing Luffy to smirk. "I think we all have heard stories about the Grand Line, and none of them would suggest that it is paradise," she said, earning nods from Usopp and the bounty hunting duo. Luffy smirked deviously, scaring them even more before he replied. "The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise because when compared to the New World it is paradise," he said, causing their eyes to widen. "But don't worry about that now. I will get all of you stronger by then," he said, calming all of them down. "Now back to Haki," he said, causing all of them to pay close attention. "Haki is a power that lies dormant in all the world's creatures. It is not that different from the typical senses. However, most people do not notice it or fail to awaken it," he said before he took a sip of his whiskey. "So everyone can learn this Haki thing?" Johnny asked with a look of pure awe on his face. Luffy nodded his head before taking another sip of his drink. "That's so cool," Johnny said while staring at Luffy. Everyone else nodded their head in agreement of what he just said. There are mainly two types of Haki that anyone, given the right training, could achieve. The first is observation Haki, he said before pausing and looking around making sure everyone is paying attention. After seeing everyone is listening closely he continued. It grants users a sixth sense of the world around them and limited precognitive abilities. I have heard rumors of people honing their observation Haki to such a degree that they could see a tiny bit into the future, Luffy said, causing all of their eyes to widen. Seeing into the future? Sanji asked in a disbelieving voice. Luffy nodded his head before he replied. Yeah, just about a few seconds into the future, he said before taking a sip of his drink. I haven't reached that level as yet, I can only predict my enemy moves and sense the life force of everything in my range, he said before turning towards Usopp and spoke. He was a sniper. Usopp could use observation Haki shoot targets that are at an extremely great distance away and hit them with precision accuracy, Luffy said, causing Usopp's eyes to widen. Wow. He said before he started jumping up and down in excitement. Luffy shook his head before he spoke again. The next type is armament Haki, he said before he held out his right hand for everyone to see. As they stared at Luffy's hand they were all surprised when they saw it suddenly turn from its usual color to pitch black. It allows the user to use their spirit as armor to defend against attacks or to make their own attacks more potent, he said before the blackness on his arm seems to recede back into his skin. If you are fighting against someone else who uses armament Haki, it comes down to who has a stronger will or wants to win more, and in that case, the weaker one always takes more damage, he said before he finished his drink and looked over to Zoro. You can use them on your sword to make your attacks more powerful, he said causing Zoro to grin. There are two important things about armament Haki you need to know, he said, causing them to pay closer attention to what he is about to say. Firstly, it is something that you can run out of during a fight if you oversure it, he said surprising them once more. And secondly, this type of Haki also has the ability to bypass the powers of a devil fruit user whose body has been altered by their fruit in any way, he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. What do you mean bypass their powers? Nijiko asked. For example, I am a lightning Logia type user, meaning I can turn my body into lightning and make my body intangible against certain attacks, he said, causing her nod her head showing she understood so far. If you were to punch me right now your arm would pass right through me not hurting me and you would get electrocuted, but if you punched me with your fist covered in armament Haki your fist wouldn't pass through me, it would hit me and it would hurt, he said. Wow, so it is extremely useful against devil fruit users? Nami asked in an astonished voice. Luffy nodded his head before he spoke again. Those are the main two that everyone could awaken, he said, causing all of them to nod their heads, except for Nami, who looked at Luffy with a puzzled look on her face before she spoke. Main two? She asked causing Luffy to nod his head. So there is more? She asked. Luffy smirked at her question before he replied. There is one more that only a certain group of people could unlock, he said surprising them. It is an extremely rare type of Haki that only one in several million people could unlock it. It's called Conqueror's Haki or the King's Spirit, he said. One in several million? Usopp asked causing Luffy to nod his head. What does it do? Sanji asked. It allows the user to overpower the wills of others. Zoro, Nami and Usopp saw me use it before, he said, causing those three to take on a puzzled look on their face, trying to think about when they saw him use it. Usually when someone uses it they can make a group of people just pass out from their presence, he said, causing the three of them to finally figure out what he was talking about. Although those who have strong wills can resist the effects of your Conqueror's Haki, he said before getting up from his throne and walking into his captain's quarters and coming back out with a few strips of black cloth. First I will teach all of you observation Haki before anything I teach you armament, he said as he walked forward towards them. Any reason why that one is first? Zoro asked. I think it would be best for all of you to learn to predict your enemy's movements in a fight before we strengthen your attacks, he said as he began handing out the blindfolds to Johnny, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji. And it is way more fun to learn, well more fun for me anyway, he said with an evil smirk, causing everyone to become nervous. Now pair up. Sanji, you're with Zoro, he said causing Sanji to whine about not being with the beautiful ladies. Usopp, you're with me, he said getting a nod from Usopp. So, what are we supposed to do, Captain? Nami asked causing Luffy to chuckle. One of you is going to be blindfolded while your partner won't be. The person who isn't blindfolded has to hit you in the head with one of these sticks, he said as he reached into the cloud and pulled out 5 sticks. Why the hell do you have sticks in there? Nami yelled. Luffy shrugged his shoulders before he replied. I picked them up while we were at your hometown, he said as he tossed a stick to each pair while keeping one for himself before tossing the extra one overboard. The main goal of the person who is blindfolded is to dodge the incoming hit. Do not simply guess and move your head, clear your mind and try to expand your senses, try to feel the life forces of those around you, he said, earning nods from all of them. Soon every pair went to a different part of the ship to begin their training. One thing was clear to everyone except Luffy, the next 2 days were going to be extremely painful. 2 days later. The entire crew was currently standing at the front of the ship staring at the island they were fastly approaching. The past 2 days had been very painful for every member of Luffy's crew, the training was a success for the most part. Everyone could predict where most of the hits were coming from and dodge it, but they were still getting hit sometimes. Luffy did not expect them to completely master observation Haki in 2 days, so the progress they all have made please him. He knows the best way to learn Haki is when your life in danger, it is then your will is at its strongest due to one's desire to live. So, all they needed was some real-life experience in combat to take their Haki to the next level. While everyone could simply dodge the attacks, Usopp surprised Luffy when he told him that he can sense a faint outline of Luffy. Luffy had explained that was the life force he was sensing and explained how he could use it to pick out his targets. So that's it, huh? Nezuko asked was behind Luffy, knocking him out his thought. He looked behind him and saw she was staring at the island in front of them. He turned back around and stared at the island with a serious look on his face before he replied. Yeah, that's it, he said in his usual monotone voice. The town of the beginning and the end, he said before pouring himself a drink. He then turned around and walked back to his thrones. All of you follow me, he said as he walked by. When Luffy reached his throne he sat down and stared at everyone as they gathered around him. He then reached into the cloud and pulled out a small bag of money and tossed it to Sanji, confusing him. What's this for, Captain? Sanji asked. That's 1 million berries, he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Use that money to buy whatever supplies and food you need for the kitchen, and whatever is left over is yours to spend, he said, earning a nod from Sanji. He then reached back into the cloud and pulled out another BG, this time a bit bigger, and tossed it to Zoro before he spoke. That's 5 million berries, buy yourself 2 new swords, and buy does 2 whatever weapons they want, he said, while pointing to Johnny and Yasaku. Zoro nodded his head, while the bounty hunter duo saluted at Luffy before they yelled out. Thank you big bro Luffy. They yelled in unison, causing Luffy to chuckle. Luffy then reached back into the cloud and pulled out another bag smaller than Zoro's but bigger than Sanji's and tossed it to Nezuko before he spoke. That's 2 million berries, he said, surprising her. She was about to tell him she didn't need that much, but he held up his hand, stopping her before she could speak. Before you say you don't need that much, the money in there is for you and Nami, he said, causing her to smirk, while Nami's eyes changed into berry signs. Nezuko is in charge of the money, Luffy said, causing Nami's eyes to change back to normal, and her face took on a shocked look. I feel she may be a bit more responsible with it, he said, causing Nami to pout. You two could buy whatever you want, but I have some requests that you need to buy. First, Nami, I want you to buy more charting supplies cause I don't know when we will get to buy them again, he said, causing her to nod her head. And secondly, find yourselves some weapons, he said, causing them to nod their head in agreement. Aye, Captain. They said in unison. Luffy then reached into the cloud and pulled out a bag the same size as Sanji's and tossed it to Usopp before he spoke. That's 1 million berries, buy whatever you need for your inventions or whatever else you want, he said, causing Usopp to nod his head excitedly. But be warned, a lot of people in this town are going to try and sell you knockoff equipment and claim it to be from the Grand Line or it belonged to Gol Roger. Do not be fooled, Luffy warned, causing Usopp to nod. Luffy then looked around at everyone before he spoke. Good, you all have your orders out, let's dock the ship someplace where the Marines won't find it, he said, getting nods from everyone before they ran off to get ready to dock. Just as they were about to walk down the stairs, Luffy spoke again, getting their attention. One more thing, there is a Marine captain here called Smoker. A lot of pirates have stopped her on their way to the Grand Line, but none of them ever got a chance to leave the island, he said, scaring all of them, except for Zoro and Sanji. He has caught every pirate that has stepped foot on that island and will likely come after me. So, none of you worry about that. I am his target, he doesn't know about any of you, but if you hear of a commotion involving me, hurry up and finish what you are doing and head back towards the ship, he said, causing all of them to nod their head before running off to get ready to dock. Luffy poured himself a drink and took a sip before looking to the sky with a smile on his face. He was going to achieve his dreams and no one was going to stop him. After the ship docked near the end of the island, everyone got off and began making their way towards town. While they were walking, Luffy kept his eyes out in search of any Marines who may have spotted them entering the island. He was quite surprised when he saw no one there. He had figured that with a bounty like his the Marines would do everything in their power to try and stop him from re-entering the Grand Line, but it would seem that even though they sent more Marines to the island, they are doing a poor job patrolling said island. Luffy wasn't complaining, after all, he didn't want to start trouble just yet. As the crew reached the entrance of the main shopping area, Luffy turned to his crew and spoke. "Alright, I'll see you guys later. I'm going to find out where they kill me around here," he said before walking away, leaving his entire crew confused. Luffy's main goal for to this island was to see the place where Gold Roger died, but before he goes to the execution platform, there was something he needed to do. He was currently walking down the main street looking at all of the stores, trying to find the store he was looking. After walking for a few more seconds he finally spotted it, Rita's tailored clothing, the sign read, causing Luffy to smile before making his way over to it. As he entered he saw mannequins with suits and coat of all designs, shelves with different color fabrics, and in the corner near the very back of the store, he saw a counter with a small register on top of with and an elderly woman standing behind of the counter staring at him. "What can I do for you today, young man?" she asked in a kind tone. Luffy smiled right back and began walking towards her. "I was wondering if you could add something onto my coat," he said as he took his coat off and placed it on the counter. The woman looked at him with questionable eyes before she asked him a question. "Are you a pirate?" she asked. Luffy looked at her and smiled widely before he replied. "That I am," he said, causing the elderly woman to match his smile. "It has been a while since I had a pirate in my shop," she said as she held up the coat and began to examine it. "I was beginning to think I would die before I get to see another one enter in here. Let me guess, you want me to add your Jolly Roger to the back of your coat, seeing as how you already have a coat," she said as she turned away from the coat and looked at Luffy. He smiled at her and reached into his pocket and pulled out a picture of his Jolly Roger and handed it to her. "I do," he said as he handed it to her. She looked at it and had her eyes widen. "That's one scary Jolly Roger you there, young man," she said, causing Luffy to chuckle. "I'm glad it is doing its job," he said as he looked around the store. "How long is it going to take for you to add it on?" he asked. "Not long, just give me a few minutes," she said before she turned away from the counter and sat down in front of a sewing machine she had right there. Luffy began walking around the store browsing at the clothing that was there. As he was browsing he was talking to the old lady. "So, you used to have a lot of pirates as customers?" he asked while looking at the number of shirts that were there. From her position in front of the sewing machine the woman answered. "Yes, I did," she said as she worked on Luffy's coat. "Pirates used to come to this island non-stop on their way to the Grand Line, but all that changed when Marine Smoker came to this island. Since then any pirate who stepped foot on here would be captured and executed," she said distastefully. Luffy chuckled before he replied. "That's good," he said, surprising her. The moment he said that the sewing machine stopped and her head whipped around and looked at him with wide eyes. "I mean today everyone with a boat claims to be a pirate. If they can't make it past one marine captain, they got no right to even try and enter the Grand Line," he said before looking over at her with a smirk on his face. She smiled at him and went back to her sewing. "You're a strange one, young pirate," she said with a chuckle. Luffy walked back over to the counter and leaned against it before he spoke. "The name is Monkey D. Luffy," he said while staring at the woman as she worked on the sewing machine. Without looking at him she spoke. "Ah, I see. So, that is why you look so familiar, you are that rookie pirate with that big bounty on your head," she said before she stopped the machine and held up the coat to get a good look at it. "You've been making the Marines around here extremely nervous, you know," she said with a chuckle before going back to working on the coat. Luffy laughed a bit before he replied. "Not my fault, they're all wimps," he said, causing the old lady to laugh. After waiting for about another minute before the old lady finally finished his coat. "Here you go, all done," she said as she handed the coat over to him. He held it up and took one look at the back and immediately smiled. Sewed onto the back of his coat was an exact image of his Jolly Roger, a Japanese demon skull wearing a straw hat with 2 lightning bolts, replacing the usual crossbones. "It's perfect," he said before he put it on. "How much?" he asked. The old lady walked over to the register, pushed a few buttons before she replied. 2,000 berries, she said. Luffy nodded before he reached into his pockets and pulled out a stack of cash and counted a few bills before handing it to the lady. "Here you go and thanks," he said as he handed her the money and turned to leave. As he was walking out of the store the old lady spoke to him one last time. "Good luck, young man," she said as he walked out of the door, causing Luffy to sigh. "Why won't she use my name?" he asked himself before ducking into one of the allies. He did not want to walk around the street with his Jolly Roger on his back for everyone to see. It was still too soon to cause trouble and he had yet to go to the execution platform. So, he began making his way to the said platform by using all of the connected allies that Lode Town had. As he was walking through ally after alley and twisting and turning, Luffy came to a realization. "I am lost," he said with a sigh as he began looking around trying to figure out the right way to go. It was then as he turned around he saw something that made him raise an eyebrow. It was a bar sign that said Bar Gold Roger, causing Luffy to raise his eyebrow in curiosity. He decided to investigate the bar and walked inside. It was completely empty and run down. There was dust everywhere, the chairs were overturned on the tables, and there were cobwebs everywhere. The only person in there was a short elderly man sitting at one of the tables with a skull in front of him, along with 2 glasses of booze, one from him and one for the skull. "Excuse me, do you work here?" Luffy asked as he walked inside. The sign outside said this place is called the Gold Rover. How did it get that name? He asked again before the man could answer his first question. The man looked at Luffy through his sunglasses with a calculating eye before he replied. "Scram," he said in a grumpy voice. "This isn't a place for a kid like you," he said, causing Luffy's eyebrow to twitch. "Besides, we are closed for good starting today," he said as he poured himself a drink. "You're going under?" Luffy asked as he walked over and took a seat on one of the bar stools. "I am not going under, I decided to shut it down myself," he said before placing the bottle of booze back on the table in front of him. "I'm retiring," he said with a sigh. "Sorry, I just wanted to know about the name," Luffy said before he pulled out a glass of his own, along with his bottle of whiskey, and poured himself a drink. "I'm looking for the execution platform, but I am lost. Could you tell me the way?" he asked before his eyes focused on the skull that was on the table. It looked like a human skull, but it was way too large to be a human. "Better question, where did you get that skull?" he asked. "Villain Giant, one of the most feared villain to have haunted the waters of the Grand Line," he said before clicking his glass to the one in front of the skull. He had sent hundreds of pirates to their deaths over the course of his life, but it only took Gold Roger a single blow to put the behemoth down for good, he said with a smile, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. "Gold Roger killed him?" Luffy asked in a surprised voice. The man threw his hands in the air before and yelled out. "With lightning speed." He yelled before bringing his arms back down. You see, Killer Giant was known for using this massive blade, but it didn't matter, the whole fight was over before he could even raise it, he said, causing Luffy to grin widely as he was listening to a story about his idol. "And here is the wound that did it," he said while pointing to the missing part of the skull. Killer Giant was a terrible waste of human flesh anyway, but he proclaimed with his dying breath, "Gold Roger, the first, take my hat off to you. You will forever be the king of the pirates," the old man said, causing Luffy to get goosebumps and grin widely. "Awesome, tell me more," Luffy said in an excited voice. Eric Dowd, the man known as King, Silver's Silver, the world's greatest gunman, the giant Grounds brothers, they were all famous for their strength, indestructible demons feared by everybody, but not Gold Roger, he said with a sigh before looking down. "Nobody ever wants to hear my stories anymore," he said in a sad voice. Luffy's entire body was shivering with excitement. "I want to hear them, come on, tell me more," Luffy said excitedly. His usual cool, calm and collected attitude was gone and was replaced with the attitude of a little kid. "Don't rush me," he said while swirling his glass of booze. "Gold Roger, he is the only man I knew back then and maybe even now, to not be afraid of entering the Grand Line," he said as he stared at his drink. Back then the Grand Line was a mysterious place. Boats that chose to venture there were never heard from again. It was a sea of evil that people feared which few ever considered approaching. Gold Roger came in here the day before he set sail to the Grand Line and drank the entire place dry before setting out the next morning as though he was going sightseeing, the old man said. Luffy could barely suppress all the fun he was having just listening to the old man's story. "Then when I had heard he conquered the Grand Line, I wasn't surprised. I was happy he had been the one to conquer that evil sea. On this day 22 years ago Gold Roger died on that platform, and that is when it all began, the so-called Great Pirate Era, where everyone with a boat claims to be a pirate. But look around this once great town, I bet you couldn't find a real pirate, nothing but cowards and scum," he said before he downed his drink. Luffy downed his drink as well before he regained his emotions and spoke. "Couldn't have said it better myself," he said, agreeing with the old man's analysis of the Great Pirate Era. "Men brave enough to venture into the Grand Line have all disappeared from these waters. There are no real pirates left in the world, that is why I am closing the bar," the old man said with a sad look in his eyes. "I'm going to the Grand Line," Luffy said, causing the old man's eyes to widen. "Or I should say going back to the Grand Line," he said, causing the man's eyes to widen further in surprise. "Gold Roger is the perfect example of how a pirate should be. That is why I am going to the Grand Line, find the One Piece, and become king of the pirates," Luffy proclaimed, causing a look of recognition to flash across the man's eyes. "Those are some pretty big words," he said as he stared at Luffy. "Even more so because you are in this bar." "I only said what I mean," Luffy said, causing the old man to laugh. "Young man, if there are still people like you out there, should I close this bar?" he asked Luffy. "I don't know, it could just be me," he replied. The old man got up from his seat and began walking towards Luffy. "That's right, it could just be you," he said as he walked towards Luffy with a huge smile on his face. "In that case, let's have a drink, I haven't been in this good a mood in some time," he said before walking behind the bar. "I only drink whiskey," Luffy said as he spun around to face the old man. The man chuckled before bringing out 2 glasses of whiskey. "How about this?" he said as he places the glasses down on the counter. "Let's raise our glasses and drink to the eternal king of the pirates," he said as he took off his hat. Luffy smiled and took off his straw hat as well before he spoke. "Here's to the king of the pirates," he said as he cheers with the old man before they downed the glass of whiskey. Luffy reached into his coat and pulled out a small bag of money and placed it on the counter before he spoke. "Thanks for the drink," he said before he got up and walked towards the back of the store. His observation Haki had warned him that someone was coming their way. So, he decided to leave before he caused the old man any trouble. The old man was puzzled as he saw Luffy leave through the back door, wondering why he didn't use the front entrance. As he was about to ask him why he heard someone enter through the front door, when he looked he saw it was Marine Captain Smoker. He immediately took the money Luffy left and placed it in his pocket before he scowled at Smoker. Luffy exited the bar and began walking in the direction of Main Street with only one thing on his mind. "Time to cause some trouble," he thought to himself with a smirk. As he walked out of one alleyway and began walking down Main Street, he could hear people murmuring behind him after they saw his Jolly Roger on his coat. Luffy ignored it all and set his sights on the execution platform that was in the town plaza. While walking towards the plaza he could sense he was being followed by Marines who were hidden in the shadows, while some of them were running around trying to find Smoker. Luffy was hoping his crew had finished doing what they were doing because it was about time for them to get off this island. When he spotted the platform he turned his body into lightning and teleported himself to the top of the platform and stared out at the plaza. "So, this is what the king of the pirates saw before he died," Luffy said to himself while looking out. He could see a crowd gathering around the base of the platform and they were all looking at him in confusion. Luffy could also sense the Marines were circling the plaza, none of them was really powerful, and told Luffy that Smoker had yet to arrive. Down from there immediately. A man in a police officer's uniform yelled while holding a megaphone. "Why?" Luffy asked innocently. "You are standing on an execution platform that belongs to the world government. Now get down from there right now," the man yelled. Luffy shrugged his shoulders before he spoke again. "I'm not that big a fan of the world government, so I'm gonna stay right here," he said, causing a few people to gasp. The man was about to yell something back at Luffy, but before he could he was smashed in the head by a giant metal club wielded by a woman who Luffy did not recognize. "It's been a while, Luffy," the woman said, causing Luffy to raise his eyebrow in confusion. "I've been looking for you," she said as she swung her club over her shoulder. "And who might you be?" Luffy asked. "How rude," she said with a devious smile on her face. "You mean to tell me you of all people forgot my face?" she asked in a sweet voice, causing all the men around her to lose their minds. "Sorry, you don't have that pretty a face for me to remember it," he replied before smirking when he saw the woman's smile vanished and was replaced with an angry look. "How dare you?" she yelled before turning to the people in the plaza and asked them a question. "Listen up everyone, who is the most beautiful woman in all the East Blue?" she asked, causing everyone's eyes to change into hearts before they all replied in unison. "Why you of course," they all said. Just then 2 police officers came and tried to arrest the woman, but just as they were about to the fountain exploded, sending pieces of the fountain flying all over and causing mass panic. "Great, who's the dumbass interrupting me now?" Luffy asked to himself. When he looked down he saw a group of people wearing hooded coats walk forward and began speaking to the woman. "Sorry about that, Alvida," the hooded figure who was leading the group said. Then Luffy's eyes widened, that woman was Alvida. "You're Alvida?" he asked, causing her to chuckle. "That's right," she said in a sing-song-like voice. "What happened to you?" Luffy asked, genuinely curious. "I ate the smooth fruit," she said, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow at that. "Now no attack could hit me, they just slip right off," she said proudly. "And as you can see, because I ate the smooth fruit I lost my freckles," she said while rubbing her face. "I think you lost a bit more than just freckles," Luffy thought to himself. Suddenly Luffy's observation Haki alerted him of a threat coming from above. Luffy took one step back, causing his attacker to crash in front of him on the platform with a neck shackle that Luffy assumed to be made out of sea prism stone. He narrowed his eyes and looked at his attacker. The man looked familiar, but Luffy couldn't remember where he met him before. The man was surprised when Luffy dodged, but yet he smiled. "Hey there you lightning freak," the man said, causing Luffy's eyes to turn cold. "How's Rorano doing?" he asked cockily. "He is doing a lot better than what you will be doing in a few seconds," Luffy said in an emotionless tone, puzzling the man. "Huh?" was all the man got to ask before he received a lightning speed kick to face, sending him flying out of the plaza. Luffy looks down at the group of hooded people to see them no longer wearing their hoods. Now Luffy could see under those hoods were the boogie pirates, and that man he had just kicked was Kabaji. Luffy chuckled and decided to mess with Boogie for a bit before he started to have some fun. "Oh, I know you," he said while pointing to Buggy. "What's your name again?" Luffy asked while he took on a thinking pose while at the same time summoning thunderclouds. "You don't remember my name?" Buggy yelled out in anger. "Give me a second, it'll come to me," he said while waving his hands at Buggy, pissing him off more. "Ducky. No, that's not it. Juggy. No, not it either. Ugly. Buggy, that's it," Luffy yelled out, causing Buggy to smile proudly at the fact Luffy remember his name. "You're ugly, Buggy," Luffy said while pointing at Buggy, causing him to drop his smile and stare at Luffy with rage all over his face. His entire crew went pale when they heard what Luffy called their captain. "You flashy bastard," he yelled, causing Luffy to smirk victoriously. Some people around started snickering at what Luffy called Buggy, causing the Buggy pirates to pull out their weapons and point them at the civilians. Luffy could sense that Smoker had arrived and was watching from afar. "So, they want me and Buggy to take each other out before they come and arrest us, well, we are all tired and worn out. Clever plan, Smoker, but you are going to have to better than that," Luffy thought as he ignores Buggy's angry ranting. "You are going to pay, Straw Hat," Buggy yelled at the top of his lungs, knocking Luffy out of his thought. "You will pay for getting me arrested with the rest of my crew, and since we escaped I've been obsessed with exacting my revenge on you," he said, causing Luffy to remember something. "Oh, yeah," Luffy said, stopping Buggy from continuing. "I forgot I had turned both you and Alvida over to the Marines," he said, causing Buggy and his entire crew to deflate a bit. "He didn't even remember turning us in," they said as they began to sulk. The citizens of Ulog town were looking at the interaction between the Buggy pirates and man standing on top of the execution platform with a bewildered look on their faces. It was a strange interaction between two pirates, that is, if the man on top of the execution platform was a pirate. It was then a man from the crowd shouted out, getting everyone's attention. "Hey!" he shouted while pointing at Luffy, getting everyone's attention including Luffy's. "That man is the rookie pirate with a 100 million berry bounty on his head," he yelled out, causing everyone's head to whip around towards Luffy, who was smiling. "It's the Thunder Demon. Straw Hat, Luffy," he screamed with a lot of fear in his voice. People all around began to get scared and were wondering where the Marines were. It was then Luffy had decided to get the show started. He looked up to the sky and saw it was completely filled with thunderclouds. Luffy smiled before walking forward on the platform a bit before he stood on the edge and spread his arms out wide before he yelled at the top of his lungs. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy," he screamed, getting everyone's attention to him. "And I am the man who is going to be the kind of the pirates." He shouted and used his devil fruit to make the thunder boomed in the heavens and lightning to flash right behind him as he said it. Luffy then, with his arms spread out wide, looked up to the sky and smiled. The people in the plaza were beyond shocked at what they just heard. "What?" one civilian said in shock. "He just said king of the pirates," another said in disbelief. "In this town of all placed, that's a crazy thing to say," another said. Just when everyone thought crazy there were finished, something beyond strange happened. From the dark thundercloud-filled sky, a hole opened up in the clouds, and through that hole, a beam of sunlight shone down onto the platform and Luffy. Everyone had their mouths hanging off their jaws. Sanji and Zoro, who was standing at the back of the crowd to see what Luffy was going to do, had their eyes widen and their jaws on the floor. Smoker and every marine were beyond surprised and a tiny bit scared at what they were staring at. Smoker's cigarette even fell out of his mouth as he stared at the sight before him. Luffy was standing there with his arms spread out wide, looking up at the sky with a smile, while a beam of light came through the clouds and shone down upon him. It was like a spotlight from heaven shining down onto Luffy right after he made his declaration. It was as though he was the chosen one, the Messiah, chosen by the heavens to become the next king of the pirates. Luffy was confused because he didn't create that hole for the light to come through and was a little creeped out by it. He took a glance down at everyone and saw everyone staring at him in utter disbelief, while Buggy and his entire crew fell to their knees and were looking up at him in awe. It was then it clicked in Luffy's mind what the entire scene looked like. He couldn't stop himself from chuckling before looking back up to the sky and saw the hole was beginning to close. Thinking he should add a bit more dramatic effect to its closing, he made the thunder boom extra loud just before the hole closed and the light disappeared. As the light vanished, Luffy brought his arms down and saw everyone still had their jaws hanging. He turned his body into lightning and teleported to the back of the crowd right in the middle of Sanji and Zoro, surprising them. "Close your mouths or you will catch flies," he said, knocking them out of their bewilderment. "Happened just now," Sanji said incoherently. "Don't ask me. I am as confused as you," he said, surprising them. "Is everyone ready?" he asked, causing Zoro and Sanji to nod. "Well, let's go," he said before they started walking away. As they were walking away, hundreds upon hundreds of marines stormed the plaza surrounding Luffy and every other pirate there. When the marines showed up, the civilians who were there still staring at the platform were knocked out of their stupor. "Well, I guess the Navy really wants to catch you, Captain," Sanji said as he lit a cigarette. Luffy and Zoro chuckled before Zoro spoke. There have to be at least 1,000 of these marines, he said as he stared at them. The entrance to the Grand Line is probably blocked by Navy battleships, Luffy said with a smirk. Well boys, let's show the Navy why they shouldn't fuck with us, he said as he stared at the group of marines in front of him. Electro murder. Luffy said as he stretched out his hands in front of him. From the tips of his fingers, 10 ropes of lightning came out and wrapped around the 10 closest marines, before the lightning ropes continued to snake themselves around the marines behind those 10 and to the side of them. When it was done the technique had 50 marines bounded and screaming in pain. Luffy then upped the voltage and held it for 2 seconds before he cut the technique off causing 50 marines to drop on the ground dead. He looked behind him to see how Zoro and Sanji were doing. The first thing he saw was a giant tornado made of wind tossing marines into the air. When the tornado disappeared Luffy saw Zoro standing in the center with all 3 of his swords drawn. Then suddenly out of nowhere the body of a marine came crashing through Luffy's body, startling him while electrocuting the already unconscious marine. He looked to see where it came from and saw Sanji spinning on his hands kicking marines all over the place. Hey. Watch where you kick your marines. He yelled. Sorry, Captain, Sanji said with a nervous chuckle. Come on let's go, he said before the 3 of them began running. As they were running a group of marines tried to cut them, but they were easily disposed of by Sanji and Zoro. As they were running through an unknown street to head back to the ship they saw a large group of marines running their way. They're mine, Luffy said. Lightning vortex. Luffy yelled before he jumped forward and started spinning rapidly, while at the same time releasing lighting from his body, creating a large vortex of lighting headed straight for the marines. Looks like Kiba's fang over fang only made out of lightning. The vortex of lightning crashed into the marines and started drilling its way to the back while at the same time electrocuting a lot of marines and sending the rest flying into nearby buildings. When Luffy cut off his technique and stopped spinning he was standing in front of a large group of marine bodies lying in front of him, while off the sides were some unconscious marines who were blown back by the lightning. Zoro and Sanji were running towards him when they finally reached him the 3 of them continued their way towards the ship. That was so cool, Captain, Sanji said while Zoro nodded his head. Yeah, it's one of my less destructive attacks, he said. As they were running they saw a girl standing in the middle of the road with a sword. Upon seeing her Sanji already started flirting with her. Luffy looked over to Zoro and saw that he was scowling at her. The 3 of them stopped a few feet away from the girl. I didn't know you were Urano Zoro and a pirate no less, she said to Zoro as she stared at him with hatred in her eyes. Girlfriend Zoro? Luffy asked. Zoro unsheathed one of his swords before he replied. You two go on ahead I'll catch up, he said causing Luffy to nod and drag Sanji away as he was screaming at Zoro. The 2 of them ran a bit further down the road when they saw a man standing there in front of a motorcycle. Luffy saw him and immediately knew it was Smoker. The 2 of them stopped in front of Smoker and Luffy looked toward Sanji and spoke. Sanji you go in ahead, I'll catch up, he said causing Sanji to nod his head before running past Smoker. I don't know about that, Smoker said with 2 cigars in his mouth. This is the end of the line for you, Monkey D. Luffy, he said as white smoke started to rise out from his body. Luffy chuckled and stared at smoke before he spoke. I don't think so. I kind of got an appointment with the Grand Line, he said before electric blue sparks started to surround his body. You're not getting to the Grand Line unless you beat me, Smoker said as the smoke increased around his body. Sounds easy enough, Luffy said. In the blink of an eye, Luffy was in front of Smoker with his fist reared back and covered with Haki, causing Smoker's eyes to widen. So fast. Smoker thought before Luffy buried his fist into his stomach, knocking the air right out of him and causing him to cough up some spit. Smoker then hunched over on the ground gasping for air. While he was hunched over on the ground, Luffy delivered a Haki-infused axe kick to Smoker's head, knocking him unconscious. When Smoker was knocked unconscious Luffy sighed and began walking towards the ship but he suddenly stopped when he sensed something. Are you going to come out or stay in the shadows Dad? Luffy said before looking off to his right and into a dark alleyway. Out of the shadows, a man wearing a hood walked out and smiled at Luffy. So you know who I am, Luffy's dad said with a chuckle. It's nice to know your grandfather didn't turn you into a marine, he said causing Luffy to chuckle a bit. Well, can't say he didn't try, Luffy said, causing his father to laugh. But I think Shanks did a pretty good job with me, he said surprising the man. Red hair raised you? He asked in a surprised tone causing Luffy to nod his head. For how long? He asked. About 10 years, he said surprising his father. Well I did spend some of that 10 years somewhere else training, but the majority of the time I was with Shanks and his crew, he said. His dad looked thoughtful for a moment before he spoke. That's alright I guess. Red hair isn't that bad, a man drinks a lot, but ain't that bad, he said, causing Luffy to laugh. Luffy then reached into his coat and pulled out a small card and tossed it towards his father who caught it. "That's the number to my den Mushy," he said, surprising his dad. "Give me a call if you ever need help with anything," he said before he started walking away. His dad smiled before he spoke. "Will do," he said as he places the card inside his hooded jacket. After taking a few steps, Luffy stopped and narrowed his eyes as he stared in front of him before he spoke in a serious tone. "The clan of D has been in the hiding shadows of history for far too long," he said, getting his dad's attention and causing his dad's face to turn serious. "I agree," he said as he stared at Luffy's back. "The time is near when we won't be hiding anymore," Luffy said before his body turned to lightning and he disappeared. Dragon stared at the spot where his son was standing and starting laughing before he walked back into the shadows of the alleyway. Luffy teleported himself to the docks to see the Marines shooting at his ship while Sanji, Zoro, and the bounty hunter duo were fighting Marines on the shore while Nami, Nezuko, and Usopp were trying to get the ship away from danger. Luffy sighed before he launched one of his attacks. Raging thunder. He yelled out, causing multiple bolts of lightning to come down from the sky and strike the Marines. Luffy then summoned a thundercloud and hopped on it before flying over to Zoro and rest for them to hop on. When everyone was on, Luffy flew the cloud onto the ship and got off. When everyone was off, Luffy turned the cloud into his throne and set it in its usual spot before he started barking out orders. "Alright everybody, just ahead is the entrance to the Grand Line," Luffy said, causing them to smile. "I think we should say something to mark this occasion," he said, causing them to nod their heads. Johnny and Yusaku went into storage and brought a barrel of booze out and sat it in the middle of all of them. Sanji was the first one to put his foot on the barrel and spoke. "I am going to the Grand Line to find the All Blue," he said with a smile. "I'm going to be the king of the pirates," Luffy said as he put his foot on the barrel. "The world's greatest swordsman," Zoro said. He placed his foot on the barrel. "The world's most famous bounty hunters," Johnny and Yusaku said as they placed their feet on the barrel. As they said T, everyone looked at them funny before they all just shrugged. "I'm going so I can draw a map of the entire world," Nami said as she put her foot up. "I'm going to help my little sister achieve her dreams and keep her out of trouble," Nezuko said, causing everyone to laugh while Nami groaned. "And I am going to become a brave warrior of the seas," Usopp said before he placed his foot on the board with the rest. "And now to the Grand Line," Luffy said as they all brought their foot up and smashed the barrel. It has been an hour since the crew left Logia Town and were currently sailing towards the Grand Line. Usopp was manning the rudder while Johnny and Yusaku were up in the crow's nest looking out. Zoro was sitting at the rear deck of the ship with Luffy cleaning his swords. Nami and Nezuko were looking at a map of the Grand Line while Sanji was in the kitchen putting away the stuff he bought. Luffy was drinking his whiskey while staring up at the thundercloud-infested sky. These weren't his clouds, it looked like an actual storm was coming their way, but Luffy didn't mind. They had a tailwind since they left Logia Town and were likely to be out of the storm before it even began. Luffy was about to take a sip of his drink when suddenly Nami screamed, startling everyone and causing Luffy to spill some of his whiskey on the floor. "Hhhh," she yelled. Luffy looked over to her with a murderous look in his eye before he spoke. "You better have a good excuse for causing me to spill my whiskey," Luffy said in a cold tone, causing her to sweat a bit before she nodded her head. "Well, what is it?" he asked as Sanji and everyone ran over to see what is wrong with Nami. "I was looking at this map of the Grand Line that I stole from Buggy and it says here the entrance of the Grand Line is a mountain," she said, causing everyone's eyes to widen except Luffy. "A mountain?" Zoro asked while looking at Nami. "Are we supposed to crash into it?" he asked, causing Luffy to look at him as though he was stupid. "Really?" Luffy asked while looking at Zoro. "Crash into it? Does that sound like how you enter the Grand Line? Or does it sound like how you die?" Luffy asked rhetorically, causing Zoro to look away in embarrassment. "So how do we enter the Grand Line then?" asked Sanji. Luffy took a sip of his drink before he replied. "We sail up the mountain," he said, surprising everyone. "Ships can't sail up a mountain," Usopp said, causing everyone to nod their heads in agreement to what he said. "Hand me that map, Nami," Luffy said as he stretched out his hand. When he got the map from Nami, he sat it down on the floor in front of them and began explaining how it works. "You see this mountain right here?" he asked while pointing to the mountain in the center of the map. All of them nodded their heads and paid close attention to what he was saying. "That mountain is a part of the Red Line and is called Reverse Mountain. Currents from all four of the seas run up the mountain and into the Grand Line," he said, while tracing his finger on the small blue line that represents the currents that go up the mountain. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard that information. "But that is impossible, currents cannot flow up a mountain," Nezuko said while having a disbelieving look on her face. "In the normal world it doesn't, but this is the Grand Line," Luffy said as he rolled up the map and looked all of them in the eye before he continued. "If you go into that sea and try using logic to explain everything that happens there, you will go mad," he said before handing the map back to Nami. "There is nothing sane about that sea." 1 minute it is raining, and 1 second later it starts snowing, and 2 seconds after that it is raining hail the size of a galleon, he said, causing their eyes to widen and their jaws to drop. You are kidding, right? Nami asked. Nope, well the hail thing I only saw that in the New World, but it could happen in paradise, he said, getting them to relax a bit. By the way, Nami, he said, getting her attention. Did you and Nijiko log pose? He asked, causing them to nod. Yeah, we did, but why do we need it? She asked. It's how you navigate the Grand Line, regular compasses don't work there, he said, surprising them. Do not lose it or else we will all die, he said, causing her to nod her head furiously. By the way, what did all the rest of you buy while you were there? He asked. I bought some fresh vegetables to cook some healthier meals a lot with some meat, Sanji said, causing Luffy to nod. I also bought some new pots and pans for the kitchen and some more knives, but the best part is I won a blue-finned elephant tuna in a cooking contest, he said happily. Luffy looked him with an amused smile on his face before he spoke. I'll be looking forward to eating it, he said before he looked over to Usopp to hear what he bought. I bought these new pairs of goggles, he said while pointing to the goggles on his head. They are going to help me hit my targets better, he said, causing Luffy to nod his head and waited for him to continue. I also bought a few chemicals to experiment with so I can make my slingshot, he yelled while pointing to the sky, causing everyone to chuckle in amusement before looking over to Zoro. I cannot say I bought these 2 swords because the guy gave them to me for free, he said, surprising everyone. Why would someone give you 2 swords for free? Sanji asked, causing Zoro to pick up the sword in the red scabbard before he spoke. It is because of this sword he gave me both of them for free, he said as he showed them the swords. Luffy saw the swords and narrowed his eyes at them. But why? Asked Nijiko while looking at the sword. Because it's cursed, Luffy said while looking at the blade. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard that. It is one of the Kitetsu blades, isn't it? Luffy asked, causing Zoro to nod his head. Kitetsu blades? Usopp asked with a curious look on his face. There are 3 Kitetsu blades, and all 3 of them are cursed. Once unsheathed they must spill an enemy's blood or else they will take their master's blood instead, Luffy said, scaring all of them. Or so the myth goes, he said with a chuckle. What did those 2 buy? He asked Zoro while pointing to the bounty hunting duo up in the crow's nest. I had thought they were going to buy swords, but instead the 2 of them bought a Bacento each, he said, surprising Luffy. Luffy didn't complain if that was what they were comfortable with, and so be it. He then looked over to Nami to hear what she bought. I bought new clothes and shoes, she said happily, causing all the boys except for Sanji to roll their eyes. I also bought high-quality charting paper and backup ink and pens to chart with, she said, causing Luffy to nod his head before looking at Nijiko to hear what she bought. I also bought clothes and shoes with Nami, but I also bought this 3-section metal staff, she said as she pulled out the staff from behind her back and showed it to everyone. It was a silver staff broken into 3 sections, while a chain connected each of the section together. Luffy hypothesizes that it could be used as a staff and as nunchucks, and if she adds Haki to it, it might just a deadly weapon. Picture Band's 3-section staff from 7 Deadly Sins. Nice, better practice how to use it, he said, causing her to nod her head before putting it away. Usopp, man the rudder and tell when the current is so strong that you can no longer steer the ship, he said, causing him to salute and run off to the rudder. Sanji, I am quite hungry, can you go and prepare lunch, Luffy said, causing him to nod and head towards the kitchen. And the rest of you, he said, getting their attention. I do believe you all still have some training to complete, he said, causing them to run and get their blindfolds and sticks. Luffy poured himself some more whiskey before staring up at the sky. After sailing for about 10 more minutes, the ship finally exited the thundercloud-infested skies and into clear blue one. The water was calm, but Luffy could feel the ship picking up speed. He stood up and walked over to the side of the ship and looked down at the water and saw the water currents moving rapidly with the ship. Finally, in about a few more minutes the current should be too strong for Usopp to steer, Luffy thought as he stared at the water. Suddenly the voices to Johnny and Yasaku knocked Luffy out of his thought. Big bro. They screamed from the crow's nest, getting Luffy's and everyone else's attention. Marines. They yelled while pointing ahead of the ship. Luffy forward and saw an entire fleet of about 25 marine ships lines up sailing towards them. It would seem as though they really don't want me to re-enter the Grand Line, Luffy said with a chuckle. What are your orders, Captain? Nami asked as she and Nijiko ran towards Luffy. Luffy smiled before he replied. Sail towards them, he said, causing their eyes to widen. Johnny, Yasaku, come down from there and take over for Usopp, he said, causing the 2 of them to come down from the crow's nest and head towards the rudder. Usopp came out and looked towards Luffy for orders. Usopp, get to the cannons in the front and start picking off their ships. I'll take care of the majority of them, he said, causing Usopp to nod before heading below deck to work the large cannon that was under the figurehead. Nijiko and Nami went to the 2 cannons that were on the upper deck and started firing at the fleet. What are you going to do, Captain? Sanji asked as he walked with his captain and Zoro towards the front of the ship. Luffy chuckled before he replied. Something I've been dying to try out, he said before he hopped onto the figurehead and looked ahead. It would seem as though this fleet is from Branch 8, meaning this is Commodore Nelson's fleet, he said. Is he strong? Zoro asked. No, he is just really fat, Luffy said with a chuckle as he looked on as Nami, Negico, and Usopp took out 3 of the 25 ships. Luffy, Sanji said, getting his attention. Look behind the marines, there is a storm coming our way, he said, causing Luffy to look and see storm cloud just behind the marines. That's not a storm, he said, causing all of them to stop and look at him. That is the entrance to the Grand Line, he said, causing their eyes to widen. Luffy then clasped his hands together as though he was praying with his elbows sticking out and began focusing on his devil fruit powered. As he did that, electric blue spark surrounded his body and the sky started to darken with thunder booming overhead. Luffy then looked at the marine fleet with narrowed eyes before he yelled out. 13 heavenly pillars. He yelled, causing a loud thunderclap before 13 pillars of lightning to come out of the sky and strike down 13 marine ships, causing them to explode. Everyone stared at the attack with their jaws hanging on the floor, except for Sanji and Zoro, who had come to learn that Luffy can do some unbelievable things and wasn't surprised anymore after seeing him destroy an entire island. Luffy then looked at the 9 remaining ships before he spoke. Make sure to leave 1 ship untouched, Usopp. He yelled. Aye, Captain. Usopp yelled back from below deck before continuing to fire on the marines. Luffy then spotted Nelson's flagship and smirked before unsheathing his sword and pointing it directly at Nelson's flagship before covering the entire sword in lightning. Luffy then yelled out his attack in a cold, emotionless tone. 60 million volt thunder dragon. He said. As he said that, a giant dragon made entirely out of lightning shot out of the tip of his sword and raced towards Nelson. The dragon made contact with the front of the flagship and immediately blew the entire ship into a million pieces. Luffy then looked around and saw there was only 1 ship from the entire fleet left and it was sailing away from Luffy and his crew heading to the left. He then hopped back onto the deck of the ship and gave out orders. Raise the sails, the current is going to be enough to take us in, he said, causing Zoro and Sanji to nod before running off to tie up the sails. Nami and Negico went to go look at the map to help Johnny and Yosaku steer the ship while Luffy walked and stood on the main deck while watching ahead for the entrance. As the ship was sailing towards the entrance, they sailed through the wreckage of the fleet they just destroyed. There was wood and dead marines everywhere. As they sailed through, Luffy looked over and saw Nelson struggling to stay afloat on a piece of wood. Luffy pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Nelson's head and pulled the trigger, causing a small bolt of lightning to fire out and pierce right through Nelson's head, killing him. Luffy. Up ahead. Nami yelled, getting Luffy's attention. He looked forward and saw a giant wall that stretched high above the clouds. That's the red line. He yelled before he walked and stood beside the door where the rudder was. Keep her steady, the entrance is just ahead. He yelled out. He could head Johnny and Yosaku struggling to keep the rudder steady. Sanji and Zoro came and stood next to Luffy and Usopp and watched as they approached the giant mountain. Luffy then summoned some thunderclouds and had it surround the ship, creating a kind of padding just in case they hit the red line. Luffy, I don't see the entrance. All I see is a giant wall in our way. Nami yelled. See that tiny crack in the mountain? Luffy asked while pointing at the tiny crack in the mountain. Yeah, I see it, she said. Luffy tossed her a pair of binoculars before he spoke. That's the entrance, he said. She looked through the binoculars before she spoke in a disbelieving tone. I cannot believe it, the current is really flowing up the mountain, she said before passing the binoculars to Negico. Hold her steady, boys, and aim for that crack, he said while pointing forward. Aye, big bro, Captain, Luffy yelled, causing Luffy to chuckle. As they got closer, everyone could see the entrance clear. They all saw the water running up the mountain and just at the entrance there were arches going over the canals. It was then Luffy noticed that the ship was drifting off to the right. We are drifting off course. Hard to starboard. Luffy yelled. Going hard to starboard. The bounty hunting duos yelled before they began to push the rudder over to the right as hard as they could. With the extremely strong currents, it was very difficult to steer the ship, so they had to push as hard as they could. It was then everyone heard something that made their eyes widen. Snap was the sound that filled the air as the rudder broke. Luffy stared at the broken rudder with wide eyes before snapping his head back to front and saw they were about to crash into the side of the canal. He immediately calmed down when he remembered he had the clouds there just in case something like had happened. The Going Merry hit the side of the entrance of the canal, with the clouds absorbing the impact and turning the ship right before the currents pushed it up into the canal. Everyone let out a sigh of relief as they began climbing Reverse Mountain. We made it. Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku yelled as they started dancing. But now a straight shot from here to the summit, Luffy said before he walked over and sat in his throne and watched as his crew took in the sights. They all had a wide smile on their face as the ship climbed higher and higher. "We're in the clouds," Nijiko said in amazement. "No, we are above the clouds," Sanji said as the ship climbed higher above the clouds. "I can see the summit," Johnny said while pointing forward. In front of them, they all saw where the currents from all four seas meet and run into the Grand Line. It was a beautiful sight to behold, the four currents crashing into each other, splashing of water into the air that immediately froze and turned to ice, and when the sunlight hit the ice, it looked like diamonds shining in the sky. The Going Merry rode the wave perfectly and entered the canal leading into the Grand Line. "There it is, the greatest sea of them all," Luffy said as he stood up from his throne and walked forward towards the balcony on the upper deck. "The Grand Line," he said as he looked out with a smile on his face. As the ship began to descend the mountain, the closer they got to the bottom, the more puzzled everyone was becoming. "Luffy, is there supposed to be another mountain at the bottom?" Nami asked in a confused voice. Luffy looked at her with a puzzled look before he spoke. "No, why?" he asked. She pointed in front of the ship, causing Luffy to turn and look at where she is pointing. At the base of the mountain where the canal ran into the Grand Line, Luffy saw something rather large blocking the exit. "Well, that wasn't there 10 years ago," he said as he looked ahead. Suddenly a weird noise filled the air as they descended. It sounded like an animal wailing or crying out. As they got closer to the bottom, Luffy looked to Johnny and Yusaku and yelled out an order to them. "Get to the rudder and get ready to steer the ship, or else we are going to hit whatever that is," he yelled, causing them to run inside before they yelled out back at Luffy. "The rudder is broken," they yelled, causing Luffy to sigh. Luffy then began summoning large thunderclouds and adding them to the thunderclouds that were already around the ship in order to increase the padding in case they crash into whatever that was. As they got closer, the unknown sounds became louder and louder. "What is that sound?" Nijiko asked while placing her hand by her ear to try and hear the sound a bit better. As the ship got closer, Luffy was finally able to make out what it was. "Oh fuck," Luffy said. "It's a giant whale," he yelled, causing everyone to panic. "Luffy, we are moving too fast. If we don't slow down, the clouds won't be enough to save us," Nami yelled. Luffy turned to Usopp and yelled out an order. "Usopp, get to the main cannon in the front and fire it when I tell you," he said, causing Usopp to run below deck. As the ship grew closer and closer, everyone started to get even more scared as the ship fastly approached the behemoth of a whale. When they were 20 feet away from the whale, Luffy yelled out, "Now Usopp," he yelled, causing Usopp to fire the cannon. As the cannon fired, the ship jerked back a bit, knocking Nami and Nijiko off their feet before it started to slow down. The ship did not come to a complete stop, but it slowed down enough for the clouds absorb the impact. When it was all said and done, the ship was safe and everyone was alive, and that was all Luffy wanted. "Grab the paddles and start paddling around this thing," Luffy said, causing Sanji, Zoro, Johnny, and Yusaku to grab the 2 paddles and started paddling to the left of the giant whale and away from danger. While they were paddling around the whale, it was then Luffy got a chance to get a good look at it. It was an extremely large black whale of comparable or greater size than the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. It had many scars across his head, from which Luffy assumed it was bashing its head against the side of the Red Line for some unknown reason. "That's one big whale," Sanji said while rowing, causing everyone else to nod their head while staring at the whale in amazement and with a tiny bit of fear. It was then the whale suddenly looked at all of them with its extremely large eyes, causing their eyes to widen. "I guess it didn't like us shooting at it with a cannon," Luffy said with a chuckle as the whale opened his mouth and wailed loudly while showing everyone its extremely large and pointed teeth that was bigger than the Going Merry. As its mouth opened, water from the ocean began pouring into its mouth and down its throat. The Going Merry began to get pulled it with the water that was being sucked in, causing everyone to panic. "We're all going to die," screamed Nami. "Is this how it ends?" Usopp yelled. Luffy stepped forward and covered his hand in lightning, getting ready to kill the whale, when suddenly it closed its mouth and began to submerge underwater. "Shit, it's going under," Luffy said, knowing if he punched a whale in the whale they will die for sure. Everyone looked in front of them and saw they were about to crash into the whale's stomach and closed their eyes, including Luffy. Everyone waited and waited for their impending doom, but it never came. So, they decided to open their eyes to see what was going, and what they saw had their jaws practically hanging from their mouth. "Is this real?" Sanji asked in a voice of pure disbelief. "I don't know. I'm sure we swallowed by that whale," Johnny said while Yusaku nodded from behind him. In front of everyone, they saw clear open skies with birds in the air, and off to the right of the Going Merry was a small island with a house on it. It beyond puzzled everyone. One minute they were being swallowed by a whale, and the next they are back in the open sea. They all turned towards Luffy to see if he knows what was going on, but Luffy shook his head saying no. "I don't know what is going on, but I know for sure we are not in the real ocean," he said to everyone before he walked over to the side of the ship and looked into the water. The water in here is green and the sky is painted on, Luffy said pointing to the sky. Before any of them could respond to what Luffy said, a giant squid rose out of them and was getting ready to attack them. Luffy had expected everyone to freeze up and get scared, but instead, they all were ready to attack. It brought a smile to his face when he saw their reaction. Zoro's hands immediately to his swords, Sanji was getting ready to kick it, Johnny and Yasaku pulled out their basentos getting ready to attack, Najiko pulled out her 3-section staff and started spinning it, Nami pulled out her bow staff and stood next to sister getting ready to strike, and the most surprising of all was Usopp was with his slingshot aimed at the squid. Luffy had hypothesized that they all sensed it come up and were ready, but he still liked the way his crew reacted to the threat. He didn't even need to do anything, he was sure they could handle it. Just as all of them were about to attack, 3 harpoons came out of the house on the island and struck the squid right in the head, killing it. Luffy narrowed his eyes and stared at the doorway of the house and saw a man slowly walking out from the shadows. "Looks like someone's home," Zoro said while staring at the man with narrowed eyes. "I say we should fire our cannons there," Usopp said while pointing at the man. "No, hold on a sec," Sanji said while keeping his guard up. When Luffy saw the man, he immediately knew who it was after hearing about him from Shanks, but Luffy wasn't going to say anything. He wanted to see what his crew would do. They all stared at the old man as he walked out of the house, never taking his eyes off of the crew while he walked over to the lawn chair. The tension was growing, and Luffy could see some of those brave hearts from earlier were starting to sweat a bit. Everyone expecting the man to attack or something, but instead, he just stared at them while he walked to the chair, making all of them nervous before he plopped himself down on a lawn chair and began reading a newspaper. "You going to say something?" yelled Sanji at the old man. "Hey, if you want to fight we can fight," Usopp said from way inside the cabin, causing Luffy to sweat drop. Seems he's back to his old self, Luffy thought in a deadpan tone. "We got cannons back here, you bastard," he yelled once more from inside the cannon while pointing at the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed a bit as he stared at them once more, causing the tension to skyrocket once more, making everyone sweat while Luffy was trying to hide his amused smile. "You try it and someone's going to die," the old man said in a serious voice, causing Usopp to whimper a bit while Zoro and Sanji narrowed their eyes and prepare for an attack with Najiko right behind them while Nami ran inside with Usopp. "Yeah, who's that?" Sanji asked. "Me of course," the old man said, causing Luffy to start laugh. "Crocus, you want to stop scaring the kids," Luffy said with a chuckle before he stepped forward. "Who are you and why are you interrupting my running gag?" Crocus said in an annoyed voice. "I'm a friend of red-haired Shanks and Rayleigh," Luffy said, making everyone wonder who was Rayleigh. Luffy saw Crocus's eyes widen before he chuckled. "Oh ho, it's been a while since I had those names," he said as he placed the paper down. "How are they doing?" "It has been a while since I saw either of them," he said. "They are fine, I can tell you all about them if you tell me where are we and how we can get back to the outside world," Luffy said. "I thought it would be obvious as to where you are, seeing as how you were eaten," he said, causing the crew's eyes to widen. "And the exit is right over there," he said while pointing off to the side, causing everyone to look over and see 2 giant metal doors. "Okay, I am no specialist on whales, but I am sure they don't usually have giant metal doors in the side of their stomach," Yasaku said as he leaned against his basento. Before anyone could respond, the entire place shook as though it was an earthquake, causing the calm waters to become rough. "What the hell is happening?" Najiko shouted as she and everyone on board tried to keep their balance on the ship as it rocked against the rough waters. "It's begun," Crocus said, causing Luffy to look at him strangely, wondering what has begun. "Look." Nami yelled, getting everyone's attention as she pointed at the island. "That's no island, it's some kind of ship," she yelled as she pointed at the island Crocus was on, causing all of them to look and see at the bottom of the island was made of iron. "Yeah, of course, because we are floating on a sea of gastric acid," Usopp said as he looked over. "That means a wooden ship won't fare well if we stay here too long," Sanji said. "Just what the hell is wrong with this freaky whale, old man?" Yasaku yelled at Crocus. Crocus got up from his chair and looked up to the fake sky before he replied. "He is very angry," Crocus said in a sad tone. "These aftershocks are a result of him hitting his head against the red line," he said, surprising the crew except Luffy, who had already figured that out. "That explains why he has so many deep scars on his forehead," Nami said as she held on to the side of the ship. "And not to mention all of the howlings," she added. "But why is he doing it?" Johnny asked. "It's because he is suffering," Luffy said as he leaned against the cabin. "And what's the deal with the old man?" Najiko asked. "He is most likely trying to kill the whale from the inside out," Nami said, causing everyone except for Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji to take on a look of pure disgust. "What a despicable thing to do," Usopp said. "Okay, we figured out the mystery of the whale, now how about we find a way out of its belly before it digests us," Zoro said while looking back at the rest of the crew. We have no right to judge the old man, nor do we need to save the whale. What we need to do is focus on how to get the hell out of here, Sanji said as he and Zoro began walking towards Luffy. Just as Luffy was about to say something, Crocus did something that surprised everyone. He jumped into the gastric acid. Is he crazy? The acid will eat him alive, Luffy said as he stared into the spot where jumped in. Luffy, we have to get out of here. Nami yelled. We can't, Luffy said, causing their eyes to widen. The whale is most likely underwater right now. The moment we open those doors we will sink to the bottom of the Grand Line, he said, surprising them even more. So we just stay in here and die? Yusaku asked. Don't be an idiot, the whale has to go up from water sooner or later, he said, causing them to relax and nod. 2 minutes later the old man resurfaced next to the 2 giant doors and began climbing the ladder that was right next to it. As he was climbing up the ladder, the smaller doors that were at the top of the ladder flew open and out stepped 2 individuals with guns in their hands. They aimed their guns at Crocus and pulled the trigger. Just as the 2 bullets exited the guns, 2 small bolts of lightning impacted the 2 bullets, causing them to explode just in front of the guns, destroying the barrels of said guns. Crocus and the 2 newcomers were shocked at what just happened. When they all looked at the ship that was floating in the middle of the whale's stomach, they saw a very tall boy with a straw hat and a captain's coat draped over his shoulders, holding a smoking gun aimed right at them. Now, that wasn't very nice of you to trespass on the old man's private resort and try to kill him, Luffy said in a cold tone that sent shivers down the spine of the man and the woman. He then tucked his gun away and outstretched both of his hands, and faster than the man or the woman could react, 2 ropes of lightning came out of Luffy's palm and wrapped around them. HHH. What do you think you are doing? The woman yelled. Luffy didn't respond, he simply yanked the rope, causing the 2 of them to fly over and land on the ship. Luffy then let go of the lightning rope, causing the majority of it to disappear, leaving only the path that was binding them in place. Everyone then saw Crocus walk through the doors that the man and the woman came out of and disappeared. "No, who are you 2? Zoro asked as he walked toward the 2. Sanji was sitting next to the woman trying to flirt with her, while everyone else just looked on as the man and woman spoke to each other in hushed tone. Soon everyone noticed that the whale stopped thrashing around and had calmed down, causing the sea that was inside of its stomach to calm down as well. You parasites are still here. Crocus yelled from the top of the ladder, getting everyone's attention. The old guy is back again, Usopp said. I grow weary of this, and for the last time. So long as I draw breath you will not lay a single harmful finger on Laboon. He yelled from the top of the ladder. Soon the 2 people who Luffy caught started laughing before they stood up, even though they were bounded, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. You can't bully us into abandoning our mission, the woman said. We were sent here to kill this whale, and that is exactly what we are going to do, and this time we won't let you interfere. We are, the man said right after her, but was cut off when the lightning binding them gave both of them a shock they will never forget. Put a sock in it, Luffy said as the 2 of them groaned in pain on the deck of the ship. Hey old man Crocus, Luffy said, getting the man's attention. Can we leave now and talk about all of this outside where my ship isn't at risk of being digested, Luffy said. Fine, Crocus said before he dived back into the water and swam over to his boat island. Follow me, he said before the island started to move towards the 2 giant doors. As the doors opened, the 2 ships began sailing through a canal inside the whale. Why does this whale have a canal inside of it? Johnny asked. Call it a doctor's playful mind, Crocus replied. It is impossible to treat a whale of this size, so I had to come up with a way to work around that, he said, causing them to nod their heads, showing that they understood. As they reached the end of the canal they came upon another set of doors. When they reached in front of the doors, Crocus sailed his boat island up to it and pulled a lever, causing the door to open. As the door opened, everyone was immediately hit by a ray of sunlight, causing all of them to smile. They sailed out of the whale and docked the ship next to the Twin Capes where Crocus lived. The entire crew got off of the ship and went on the small island connected to the Red Line that housed a lighthouse. Sanji, Luffy said as he exited the ship, getting his attention. Why don't you make lunch, seeing as how we didn't get to eat due to those marines interrupting us, Luffy said, causing Sanji to nod his head. Before walking back onto the ship and into the kitchen. I'll whip up some of that bluefin tuna that I got back in Logue Town, he said happily. After 30 minutes Sanji reemerges from the ship carrying multiple plates of food that look extremely tasty. Lunch is served, he said as he laid out all of the plates in front of everyone including Crocus. This looks delicious, thanks Sanji, said Nichiko. Anything for you my lovely Nichiko. Sanji replied with hearts in his eyes. Luffy pulled out 2 glasses and placed one in front of Crocus before he poured both of them a glass of whiskey. So Crocus, Luffy said as he picked up his plate. What's the deal with this whale? He asked, causing everyone to look at Crocus to hear what he had to say. The whale's name is Laboon. He is a unique and magnificent creature, an island whale, one of the largest species in the world that could only be found in the West Blue, he said before he took a sip of the whiskey Luffy poured for him. Those two people from before were hunting Laboon for whale meat. A whale the size of Laboon could feed a small island for at least 2 years, he said. So that's who those two are, Johnny said. Hey, where are they? He then asked after looking on the ship and seeing them gone. I guess my lightning binds wore off and they escaped, Luffy said with a shrug before looking to Crocus waiting for him to continue. There is a reason he keeps hitting himself against the red line and howling at Traverse Mountain, Crocus said before he ate some of the food. Inside Laboon beats the heart of a human and is absolutely devoted to a certain band of pirates, he said, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow at that. You see Laboon followed a group of pirate all the way from the West Blue and entered the Grand Line. When they arrived here at the Twin Capes their ship was so badly damaged that they spent several months here trying to repair. After they repaired their ship they set sail, and because the Grand Line was so dangerous they had to leave Laboon here, but before they left they promised him they could come back for him, he said with a sad look on his face. It has been 50 long years since then, he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Don't you think 50 years is a bit extreme, Usopp said as he finished his food. Those pirates sure know how to test someone's patience, Usopp said. You idiot, this is the Grand Line, Zoro said from his place next to Luffy. Those pirates are most likely dead, he said. Sad to say but that's likely true, Nami said between bites. Back in those days when they sailed, the Grand Line was an uncharted sea, 1,000 times more precious than it is now, she said. Come on big sis, said Yusaku. They could still come back for him, have some sympathy, he said making Luffy chuckle. It was an amusing thing to hear, pirates having sympathy. You may want to believe that, but the reality is cold, Crocus said getting their attention once more. Those pirates aren't dead, the truth is they abandoned their quest. I learned that they turned tail and left the Grand Line, he said, causing all of them to take on a sad look on their face. What a bunch of spineless cowards who rather save themselves instead of keeping a promise to a friend, Negico said angrily causing everyone to nod. That's just cruelty on a grand scale, Johnny said. Luffy just looked at the whale with a thoughtful look on his face. Did you tell him? Luffy asked while never taking his eyes off Laboon. I did, every miserable detail, he said sadly. That was the day that Laboon began to howl at Reverse Mountain. Soon after he had begun to slam his body against the red line, it is as if he believes that wall is what is keeping his friends away, and if he could break it, they would soon return, Crocus said, causing the bounty hunting duo to tear up a bit along with Usopp. Laboon is a lost soul dying to be with his friends and is killing himself trying to get to them, he said. Luffy got up from his seat and walked over to the side of the Twin Capes with Laboon was and stared at the whale. Then out of the clear blue sky, a bolt of lightning came down and struck the whale, causing him to howl in both pain and anger. You want to fight, you stupid whale? Luffy yelled at the whale. Everyone was beginning to panic at what Luffy was trying to do. Laboon narrowed his eyes at Luffy before he jumped out of the water and slammed his head into Luffy. Luffy didn't dodge, nor did he let the attack pass through him, he simply stood there and took it. When Laboon went back into the water and turned towards him, Luffy covered his fist in armament Haki before launching forward and punching Laboon right in the head. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami and Negico yelled. Luffy didn't reply, all he was doing smiling widely as he and Laboon fought. Laboon then swam away from the Twin Capes for a bit before it came charging towards Luffy. As he was about to attack, Luffy spoke and stopped him in his tracks. It's a draw, he said, causing Laboon to stop in his tracks and stare at Luffy. I'm a lot stronger than I look, but I had a feeling you already knew that, he said as he dusted himself off. I could always tell when someone was itching for a fight, and if you want a battle I'll gladly give you one. Your shipmates used to spar with you, did they? He asked, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Well, I could rival anything they could throw at you. Tell you what, after me and my friends conquer the Grand Line I'll come back here and throw down with you, Luffy said, causing tears to form in Laboon's eyes. Laboon then looked up to the sky and howled happily for once in 50 years. Crocus looked at the scene with a smile on his face. Luffy then turned into lightning and teleported in the ship before reappearing on Laboon's head with a few buckets of paint and a large paintbrush. Now hold still, Luffy said before he started to paint Laboon's head. When he was done, a perfect copy of Luffy Jolly Roger on Laboon's head. Good, now it is a rush paint job, so you are going to have to avoid him. That was really nice of you, young man, said Crocus. Oh right, I never introduced myself, Luffy said with a chuckle. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, pleased to meet you, he said as he stuck out his hand for Crocus to shake. I'm Crocus, lighthouse keeper here at the Twin Capes, he said as he shook Luffy's hand. Now how is it that you know Shanks and Rayleigh? He asked with a smile. Luffy smiled right back before he replied. I was a member of Shanks' crew, he said as he pulled up his shirt showing him Shanks' Jolly Roger. He and Rayleigh taught me Haki, he said before taking on a thinking pose. Well, more like Rayleigh taught me Haki while Shanks got drunk, he said with a chuckle, causing Crocus to laugh. It's been 10 years since I last seen red hair, he said, surprising Luffy. It was 10 years ago when he returned from the East Blue, he said. Yeah, that was when I joined the crew, but I don't recall seeing Laboon when we came through, he said. Laboon must have been under ramming his head against the red line, he said, causing Luffy to nod. Hey Crocus, could you do me a favor? Luffy asked. Sure, after what you just did for Laboon I'll do anything, he said. Luffy smiled and looked thankful before he spoke. Great, could you explain how the log pose worked to my navigator, he said while pointing to Nami. I would, but I want to get out of these clothes, he said while looking at his dirty clothes. Crocus smiled at him before he replied. Sure thing, he said before he walked over to Nami. Thanks a lot, he said before turning to the rest of the crew. The rest you finish eating and get ready, we will be setting sail soon, he said before turning and began walking towards the ship. Aye, Captain. They all yelled in unison. Luffy entered his captain's quarters and began to change his clothes. When he emerged from his personal quarters he was wearing the same black steel-tipped shoes with black cargo pants, and instead of his usual red dress shirt, he was wearing a back slim-fit long-sleeved dress shirt with the top 2 buttons undone showing off his chain with a lightning bolt pendant and some of his chest. Over the dress shirt was Captain's coat with his Jolly Roger on the back draped over his shoulder, and to top everything off was his famous straw hat on his head. As Luffy exited his personal quarters he heard a commotion over the side of the ship. Deciding to see what was going on, he walked over to the side and saw the 2 people who were trying to kill Laboon on their knees in front of his crew. What's going on here? Luffy asked in a monotone voice, getting everyone's attention. These 2 are here to ask us for a ride to someplace called Whiskey Peak, Negico said, causing Luffy to perk up a bit when he heard the name. Do they make whiskey there? He asked excitedly, causing everyone to sweat drop. No, said the woman, causing Luffy's smile to disappear. Well, I'm not interested, he said before he looked over to Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku. You 3 go fix the rudder, he said, causing them to salute before running off to the ship. Please. The man yelled, causing Luffy to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Our ship was destroyed and we have no other way to return home, he said. And how is that my problem? Luffy replied coldly, causing them to flinch. You should have thought about that before you tried to kill Laboon, he said before he jumped off of the ship and landed next to Nami. He grabbed her wrist and looked at the log pose before looking at Crocus. What island is it pointing to? He asked. Crocus took a look at the log pose before he replied with a sigh. Whiskey Peak, he said, causing the 2 whale hunters to perk up. What are you 2 getting excited for? He said while looking at the 2. I didn't say I was taking you, he said, causing them to deflate a bit. Just who are you 2 anyway and what is it you do? He asked. We cannot tell you, they said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes at them. You see, mystery is our company's motto, however, you may call me Mr. 9, said the man with the crown on his head. And you can call me Ms. Wednesday, she said. Luffy just sighed before he spoke. Let's just say I help you, what's in it for me? He asked while looking at them with one eyebrow raised. The 2 of them looked thoughtful for a moment before they started whispering amongst themselves before they replied to Luffy. We have lots of gold and money, Mr. 9 said, causing Nami to become giddy and Luffy to smile, even though he knew they were lying. Very well then, we'll take you, he said, causing the 2 of them to hug each other. Luffy looked over to Zoro and gave him a silent signal to keep an eye on them. Zoro saw this and nodded his head. Captain. Usopp yelled, getting everyone's attention. The rudder is fixed. He said, causing Luffy to nod before he turned to his crew. Okay. Pack it up, it's time to set sail, he said, causing everyone to take the plates and cups back on the ship before they all started boarding. Luffy walked over to Laboon and spoke to him. I'm going now, Laboon, and I promise I'll be back to fight you someday, causing Laboon to howl happily. And stop hitting your head or that paint will come off, he causing the giant whale to nod. Luffy then turned to Crocus and shook his hand before he spoke. You take care of yourself and Laboon, Crocus, he said with a smile as he shook his hand. And you say hello to the vice captain for me when you see him, he said. Will do, Luffy said before he walked onto his ship. Negico, Zoro, Luffy said, getting their attention. Tie those 2 up for me, he said while pointing to Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 9. The 2 of them screamed when Zoro and Negico began to tie them up, but Luffy simply ignored it. All set, Captain, Nami said as she stood next to Luffy. Luffy nodded before he yelled out orders to the crew. Alright. Johnny, Yasaku, hoist the anchor. He yelled, causing the 2 of them to run towards the anchor and began pulling it up. Negico manned the rudder, Sanji, Usopp set the sails. He yelled, causing the 3 of them to scramble. Zoro then walked up to Luffy with the 2 passengers on his shoulders. Where do you want them, Captain? He asked. Luffy looked at him as he thought about it for a second before he replied. "Toss them into there with Najiko, she can keep an eye on them while steering the ship," he said, causing him to nod before walking off. Now on to Whiskey Peak, Luffy thought as he poured himself a drink before walking over to his throne and sitting down. It had been a few days since Luffy and the crew had left the Twin Capes and began their journey to the first island on the Grand Line. They were currently sailing through calm waters while snowflakes rained from above. Luffy was sitting on the throne in the cold, drinking whiskey, while Zoro was off to the right sleeping in the cold. Nami and Najiko couldn't take the cold, so the two of them were bundled up in winter clothes and staying in the kitchen where it was warmer with the two people who Luffy allowed to travel with them to Whiskey Peak. Usopp and Johnny were on the main deck building snowmen, while Sanji and Yusaku were shoveling snow off of the ship. Luffy looked down at Usopp and Johnny, who went from building snowmen to having a snowball fight. Luffy sighed before he got an idea and smirked. "Hey, Usopp. Johnny," he called out, getting their attention. "If the two of you are going to goof off, at least train while you do it," he said, causing them to look at him with a puzzled look on their faces. "What do you mean, big bro Luffy?" Johnny asked while looking up at Luffy. "I mean have your little snowball fight while blindfolded," he said before taking a sip of his drink. "It will help train your observation haki," he said, causing the two of them to smile before running into the kitchen and grabbing their blindfolds before coming back out and continuing their snowball fight. Luffy then took another sip of his drink and looked up to the sky. As he looked up, lightning flashed above and thunder boomed overhead. It was loud enough to make everyone pause what they were doing and look at Luffy. "Don't look at me, that was nature," he said, causing them to go back to what they were doing. Luffy then noticed the wind was picking up and once calm snow shower turned into a blizzard. He sighed and reached into his coat and pulled out a square locket that was gold in color and attached to a golden chain that was connected to the inside of his coat. He used his thumb to flip open the locket and took a look inside. Inside of the locket was divided into two parts. Both halves had a log pose in it, but it was two different looking log poses. The upper half had a single log pose similar to the one Nami bought in Logia Town, while the bottom half had three log poses grouped together, picture Jack Sparrow's compass. Luffy looked at the upper part of the compass and growled. "Something wrong, Captain?" Zoro asked from next to Luffy. Luffy closed the lock before and placed it back in his coat before he replied to Zoro. "It would appear as though my navigator is useless," he said before walking to the head of the upper deck and yelled out to the crew. "Alright, listen up," he yelled, getting everyone's attention. "Stop what you are doing and turn this ship around," he yelled out, confusing all of them. Nami and Najiko heard what he said and came out of the kitchen to see why they needed to turn around. "Luffy," Nami said, getting his attention. "Why do we need to turn around?" she asked. Luffy looked at her with an emotionless look on his face before he replied. "Well, Ms. Navigator, if you were doing your job you would have noticed we are going in the opposite direction," Luffy said calmly, causing all of their eyes to widen. "Now if all of you are done being surprised, I would highly suggest all of you turn this fucking ship around." Luffy yelled, letting his temper show a bit before he went and sat on his throne and poured himself a full glass of whiskey before he chugged it all down. Luffy looked down and watched everyone panicking and scrambling about as the weather began to change again. Sanji and Najiko were manning the rudder, Johnny and Yusaku were tying up the sails, Usopp was running around fixing damages, while Nami was calling out orders. Luffy had thought about going down there and helping Nami, but he decided otherwise because he wanted her to get the experience. It was then Luffy realized that his first mate was nowhere to be seen among the chaos. He looked over the last place he saw Zoro and saw the swordsman was off to his right sleeping, causing Luffy's eyebrow to twitch in annoyance. "He's really sleeping, I'll let Nami deal with him," Luffy thought to himself with an evil smirk on his face. After about 30 minutes of chaos, everything finally was quiet and the ship was sailing in the right direction. It was at that point Zoro decided to wake up. He got up and stretched while yawning before walking over towards Luffy and spoke. "Hey Captain," he said, getting Luffy's attention. "Something has been bugging me for a while," he said, causing Luffy to raise his eyebrow. "What's bugging you?" Luffy asked as he got up from his throne. "It's about those two people we picked up at the Twin Capes," he said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. "What about them?" Luffy asked. He was genuinely suspicious of those two since he met them. The only reason he agreed to take them to their homeland was so he can raid the island. "The names," Zoro said, confusing Luffy. "I'm quite sure I had names like theirs before, but I can't remember when or where," he said, causing Luffy to nod his head before he replied. "Keep an eye on them," he said, causing Zoro to nod his head. Luffy then walked behind Zoro and grabbed him by the back of his neck and dragged him towards the rest of the crew. "Captain. What are you doing?" Zoro asked as he was being dragged. Luffy didn't answer him, instead he looked towards Nami before he yelled out to her. "Hey Nami," Luffy yelled, getting her attention. Luffy then tossed Zoro off of the upper deck towards the main deck where she was before he spoke. My lovely vice captain was sleeping throughout that entire ordeal, he said with an evil smirk before he walked back over to his throne, while the air was filled with screams of Zoro. Just as Luffy was about to sit down, Johnny's voice caused him to stop and turn around. Island up ahead. Johnny yelled from the front of the ship, getting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up ahead of them and saw an island showing through some mist. So, that's Whiskey Peak, Sanji said as he lit a new cigarette. Its landscape isn't like any island I've ever seen, Najiko said. Our first journey on the Grand Line comes to an end, Luffy said as he walked next to the crew and stared at the island. The island itself had an odd shape, there are several mountains that gave off an appearance of giant cacti. Hey look, Nami said while pointing forward. There is a waterway seems to go right up to the shoreline, she said as they began sailing inland. I am weighing the possibilities of monsters out there, Usopp said in a scared voice. Well, it is a possibility, this is the Grand Line after all, Zoro said. Luffy then looked towards the bounty hunting duo and spoke. You two go bring our 2 prisoners, we can use them as bargaining chips, he said, causing the 2 of them to run off to get the man and the woman. As the ship sailed further into the waterway, a thick fog appeared, causing everyone to be on guard. When Johnny and Yasaku returned with the man and the woman, they placed the 2 of them in front of Luffy and went to stand behind him. Luffy glanced down at the man and woman before he turned his attention back to the surrounding area. Even though he couldn't see anyone, he could clearly sense them. Playing it safe, he gave a mental command to the cloud containing all of the treasure to go up into the sky. Hey, there is someone over there. Usopp said as he pointed off to the left side of the ship. Everyone looked over and saw the silhouettes of 2 people moving. We should be on guard, Najiko said as she pulled out her metal staff. Luffy didn't say anything, he simply looked ahead of the ship with narrowed eyes. As the ship sailed a little bit further in, even more silhouettes have appeared. This time they were on both sides of the waterway and the sound of people cheering filled the air. As they exited the fog, everyone saw on both sides of the waterway there were people lined up cheering and waving as the ship sailed by. Everyone including Luffy was beyond confusing at what was happening, and they all had one common thought in their heads. What kind of place welcomes pirates? They all thought as they stared the citizens of Whiskey Peak with a bewildered look on their faces. Welcome to the Grand Line. One person yelled from the shore as the crew sailed by. Greetings and good tidings, great travelers. Another yelled. We are happy to have you here at Whiskey Peak. Someone else yelled out. The entire crew was stunned beyond belief because there is a town that welcomes pirates with open arms. While everyone else was stunned at what was going on, Usopp was relieved. Those aren't monsters, it's people, he said as he let out a sigh of relief. People who are welcoming pirates, Yasaku said in a surprised voice. A Grand Line sure is a strange place, Johnny said as he shook his head. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro, however, were suspicious of the citizens and their behavior, while everyone else on the crew started smiling and waving back at the people. Sanji was ogling the girls, Usopp was putting on his brave warrior of the sea act, while everyone else smiled and waved at the people. Luffy looked at Zoro, who was standing off to his right, and gave a small nod telling him to keep his guard up. He then walked over to Nami and whispered in her ear. When they fall asleep, I want you to do what you do best, he whispered, causing her to smirk before he nodded her head. As the ship docked, the crew walked down to the main deck, getting ready to exit with Luffy leading the way. At the back of the group were Johnny and Yasaku with Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine tied up. Every member of the crew exited the ship except for Johnny and Yasaku, along with Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine. Luffy had told them to stay on board until he called for them. Down on the shore, Luffy and the crew were standing in front of a tall man with a small red nose and has blonde hair in a style that resembles a powdered wig and was carrying a saxophone. Welcome, cough cough, ma welcome, my name is Igarappoi and it is my honor as mayor to welcome you to Whiskey Peak, the man now named Igarappoi said in a welcoming voice that Luffy did not trust. My name is Luffy, thank you for welcoming us, Luffy said with a warm fake smile that the man bought. You will find that this is a place that thrives on making liquor and music, Igarappoi said with a smile as spoke to Luffy. Hospitality is a matter of pride in our town. The smiles run long and the liquor flows as bountiful as sea water, he said. That's good to hear and all, however, Luffy said as his smile dropped. We picked up 2 passengers on our way here who are from this town and promised us gold as payment for bringing them here, and I expect to have that gold or else the blood in this town will flow as bountiful as the sea water, Luffy said in an emotionless voice, causing Igarappoi to take a step back before he spoke again. Can I see these 2 people who you say are from our town? He asked, causing Luffy to nod his head before looking back at the ship. Johnny. Yasaku. Luffy called out, and 2 seconds later Johnny and Yasaku along with the man and the woman came out. I believe they go by Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine, he said as he looked back at the man. As he looked at the man, he saw the man's face take on a pissed off look for a split second before he quickly hid it behind his happy smile. "Oh yes, those two are from here," Igarappoi said as he turned his attention back to Luffy. "And do not worry, you will be compensated for returning these two back home. Now would you permit us to throw a party in your arrival so we can hear cough cough mama your tales of adventure?" he asked with a warm smile. Luffy placed his fake smile back on before he replied. "We would be honored to," he said as he walked up and shook Igarappoi's hand before the two of them turned to walk into the town. As they were about to walk off, Nami spoke to Igarappoi. "How long does it take the log pose to record this island's magnetic field?" she asked while holding up her hand showing the log pose. Igarappoi looked at her and smiled before he spoke. "Oh, don't worry about that," he said as he walked towards Nami, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes while Nami looked at him with a confused look on her face. "Such boring details will have to wait. Surely you would like to rest after your journey," he said as he placed his hand on Nami's shoulder. "Now, let's prepare to party. Sing and be merry. Entertain our guest." Igarappoi shouted, causing the townspeople to cheer loudly, along with Sanji and Usopp. Igarappoi led the crew in a small bar where everyone sat down and began drinking and eating. Luffy didn't trust anything about this town, so he pulled out his own drink and began drinking, and from the looks of it, the townspeople thought he was drinking something they gave to him. It was one big party inside of the bar, the band was playing joyous music, Sanji was flirting with every girl he saw, Usopp was telling his famous stories about defeating some monster, Nami and Nejico were having a drinking competition against a few of the townspeople, while Zoro and the bounty hunting duo were off in the corner quietly drinking. From what Luffy had observed, Zoro had told those two to keep their guards up and not to trust the people of this strange town. As the evening progressed, Luffy's crew along with the townspeople began to get drunk. It wasn't until midnight when Luffy started noticing his crew members started passing out one by one. At first, he just thought they drank too much, but when Zoro passed out, Luffy realized that their drinks must have been spiked because there was no way Zoro would pass out from the amount he drank. Deciding to go along with it, for now, he acted as though he had passed out as well in order to see what these people's objectives were. After pretending to be sleeping for the past hour, Luffy got up and snuck outside through the roof before jumping across to a nearby building and hid in the shadows. He could see standing out in front of the bar that he was Justin was Igarappoi talking to Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 9. "It's good to see you again, Igarappoi, I mean Mr. 8, said Mr. 9 as he stood in front of Igarappoi. "I see you two failed another mission," Igarappoi said as he looked at the two of them. Before any one of the two of them could reply, a woman walked out of the bar dressed like a nun. "No one had any high hopes of them completing that mission anyway," she said as she began to take the nun costume off. "Why don't you go try and kill that whale?" Mr.9 yelled. "Yeah, besides those pirates got in our way," Ms. Wednesday said in an annoyed voice. "By the way, where are they?" she asked while looking at the woman. "They are all passed out inside. I had to doctor their drinks a bit, otherwise they would still be up drinking us under the table," the woman said. "But thinking, Ms. Monday," Igarappoi said as he looked at the now named Ms. Monday. "Now can you explain to me why it was necessary to put on that elaborate show for those idiots?" she asked in an annoyed voice. "I get that nobody wants to hear me whine, but it is my duty to point out the amount of food we wasted. We could have just ambushed them at the harbor, after all, we are already short on supplies," she said while placing her hand on her hip and staring at Igarappoi. "Calm down, before you question the validity of my plan you should see this," he said as he held up Luffy's wanted poster. When Luffy saw this, he smirked. "So, they're bounty hunters," Luffy thought to himself as he continues to spy on the group. 100 million berries. For that kid. The three of them screamed with eyes the size of dinner plates. "Don't be foolish, appearances can be deceiving," Igarappoi said as he placed the wanted poster back in his pocket. "So what do we do now? Do we kill them?" Ms. Monday asked. "No," Igarappoi said, surprising the three of them along with Luffy. "If we kill them, the bounty drops 30%. The government like to do public executions," he said in a grim tone. "I see," Ms. Wednesday said. "Now go, I want them alive," ordered, causing them to nod their heads. It had looked like they were going to reply, but before they could reply a voice stopped them in their tracks and caused their eyes to widen. "Hey, sorry to interrupt," the voice said, causing the four of them to spin around and look at the roof of the bar. When they got around, they saw Zoro standing there with his Kitetsu blade drawn along with Johnny and Yasaku, each holding their Bisentos. Luffy was surprised that they were awake and the fact that he didn't sense them. "You mind letting my friend sleep?" he said as he stared down at the four. "Yeah, it was a long and exhausting journey," Johnny said as he locked eyes with Mr. 9. "So do try to keep your screams for mercy down. We wouldn't want to wake them," Yasaku added in an emotionless voice. When Luffy heard that, he couldn't help but smirk. "I think I've rubbed off on them a bit too much," he thought to himself. Just then the door of the bar opened and out came two men with guns. "Hey, Mr.8, Mr. Monday," they yelled as they opened the door. 4 of them escaped from the room while we weren't looking, they said, causing their eyes to widen. 4? They yelled, asked simultaneously. But there is only 3 of them here, Ms. Wednesday said in a scared voice. Where is the other one? She asked. Before anyone else to fathom a reply, Zoro spoke up. Don't you think it is time you come out of your hiding spot, Captain? Zoro asked while looking over to the building right next to the bar, puzzling everyone else. A few seconds later out walked Luffy from the shadows of the building, chuckling to himself. Good job, Zoro, he said as he jumped across the roof. Your training is paying off, he added as he walked next to the 3 of them. Big bro Luffy, you're awake as well? Johnny asked, causing everyone to sweat drop. Luffy looked at him for a second before he shook his head and didn't bother replying to him. Instead, he turned his attention to the 4 individuals standing below them. You sneaky wretches. Mr. H shouted. You 4 should have stayed asleep with the rest. He yelled as more and more people began to gather. The true swordsman would never make such a mistake of letting his guard down, Zoro said, causing Luffy to smile. And judging from the cheap disguises, I'm guessing you're all bounty hunters, he said as he unsheathed another sword. Your specialty is robbing drunk pirates of fall for your hospitality, Luffy added in his usual emotionless voice. I count 100 of these scumbags, give or take a few, Johnny added as he adjusted his glasses. We'll fight all of you, Zoro said as he stared at them with narrowed eyes. You hear me, Baroque Works? He yelled, causing all of their eyes to widen in shock. Luffy was puzzled because he had never heard of any organization by that name. Ah. How do you know our name? Mr. 8 yelled out in anger and shock. Zoro simply chuckled before he replied. I was in a similar line of work once upon a time, he said while grinning. Your company came and tried to entice me with a job offer. Naturally, I declined, he said, causing Luffy and the others to understand how he knew about the organization. Do the same rules still apply? Employees' identity kept secret, cheesy code names, the boss's identity and whereabouts remain a mystery. Baroque Works, the fateful organization that carries out their orders like herded sheep, Zoro said in an amused tone, causing Luffy and the bounty hunting duo to chuckle. This is a surprise, Mr. 8 said in a cold tone. If you know all of your secrets, we are left with little choice but to kill you, he said in a grim tone as he stared at the 4 of them. Luffy chuckled before he summoned his Thundercloud throne and sat down. You are welcome to try, Luffy said as he sat down. The 3 of you should be able to handle this, if I get involved it won't be any fun, he said, pissing off the Baroque Works agents. You dare underestimate us? One random Baroque Works agent yelled out in anger. Yusaku chuckled lowly before he spoke to the person who yelled. Please, if anything, he is doing all of you a favor, because if he joins in the fight, all of you will pass from this world and into the next, not really knowing what happened, he said, scaring a few agents. Luffy chuckled when he heard what Yusaku said. Enough. Mr.8 yelled, are getting everyone's attention. Kill them. He yelled, causing all of the Baroque Works agents to charge at the 4 pirates. Zoro and the bounty hunting duo looked at Luffy, who simply nodded his head, telling them to go. That was all the 3 of them needed before they jumped off the roof and started fighting the bounty hunters. Luffy simply sat in his throne and poured himself a drink as he watched his 3 crew members tear through the bounty hunters. As he was taking a sip of his drink, 4 random Baroque Works agents got the stupid idea of trying to ambush Luffy from behind. Of course, Luffy knew they were there, but he paid them no mind. The 4 agents didn't know what hit them as 4 lightning bolts shot out of Luffy's throne and pierced right through their chest, killing the 4 of them. Crash, Luffy said with a sigh before he turned his attention back to everything that was going on below him. Zoro was cutting through the crowd with ease, just as Luffy had expected him to. The thing that surprised Luffy was how good Johnny and Yusaku were at wielding a Basento. The 2 of them were cutting down the Baroque Works agents with ease similar to Zoro, and from the looks of it, their observation Haki was improving the more they fought. Luffy had a proud smile on his face as he saw the way they are progressing, and they were progressing faster than Luffy had expected. Luffy was wondering if it was time to start their training in armament Haki. As the fight progressed, Luffy observation Haki alerted him of someone moving in the bar, where all of them were the rest of the crew was sleeping. Upon further analyzing, he found it to be Nami searching for anything of value that they might have. Chuckling to himself, he returned his attention to the fight. He noticed that Zoro was yelling at one of his swords. It was truly an odd sight to behold, a grown man talking to a sword. Well, Kitetsu III, you're quite sharp, but you are also quite the troublemaker, aren't you? Zoro said in an annoyed voice as he held the blade up to his face. A good sword only cuts when its master directs it to. Cursed sword or not, you will listen to me, Zoro said, not noticing one of the bounty hunters sneaking up behind him. The next thing Zoro saw was a small bolt of lightning fly past him, cutting off a few strands of hair at the base of his neck before hitting the bounty hunter behind him right in the head. Zoro blinked a few times before he looked behind him and saw a dead bounty hunter laying on his back with a smoking hole in the middle of his forehead. He then looked to see where the shot came from and saw Luffy sitting on his throne holding a smoking pistol. "You need to pay attention, Zoro," Luffy scolded, causing Zoro to nod his head and turning his attention to his new opponent, Ms. Monday. Luffy turned towards the Johnny and Yasaku and saw them fighting against Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday. He then realized that someone was missing from all this excitement, and that was Mr. 8. Luffy then looked straight ahead of him and saw Mr. 8 standing in the very same spot as before, staring at Luffy with an angry look on his face. "What seems to be the matter, Mr. 8?" Luffy asked in a mocking tone, pissing Mr. 8 off more. "Has the oh-so-mighty Baroque Works beaten by a few measly pirates from the East Blue?" Luffy asked, continuing to mock him. "I wonder what your boss will think of all this?" he asked, causing Mr. 8 to pale before he regained his composure and yell at Luffy. "I will make you pay for all this." He yelled at Luffy before he blew into his saxophone and bullets came firing out towards Luffy. Luffy paid the bullets no mind and simply allowed them to pass through him, causing Mr. 8's eyes to widen. "Now that wasn't very nice," Luffy said as he continued to mock him. Before Mr. 8 could reply, a loud high-pitched scream came from the area where Zoro was fighting. Luffy and everyone else looked over and saw Zoro holding Ms. Monday by the head, squeezing it before he let go, and she passed out on the roof. Two other screams came from where Johnny and Yasaku were fighting, and when Luffy and Mr. 8 looked over, they saw Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday passed out on the ground. The other Baroque Works agents were beyond scared at this point. They took out a single-digit agent, one random agent said in a frightened voice. "And their captain hasn't even gotten up yet," said another. "We are all going to die here today," said one man as he dropped his gun and fall to his knees. Luffy chuckled at their reaction as he watched Zoro and the bounty hunting duo make their way back to Luffy. "Good job, you three," Luffy said as he got up from his throne and sent it back into the sky. "From the looks of it, you Haki has improved even further," he said, causing the three of them to smile. "What are going to do about the rest of them?" Zoro asked as he turned his attention to the rest of the bounty hunters. Luffy smiles and looked at the bounty hunters before he spoke to them. "I will give all of you a choice," Luffy said, surprising the bounty hunters. "You can either leave Baroque Works and join me or die," he said, causing a few of them to tremble in fear. We will join." Why boom, the agent didn't get to finish his sentence before something hit him and exploded on contact, killing him and a few other agents in the surrounding area. Everyone was confused and scared at what just happened. Zoro and the bounty hunting duo looked at Luffy to see if he did that, but to their surprise, Luffy was as confused as they are. "It would seem as though we have company," Luffy said lowly enough for the three of them to hear as he looked at a nearby alleyway. "Oh my, it would seem as though some of you were planning on betraying Baroque Works," came the voice of a man from the alleyway that Luffy was looking. Out of the shadows of the alleyway, a man and a woman walked out. All of the bounty hunters were white as a sheet when they saw the pair. Luffy hypothesizes that these two were higher-ranking members of Baroque Works sent here to assist. By now Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 9 had woken up and crawled over to Mr. 8. "The three of you lost against a couple of small-time pirates, now that's just sad," the woman said in a condescending tone as he stared at the three Baroque Works agents. "Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine," Ms. Wednesday said in shock. Can't do your jobs," Mr. 5 said. "Ha ha ha ha. Well, that's clearly the difference between our rank and yours," Ms. Valentine mocked. "You came here just to laugh at us?" Mr. 8 asked angrily. "Nah, that's a bonus," Mr. 5 said coolly. "Ha ha ha ha. We are here under the boss's orders," Ms. Valentine said, earning Luffy's curiosity. "Ha ha ha. With you guys here we can finally defeat them. They don't stand a chance against you," Mr. 9 said as she shakingly stood up. "That's right, let's track him down and show him what Baroque Works can really do," Ms. Wednesday said. "Seriously, Ms. Wednesday, stop with the jokes. We didn't come here to clean up your mess," Mr. 9 said as he placed his hands in his pocket. "Did you really think we came all the way to the beginning of the Grand Line just to hold your hands?" Ms. Valentine asked rhetorically. "Oh, you are even more pitiful than you look," she chuckled. "But, what mission are you here for?" Mr. 9 asked in a confused tone. Truth be told, Luffy was wondering the same thing. "You mean you haven't figured it out?" Mr. 9 asked as he took a few steps forward. "There are people here whose crimes against the company are great enough that the boss has sent us here to deal with them. He said someone had learned the secrets. I don't know what secrets and I don't want to know. Obviously, someone else did, and that right there is against company rules," he said. Luffy could sense that Mr. 8 and Ms. Wednesday were beginning to get nervous and could only guess those two were the ones who had learned the secrets. "Our company motto is the mystery. Everyone's identity is to be kept a secret no matter who they are. If someone is dumb enough to nose around the boss's business, well, that is a crime punishable by death," he said grimly. Well, it seems as though things just got interesting," Luffy said to Zoro and the bounty hunting duo. "It would seem so," Zoro added as they watched the interaction. So, while we were conducting our search about who had learned the boss's secret, we discovered something, Kaya. Ms. Valentine said as she spun her umbrella. As it turns out, a rather high-ranking individual from a certain kingdom managed to infiltrate Baroque works, she said, causing Luffy's eyebrow to raise in surprise. The kingdom, Mr. Nine yelled out in surprise. But wait. I may wear a crown, but I am not a king or anything like that, I swear it is just an innocent little hobby, he said, pleading with the pair to believe him. Shut up, you idiot. Ms. Valentine shrieked in a high-pitched voice. You still don't get it, we need the people from Alabasta. They're the ones who angered the boss, Mr. 5 said coolly, surprising Luffy even further. At this point, Mr. 8 was shaking in fear as he stared at the ground. Before anyone could react, he pulled his bow tie and from the curls in his hair, gun barrels poked out and fired 5 times on the pair of Baroque Works agents. You will not lay a hand on our princess so long as the captain of Alabasta security still stands. He yelled as he fired 5 more times. The princess of Alabasta, Luffy said as he stared at Ms. Wednesday. I had heard that the princess went missing, but I never thought she would be working undercover in Baroque Works, he said. Don't princesses usually have underlings to do those sort of things for them? Johnny asked. Yeah, they do, but Alabasta is currently in a civil war. So maybe all of her underlings joined the rebels, Luffy said jokingly. What do we do? Yusaku asked as he stared at the spot where the 2 Baroque Works agents were before they got shot at. We watch for now, Luffy said as he turned and faced them. Nami is still robbing the place. So we let them fight it out and create the distraction away from her, he said, causing the 2 of them to nod their heads before turning their attention back to the altercation. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw the 2 agents unhurt and unfazed by just being shotted. Igaram, captain of Alabasta security and Princess VV Nefertari of the Alabasta kingdom, we have come here in the name of the boss of Baroque Works to see that you are eliminated, Mr. 5 said as he held up a picture of Princess VV. The princess was beyond scared, her eyes widened in fear and her mouth kept moving, but words just won't come out. The other agents that managed to survive, Zoro and the bounty hunting duo, were staring at VV and Igaram in pure shock. Mr. couldn't believe the woman he had been working with for so long is a princess. Igaram then pulled his bow tie once more and started firing on the pair of agents again. Go on, princess. You must escape. He yelled to the princess. Igaram. The princess cried out. Then all of a sudden one of the agents from inside the smoke fired out something at Igaram that exploded on contact. Igaram. The princess cried once more as Igaram fell face first to the ground. Don't bother, came the voice of Ms. Valentine from above VV. Luffy looked up and saw her floating in the air looking down at the princess. It would seem as though we got a pair of devil fruit users, Luffy said, surprisingly his 3 crew members. If push comes to shove I will fight them, he said, causing the 3 of them to nod before turning their attention back to the fight. Princess, Igaram choked out as he lay on the ground. You must get away from here, for the sake of our homeland. If something were to happen to you our kingdom would crumble, he said, causing the princess's eyes to widen. If you think you can escape from us you must be crazy, Mr. 5 said as he picked his nose. Kill me if you can take me. She yelled out as she took a defensive stance and started spinning something on both of her pinky fingers. It was then Mr. 9 got up and stood in front of the princess with his baseball bats in a defensive position facing the pair of agents. We have been partners and have been fighting together for a long time. So get going, I am going to buy you some time for a head start, he told the princess. Thank you, Mr. 9, the princess said, causing Mr. 9 to chuckle. Pretty manly, don't you think, he said before charging towards the 2 agents. Mr.5 then pulled out a bugger from his nose and flicked it towards Mr. 9. The bugger sailed through the air and hit Mr. 9 right in the face. Upon hitting him the bugger exploded on contact, surprising everyone that was watching. Did that thing just come out of his nose? Yusaku asked in disbelief. Well, that's a strange ability, Luffy said as he stared at Mr. 5 with interest while ignoring the princess's screams for Mr. 9. Luffy was knocked out of his studying by the voice of Igaram, who apparently crawled to the base of the bar and was looking up at them. Pirates, I have the most unreasonable request, but I require the help of someone with strength such as yourself. Luffy looked at him with a curious expression before jumping down from the roof towards Igaram. Oh, and what might that request be? Luffy asked as he sat on a nearby barrel and looked down at the bleeding man. Both of those villains possess devil fruit powers and there is nothing I can do to stop them. So that is why I am begging you, please protect Princess VV of Alabasta in my place, he begged Luffy. Zoro and the bounty hunting duo were surprised beyond belief. First, he tries to kill them and now he wants them to protect a princess, was he crazy? They all wondered about the bleeding man begging Luffy. And why would I do that, huh? Luffy asked rhetorically. You were trying to kill me and my crew a few moments ago and now you want me to save your princess. Give me one good reason why I should help you, Luffy said in his usual emotionless tone. You would be rewarded greatly if you return the Princess of Alabasta to her kingdom. I am just a lowly servant, but I beg you please protect the princess, he begged. Luffy just stared at him with his cold eyes before he scoffed. Reward? Yeah right, I know Alabasta is in the middle of a civil war. You barely got enough money for yourselves much less to give me, Luffy said coldly, causing Igaram's head to drop. However, Luffy said, getting Igaram to look up at him with hope-filled eyes. I will protect the princess under one condition, Luffy said. What is it? Igaram asked with a voice filled with hope. Whatever it is, I am sure the king would pay it if his daughter is returned safely, he said, causing Luffy to chuckle. I will protect the princess only if once I return her to her kingdom Alabasta becomes my territory, Luffy said, causing Igaram's eyes to widen in shock along with Zoro, the bounty hunting duo, and Nami who was hiding in the corner. I can't promise that, Igaram said sadly. That is something only the king and the princess could do, he said, causing Luffy to smile. Then I'll just have to ask the princess, Luffy said before looking up at his 3 crew members. You 3 go protect the princess, I'll join you after I tie up a few loose ends, he said, causing the 3 of them to run off to the princess. Luffy then looked towards the remaining bounty hunters and spoke. Raging thunder. He yelled out, causing 50 bolts of lightning to come down from the sky and strike the remaining bounty hunters while thunder boomed overhead. Luffy then looked at the alleyway next to the bar and spoke. You can come out now, Nami, he said, causing his navigator to come out of her hiding spot. Hey Captain, she greeted as she walked up to Luffy. Did you find anything? He asked. No, they are completely broke, she said sadly, causing Luffy to chuckle. For a bounty hunter's nest they suck, she said. Luffy smiled at her before he replied. Don't worry about it, Luffy said, getting her attention. I didn't really expect much, he said before he got off the barrel. Treat his wounds for me, I'll go help those 3 out, he said before he turned his body into lightning and teleported away. Luffy landed on a nearby building close to where Zoro and the bounty hunting duo were fighting against the 2 agents. As he arrived, Luffy saw a slightly burned Zoro fighting against Mr. 5, while the bounty hunting duo fight against Ms. Valentine. The princess was sitting on a rather large duck watching the fight. Alright you 3, I'll take it from here, Luffy said, getting everyone's attention. Upon seeing their captain, the 3 of them jumped and stood next to him. Luffy jumped down from the roof and started walking towards the par with a cold look in his eyes. Well, aren't you cocky, Mr. 5 said as he stared at Luffy walking towards them. Thinking you can take on both of us by yourself. We should teach this brat a lesson, Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine said with an arrogant smirk. Let's see how you like my bomb fruit. Mr. 5 yelled as he charged forward to punch Luffy with his left fist. Luffy simply covered his left palm with armament Haki and caught his fist with ease. Impossible. Mr.5 yelled out in surprise. Luffy then covered his right in lightning and backhanded Mr. 5, sending crashing through 4 buildings. Ms. Valentine and the princess stared at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. He just took out one of Baroque Works' top agents, as though it was nothing, Vivi said to herself in a voice of pure disbelief. You monster, Ms. Valentine said in fear as he stared at Luffy, who was walking towards her. No, not monster, Luffy said as he got closer. I'm more along the line of a demon, Luffy said before he turned himself into lightning and teleported right behind her and placed his index finger at the base of her neck and channeled a small amount of lightning, causing her to pass out on the ground. Luffy then turned towards the princess, causing her to back away in fear. Do not worry princess, I'm not here to harm you, Luffy said, surprising her. Then why are you here? She asked with a voice laced with fear. I'm here to work out a contract, Luffy said, puzzling her. You see, Igaram asked me to protect you and return you safely to your kingdom, and in return, I want Alabasta to become my territory, Luffy said, causing her eyes to widen. What? She yelled out. Of course, he couldn't promise something like that. So, he told me to take it up with you. So here I am, he said as he walked over to a nearby box and sat down. And what exactly would we have to give you in return for being under your protection? She asked, causing Luffy smile. Nothing really, Luffy said, surprising her. The fact that I will have a big country like Alabasta as one of my territories will be enough to boost my reputation in the world, Luffy said, getting Vivi to understand now. Zoro and the bounty hunter duo didn't quite understand why Luffy wasn't asking for something else like some money every month or something like that as payment for his protection. That cannot be all, Vivi said, thinking along the same way of Luffy's crew. You're right, Luffy said, getting everybody's attention. But that is not a conversation that should be spoken out in the open like this, Luffy said, knowing very well that they were being spied on. But, do you mind telling me just why a princess like yourself is working in Baroque Works? Luffy asked while staring at the princess. The princess's face took on a sad look as she looked down to the ground before she spoke. As you know, Alabasta is in the middle of a civil war. One day I learned of a secret organization called Baroque Works. I found out our people were being manipulated by this organization, but that was the only information I could gather about this organization. I didn't know what to do, so I went to Igaram for help and asked him to help me infiltrate Baroque Works so I can see who was pulling their strings from behind the scenes and what exactly they were up to, she said, surprising them. Well, you got a lot of guts considering you are a princess, Nami said as she walked out of a nearby alleyway. Where is Igaram? Luffy asked. He said he will be here in a few, she said as she sat down next to Luffy. Something about some business he had to take care of, she said. So, did you manage to find out what their plan was? Johnny asked Vivi, causing everyone to look at her. Their plan is to create an ideal nation, Nami said, surprising Luffy and the others. That's what Igaram told me, she said. That's just a cover story the boss is using to cover their tracks, Vivi said as she clenched her fist. Their true goal is to take over the Alabasta Kingdom, she said, causing Luffy to nod his head because that made more sense rather than some ideal nation. I have to get back home so I can warn everybody and stop all of the fighting, because if I don't. The princess said before she started to cry. Don't worry, princess, Luffy said, getting her attention. If you agree to my terms, I'll help you save your country, he said before he got up from his seat and looked up to the sky. By the way, did you ever find out the boss's identity? Luffy asked, causing her to panic. What? The boss's identity? You shouldn't ask that. Vivi screamed frantically. But you know, don't you? Luffy asked as he stared at her. Ask me anything but that. She screamed as she waves her hands frantically in the air. If I tell you, your lives will be put in danger too, she said, trying to make Luffy understand the danger while Luffy found it all amusing. Yeah, I'll pass, Nami said in a scared voice. This guy is trying to take over an entire country after all. I wouldn't want someone like that chasing after me, Nami said while sweating slightly. No, you don't, Vivi said in a serious tone. I don't care how strong you people are, you don't stand a chance against one of the 7 warlords of the sea, against Crocodile, she said, causing everyone to stare at her and blinked a few times before she and Nami screamed out. HHH. They screamed out. You know, for a princess you're not very bright, Luffy chuckled out. Then all of a sudden Luffy sensed someone behind them and spun around quickly, startling everyone. When everyone turned around, they saw a vulture and an otter standing on the roof staring down at them. Before the otter hopped onto the vulture and they flew off. It was truly an odd sight to behold in Luffy's opinion. Nami immediately began to panic and tried to leave, claiming that they didn't know what she looked like until the otter showed up again and held up 5 well-drawn pictures of all of them, causing Nami to sulk in the corner while Vivi apologizes to her. Well then, it looks like the 5 of us will be sitting at the very top of Baroque Works' hide list, Zoro said, causing Luffy to chuckle. It seems so, Luffy replied, sounding excited before he looked over to the princess. So princess, do we have a deal? Luffy asked, getting her attention. Seeing as how you are already involved because of me, I think I will take you up on your offer, she replied, causing Luffy to smile. We're all going to die, Nami cried and rocked herself back and forth as she hugged her knees. You have nothing to fear. Came the voice of Igaram from behind everyone, causing all of them to turn back around. As they all turned around, Luffy and the guy immediately wished they hadn't turned around. Standing in front of them was Igaram dressed as Princess Vivi holding 5 dummies. My eyes, Luffy said as he stared at the Igaram. It's cough mama, it's going to be okay, princess, he said as he stared at the group. I've come up with a plan, he added, causing Luffy to raise his eyebrow. Igaram, what are you? The princess tried to form a sentence but was too stunned by Igaram's appearance. I didn't know you were a crossdresser, old man, Luffy said jokingly. Listen to me carefully, Princess Vivi, he said in a serious tone. Once Baroque Works' intelligence unit learned about what happened here, agents will be sent after you immediately. And since they are aware that you learned the boss's true identity, you must, he said, but was cut off by Vivi. Yes, knowing them, they will send 1,000 agents after me, she said, scaring Nami even more. Thus my plan, disguised like this I will pretend to be you, Igaram said while looking down at Vivi. I will take these 3 dummies on board with me and I will sail a straight course to Alabasta, he said, causing Luffy to understand his plan. So, these dummies are supposed to be us, Luffy said while nodding his head. A decoy, Yasaku added. While Baroque Works is busy chasing after me, the rest of you will head to the Alabasta Kingdom following a less direct route, he said, causing Luffy to nod his head, understanding the plan. Hold on just a minute. Nami screamed as she got up. Who said we were going to take her with us and we didn't discuss the matter of payment? She yelled, causing everyone to stare at her like she was crazy. I decided that we are taking her and we already discussed the payment, Luffy said while looking at her with a bewildered look. Weren't you paying attention earlier? He asked. But what about Crocodile? She screamed once again. Relax, some measly warlord isn't anything to be afraid of, Luffy said while waving his hand in a dismissive manner. Now everyone was looking at Luffy like he had grown a second head. Besides, this sounds like it will be fun, Luffy added with a large grin on his face. We will be forever grateful, thank you, Igaram said before he walked over the water where a ship was docked and hopped it. Now IVV will leave from here, Igaram said imitating VV causing everyone to laugh. VV and Igaram said their goodbyes and the ship sailed away from the island. He was an alright old man, Johnny said as he stared at the ship. Yeah, he was, Zoro added. Everyone was staring at the ship as it sailed further and further away. When the ship was about half a mile away from the island, it was suddenly swallowed up in a giant explosion, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Holy shit, everyone get to the ship now. Luffy yelled to all of them. Johnny. Yusaku. Zoro. Go grab the others. Hurry. Luffy yelled out, causing the three of them to run off along with Nami. Luffy turned back to the explosion and spoke. I didn't think they would come after us so early, he said before turning to the princess who was frozen in shock. Luffy ran up to her and picked her up bridal style, before teleporting back to the bar where the others were. As they landed in front of the bar, VV immediately jumped out of Luffy's arms and started looking around frantically. Where is he? VV yelled as she looked around. Where is who? Luffy asked as he watches Sanji, Usopp, and Nijiko get dragged out of the bar screaming. My duck, Karoo, she said causing Luffy to sweat drop. We don't have time for this, he said before he picked her up again and teleported to the dock. When they landed on the dock, VV once again jumped out of his hands. I can't just leave him here. She yelled. We are all set, let's go. Zoro yelled as he pulled up the anchor. What's wrong with her? He asked. She is missing her duck, Luffy said in an annoyed tone. Zoro looked at the two of them strangely before he spoke. You mean this duck, he said while pointing to the giant duck standing next to him. Luffy and VV stared at the duck before yelling out. He's already here. They yelled. He got here before I did, Zoro said. VV and Luffy got on the ship and they immediately set sail and began sailing up the waterway in order to reach the sea faster. As they were sailing up the waterway, they entered a thick fog similar to the one they had when they came to the island. Finally, the sun is coming up, Nami said in a relief tone. I'm just glad that we got away from the people chasing us, came a female voice that didn't belong to any member of the crew. Luffy was cursing himself for letting his guard down so easily, but he now wanted to see how long it would take the rest of the crew to realize. You can say that again, Nami replied not really noticing that someone had invaded the ship. With all this fog we need to be careful to avoid the rocks, the woman said again. Luffy was being patient not to react, but it was taking every fiber of his being to not turn around and blast whoever that was. I'll take care of it, Nami said happily before she blinked a few times and looked over to Luffy who was standing next to her. Did you just say something? She asked while looking at Luffy. Luffy looked over to her with a pissed off look on his face. It's nice of you to finally notice someone snuck onto the ship. Luffy yelled before he spun around and stared up at the second level and saw a woman sitting on the rails of the upper deck with her legs crossed. Upon seeing her face, Luffy smirked and chuckled to himself. This is a nice ship, the woman said causing everyone to panic and be on guard. It's you. VV yelled out while staring at the woman in fear causing the woman to chuckle. I just happened to run into your dear Mr. 8 a little ways back, he didn't look so good, the woman said mockingly while looking at VV. So you killed Igaram, VV said grimly. Do you want to explain to me you are doing on my ship, Luffy asked in a dangerous tone getting the woman's attention. What are you doing here, Ms. All Sunday? VV asked. You know who she is? Nami asked while looking over to VV. Who is her partner? She asked again. Her partner is Mr. Zero, the boss, VV said surprising everyone. Crocodile is her partner, Nami yelled out in fear. She was the only one who knew the boss's identity and that's how we found out, by following her back to him, VV said as she looked at the woman with eyes of hatred. To be clear, I allowed you to follow me, she replied. You still haven't answered my question, Luffy said getting her attention as Sanji pointed a gun to her head while Usopp pointed his slingshot. I would really appreciate it if you stopped pointing those at me, she said before both Sanji and Usopp were thrown off of the second deck by some invisible force and down to the main deck. You know you are playing a dangerous game attacking a member of my crew like that, Luffy said as the sky above began to darken. There is no need to get all excited, I have no real orders here. So, I have no real reason to fight you, she said while looking down at Luffy. All of a sudden something hit Luffy's straw hat off of his head and sent it floating towards the woman who caught it and started spinning at her hand. So you are the famous Monkey D. Luffy, she said. As she finished speaking, a loud thunderclap sound overhead, startling everyone, and lightning started striking random parts of the water. Every member of Luffy's crew took a step away from him because they all knew no one is allowed to touch Luffy's hat. "You know, I don't know if I should be honored," Luffy said before he started to bring his ride up and placed his straw hat back on his head, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock and awe. Ms. All Sunday looked at her hand that was spinning the hat and her index finger just there pointing up. He looked back at Luffy now wearing his straw hat with a small amount of fear in her eyes. "I didn't even see him move," she thought. "Or scared that someone as famous as you know my name," Luffy said, causing her to flinch slightly, something that Luffy didn't miss. "Now Ms. All Sunday, if you ever touch my hat again I will finish what the world government started all those years ago," Luffy said in a dangerous tone, scaring her. Two thing was clear in her mind: 1, she needed to get off of this ship quickly, and 2, Luffy was very dangerous. She then tossed something towards Luffy, who caught it, and upon seeing what it was he looked at her with a puzzled look. "The next island is Little Garden, using that eternal pose you can skip right past it and head to Alabasta," she said with a smile, trying to mask her fear. "Or else you won't survive Little Garden," she added grimly, trying to scare them. However, she was surprised when Luffy crushed the eternal pose in his hand, smiled at her. "I am the captain of this and I decide where we go," he said in his usual monotone voice. Ms. All Sunday then got up and started walking to the edge of the ship. "Well then, I hope that we meet again," she said as she was leaving. "I'm sure we will, Ms. Devil," Luffy said, causing her to flinch again. "And tell Crocodile I'll be seeing him shortly," Luffy said. She didn't reply, instead he hopped off of the ship and landed on a giant turtle. Luffy then looked towards Nami and spoke. "Plot a course to Little Garden," Luffy said before walking towards the kitchen. "Aye." Nami replied before she started giving out orders.